When the man came running in to Libris Talent, scaring the bejesus out of Mr. Seraph and Lucifer Jones, both of whom had just come back from lunch, the look on his face should have been all the warning he needed. The man's face looked like the face of a child from a German fairy tale. He looked pursued and haggard, and when he saw the old devil standing there, his face took on a condition that had rarely been seen by anyone looking at him in the length of his long life. It was a mixture of relief and hope. "Mr. Richard T. Seraph, I need to speak with you desperately about the matter of my talent." Mr. Seraph turned to regard the man, raising his eyebrow as Lucifer looked over at Natalie to see if she had made an appointment with someone while they had been away. "You know, it seems that my name is known by so many strangers these days. I'm not used to being so sought after or well regarded, and I find it a little disconcerting. So if you wish to do business, please come in. But if you seek to hustle me, then do so at your own peril. I've been the target of many such attempts lately." The man put his hands up, all smiles, as he took one last glance at the door before coming into the waiting room. "No tricks, sir, I assure you. I intend to sell my talent, nothing more. Mr. Jones, show our guest to the back and make sure he's comfortable. I'll be along in a moment." Lucifer took him to the back, telling him how things worked here at Libris Talent, and as they disappeared through the door, Mr. Seraph looked out the front door as if expecting to see a gang of hoodlums skulking there. The afternoon sun was riding low, evening on its heels, and before he could step back inside, he thought he saw something as it slid into the alley near the drugstore on the corner. It was a gantry, something that slid along across the pavement as they headed back into the protection of the space. And as he blinked, he found he couldn't even be sure he'd seen it at all. He was just about to step inside when he heard it. It was like dead leaves across the concrete, and Mr. Seraph looked for the candy wrapper or the plastic bag that was being dragged by the wind. There was nothing, though, and as the sound persisted, and no source seemed to prevent itself, Mr. Seraph felt his teeth come together lightly in a rabbity way that he hated. He was spending too much time around the sheep. He was standing here with his teeth chattering and his spine tingling, like one of the lambs he so often fleeced. He wasn't like them, and the things they feared were not the things he feared. Then that chuckling came again, and Mr. Seraph felt himself shudder in fear. "Sir?" he gasped, spinning to find Natalie smiling placidly at him. "Sir, did you need me to do something? Hold the door for you, maybe?" Mr. Seraph came back in, shaking his head before smiling at the poor lost girl. "No, my dear. You go have a seat and answer the door or the phone if someone comes by. Take names and numbers and tell them we will get back with them soon. Understand?" "Of course, Mr. Seraph. You know I'm always here for you." She walked back to the desk like someone in a dream, and Mr. Seraph reached back and locked the door. Better safe than sorry. He came in towards the middle of the guy's story, and he liked what he heard as he took a seat. "So that's when I started writing for Walden Studios. Maybe you've heard of them." "Of course," Lucifer said. "They made that show that all the kids are goofy over right now. Towesey Home something or another. Towesey Review. But yeah, that one. I've been with them since the beginning, but it's starting to become kind of demanding. The scripts, the grueling writing room conferences, the constant back and forth, the meddling in the episodes, it's all just more than I can take. I'm ready to retire, leave the whole bloody thing behind, and I figured that a sudden bout of writing amnesia is the best way to manage it." Mr. Seraph nodded, but something didn't seem quite right. Why go out like this? Why not finish the show? Mr. Seraph didn't watch TV. Not much. If he was watching, it was usually because he was hoping to find someone on it he recognized, or someone who he might come to know very well. Despite not watching TV much, Mr. Seraph knew that this show was pretty big. It wasn't just popular, it was marketable. And this guy had to be making money hand over fist. That wasn't always as important to some people as it was to him. But many of them were willing to trade their mental health for it, just the same. In the end, the money always motivated them to defile themselves. So, why give it up if it's so lucrative? He asked, Lucifer raising an eyebrow at him as he did. If it keeps your bills paid, and you're good at what you do, then why get rid of it? The guy laughed, but it didn't sound like a friendly laugh. Geez, pal, do you want to buy my talent or not? Sounds like you're kind of picky. Oh, I buy a lot of talent, Mr. Walter, he said. Walter Caffrey. Well, Mr. Caffrey, we buy talent here, but sometimes people think they can trick us and sell us talent that's only going to benefit them and not us. I've gotten pretty good at spotting it, and I hate to say it, but your story doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You say you have a very lucrative talent, and I think you're telling me the truth, but there's something you aren't telling me too. Something important that's going to determine whether or not I want your talent. So why don't you go ahead and tell it while I'm still feeling charitable? Walter chewed this over, clearly not caring for the taste, but must have decided it might be time to extend a little trust. Okay, so things are going well. The bonuses are coming in on time, the network is happy, and on the surface it appears that everything is cherry. That, however, is just what we want the network to think. In reality, it's all barely held together. Julia, the woman who took over after Frank died, is pushing us too hard, and the new stuff, it isn't like the old stuff. The new stuff is too dark for a kid's show, too dark by half. She doesn't care, though. She wants it to hit the air. I don't even think it's because of the network anymore. I think something else is in her ear, but she won't talk about it. None of that matters to you, though. What matters to you is that I need to get away, while I still can get away. I need to get free of this while there's still a chance. Take my talent. I don't want it anymore. It isn't worth dying for. That's why I'm selling it, Mr. Seraph. I'm getting out of town before they... He paused and wiped his brow. Before the network and Julia get me and make me come back. Mr. Seraph didn't think that was all of it, but it was enough. This fellow was running from his responsibilities, from a toxic work environment, and ultimately trying to escape the scrabbling fingers of a contract. Mr. Seraph could get behind that, and if he was good enough to write for a major television network, then he probably had some substantial talent. Very well. That makes a lot more sense. Mr. Jones, take him to the extraction room and set him up with what he needs. Yes, sir, Lucifer said, opening the door and showing him out. Walter smiled, looking relieved for the first time since he'd come in. He was shaking hands and thanking both of them, saying it was an honor to work with them. He followed Lucifer out, and Mr. Seraph started writing up the necessary paperwork for the transaction. He could leave the total blank until they knew how much they were dealing with, but he figured it'd be worth at least 7 figures. The guy would have enough to escape the job that was holding him down, and they wouldn't pursue someone who could no longer write. It would be as close to a good deal as Mr. Seraph got in this business, and it was nice to help people sometimes, as long as he didn't make a habit of it. I still don't understand, Lucifer said, as they ate at the hibachi place up the road. Lucifer Jones had come to frequent the establishment, but Mr. Seraph just didn't see the appeal. Steak was steak, most of the time, and his young apprentice always swam the rice and veggies in this disgustingly sweet sauce that made him gag when he smelled it. Still, it was the boy's favorite, and Mr. Seraph liked to indulge him. Some would say it was because he liked having something like a friend, but the old devil would never admit to something so sentimental. What is there to understand, Mr. Jones? We buy talent, and the clients have been bringing it to us lately. Sure, it sometimes comes with strings, but what's the harm with being a little known for this sort of thing? Nothing, I suppose, Lucifer said as he chewed on his food. But why would a man trade his talent, a talent he could make a comfortable living with, for, what did we end up paying him? $3.5 million, Mr. Seraph said. A tidy sum, to be sure, but this guy probably could have made that writing for a successful show in the next 10 years. What's more, I don't think he needed the money, boss. He didn't argue. He didn't dicker. He just wanted the talent gone. I'm with you, sir, but it always feels weird when they do that. Mr. Seraph thought about it. Well, are you saying you've never been tempted to sell your talent? Absolutely not, Lucifer said, as he sat down the bowl and patted his stomach. My talent is a core part of who I am. I might as well sell you my eyes, my fingers, my tongue. I'd gladly do it before selling the thing that makes me special. Mr. Seraph smiled. When I first met you, would you have held that same opinion? Unfortunately, it was never about the money for me. I always liked being important, being powerful, being known. You couldn't give me that, not with $1 billion. Besides, the ability to keep making money, that's more important than just having money. Then you understand something most people do not, Mr. Seraph said as he paid the check. If I have the ability to keep making money, then it's more important than all the money I can ever acquire. The trouble is that some people are unimaginative. They see the need for money, but not how it can be gained. They see money as the source of their salvation, and in that case, they are correct. They would likely never have anything as valuable as the money I could give them, because they don't know how to use their talent. It's a kindness. I save them from the burden of expectation. Lucifer snorted as they headed back up the street to the office. I doubt many of them see it that way. It doesn't matter how they see it. The facts care very little about their feelings, and once it's gone, it's gone. As they walked, Mr. Seraph shuddered as he heard that creeping scuttering again. It had been following them since the transaction with Walter, though the loud restaurant had dulled it some. Now that they were back on the street, midnight more than an idea on the horizon, Mr. Seraph could hear it, clawing at them as they walked. The noise came out of the alleys, from the top of the buildings, from the doorways of deserted businesses, and from the throats of long, choked entryways. By day, the city was a vibrant place, full of opportunity. But by night, it became a grinning corpse, with a mouthful of old puke, and eyes writhing with maggots. Perhaps it's time to move our operation, he said, drawing a questioning look from Lucifer. Move? Why? This town is far from played out. There are clients and business potential and too many people who know my name and know where to find me. That's not exactly good for a man in my position. I've had a place in mind for a while, somewhere we would be a little harder to find, but I've been waiting for the right time to... He stopped when he came to the street that their business was on, and he saw the door to his shop had been pushed open hard enough to break the glass. What the hell? Lucifer said. but Mr. Seraph had put a hand out to stop him from running off. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Jones. Proceed with caution, and follow me." The two of them came into the dark waiting room and found Natalie waiting behind the desk. She was smiling, her eyes much too wide and staring, and as they approached her, she began to babble incoherently. "Mr. Seraph is away right now, but if you leave your name and number, he'll get back to you. Leave your name and number, name and number, name and back to you, you. As she babbled, something slid from the corner of her mouth, and when she began to shake, Mr. Seraph shook his head and led Lucifer into the building. "Shouldn't we—" he started, but the old devil shook his head. "There's no time. We need to see what exactly is broken in and what they're after. Most of our stock isn't something regular people know about or how to do anything with, so either it's a clueless crackhead or someone who knows what they're after." They left Natalie to her babbling and headed down the long hallway towards the offices beyond. The corridor was shadowy, the lights muted as they burned in their holders. The whole place seemed permeated by a thick layer of gloom, and as the two men made their way deeper into the cloying depths, amidst the fog there lived the same skittering laughter, the sound of something as it waited for the opportunity to pounce. "Maybe we should come back when it's light out," Lucifer said, hesitating as he came closer to the office door. "Why, you aren't scared, are you?" asked Mr. Seraph, noticing that the closer they got, the wider the crack in the door seemed to get. That dark edge was inviting somehow, the answer to an unasked mystery. Mr. Seraph crept towards it, pushing the door and letting it creak open with a funhouse squall of protest as he revealed the shadowy office beyond. Inside, someone was tossing aside the books on his shelf, scattering the leather-bound tomes left and right. Most of them were little more than showpieces, window dressing for a professional office, and it was pretty clear that the man who was turning his office into a pigsty was after something in particular. The man's suspenders were hanging down like strange tendons, and the back of his white shirt was extremely sweaty. As the muted light from the hall fell across the expansive bald spot on the back of his head, the man turned and revealed himself to be Walter, though probably not the same Walter who had come in earlier. "You got your money," Mr. Seraph said, smiling in the face of Walter's sweating visage, "and now you're hoping to get your talent back, too. Quite greedy, wouldn't you say, But that was when he noticed the familiar black trickle coming from Walter's mouth. The eyes that had been so full of fear were now huge round marbles full of ink. He was panting, his breath ragged and thready, and as the goo fell onto the ground, it made a little plop, plip, plop sound. Walter, despite panting, was smiling, and that smile looked painful. "Give it back," Walter gurgled, his voice barely audible. "What?" Mr. Seraph asked, reaching for the light switch and wincing when the snap provided nothing but a deafening pop. "Your talent? It isn't yours anymore, Walter. You sold it so you could make a clean getaway from whatever it is that's chasing you. Remember?" Walter took a step forward, and it took all of his confidence and certainty not to step away. "Wasn't his to give, demon," Walter said. Mr. Seraph realized that Walter was talking in the third person for some reason. "It was ours, and we want it back." "If you would like to buy it," Mr. Seraph began, but whatever was piloting Walter thrust its hand to the side, and pushed a small collection of knickknacks and things off his desk. They seemed to profane the quiet office as they fell to the ground, but Mr. Seraph gave no ground. This was his office, and he wouldn't quail before whatever this was. Buy! His works are mine! He is mine! Return his writing, and I will allow you to live! Mr. Seraph almost laughed. I don't much care about Walter, having only just met him. Not him, he said, pointing behind the old demon. Him! Mr. Seraph realized that Lucifer had been quite quiet through this whole exchange, and turned to find his partner, his friend, standing at a slight tilt as he grinned at his boss. He was far more comfortable than Mr. Seraph had ever seen him, and he was watching the dark liquid fall from his mouth. He was shaking, twin lines sliding from his eyes and draining into the creases of his mouth. He was weeping and shaking, and he didn't seem to be speaking. What have you done? Mr. Seraph asked, spinning to face Walter. What in the hell are you doing? Give me back what is mine, it said, chuckling a little as it shook. Give it back, and you can... But Mr. Seraph was done playing along. Walter's eyes went as wide as his mouth as Mr. Seraph took him by the throat, pinning him to the wall. He reached into that gaping maw and caught hold of something. He pulled back, the thing feeling like taffy, and as he drew it from the man, he saw that it was more like a ball of tar. It gripped at his fingers as he tore it out, and as it hit the floor, he watched it take form. It was the approximation of a human, its tarish skin looking darker than the night around him. It seemed to have no eyes, but its mouth was too full of these huge white teeth. It grinned eternally, quietly and wetly chuckling to itself, and Mr. Seraph breathed out harshly as it oozed towards him. What are you? We are the audience. We are the gallery. We are Legion. You cannot defeat us. It is pointless to try. In the end, we will always win. For a creature with no eyes, it was very expressive, as Mr. Seraph shed some of the glamour that hung around him. His long, powerful claws raked across the creature, and as it fell into black slop, Mr. Seraph sneered at the quivering bits. Legion. You claim to be a legion. Well, I know a little something about legions, and you lot are little more than shadows. Scurry away while you have the chance. You will find nothing here. He slashed again, but the little puddle of tar was already moving away from him. You cannot destroy us, devil. You have something we want, and we will not stop hounding you until we have it. You'll need to find another pet writer then, because I have paid for his talent, and now it belongs to me. Lucifer took a step, and Mr. Seraph realized it wasn't his first. He caught him by the shirt front, watching his smiling mouth open, and shoved his hand down it as he reached for the intruder. He drew it out, pulling out the sludge, but as he threw it as far from him as it would go, Mr. Seraph stepped into the hallway and closed the door, crumbling the knob in his hand as Lucifer coughed and hacked beside him. Mr. Seraph prepared to put a shoe down on the sludge as it came oozing from beneath the door, but it didn't. What the hell happened? Lucifer asked, coughing again as he looked around. I remember seeing the office, hearing the door open, and then... Have you left anything here that you can't do without? No, I don't think so. Why? Are we leaving? Yes, I think it's time we found a new hunting ground. This one has become dangerous. Lucifer nodded. I guess you're right. What the hell were those things? Later. Now, we have to go help Natalie and be on our way. But where are we going? Lucifer said, trying to keep pace with his boss. Where can we go? Somewhere that's a little harder to find. Somewhere we might find some help. Somewhere, he sighed, where I have family. I love hiking in the summertime. It's my favorite time of the year. And even though I know it's unadvisable, I like to go solo hiking. The quiet in the woods is intoxicating. Monday through Friday, as I'm sitting in my cubicle typing out useless spreadsheets, I'm thinking of how, come Friday afternoon, I'll be on my way into the woods for another weekend spent in nature. If not for my love of creature comforts, I'd probably have gone off the grid already. I was camping in one of my favorite places, a state park I won't name because they probably don't want the attention. When I walked past the ranger station on Friday, Ranger Donner laughed and called me by name. I'd wondered when I'd see you today. You know there's an opening for a park ranger if you're interested. He had made this offer many, many times before, and it always made me laugh. Thanks again, Ranger Donner, but they just don't pay you guys enough. Amen, brother, he laughed. Be careful out there. There have been some bear sightings recently. I told him I would, and soon enough I was immersed in the loving embrace of the North Georgia woods. This was Appalachian Trail country, and the woods were full of old things and old ways. Some people were scared of those things, but I'd never been at home more than in these old-growth trees. I had never been more at home than in these old-growth trees. If encountering bears wasn't such a hazard, I would likely have slept out under the stars while I was here. I spent my first night just hiking into the park, looking for a stream I had camped beside several times in the past. Sometimes I fished here, sometimes I just sat and listened to it run, but it was just about the most peaceful place I knew of. The old trees gathered here too, so I guess they liked the river as well, and you could look up at night and see the stars shining through them most any old night. I was always a little jealous of those trees. They got to sit here their whole lives and see those stars, but I was just a tourist. I made it there just as the sun was starting to yawn, and by the time my tent was set up and my fire was dressed, there was no time for fishing. I cooked up some of the food I had brought, hung up my hammock by the light of the dancing fire, and laid out so I could watch the stars. I was careful to put any tasty leftovers away so the bears wouldn't smell them, and put the fire out as my yawns got longer and longer. I slept in the hammock that night and woke up to the sounds of birds and the laughter of the river. It was a great way to start the day, in my humble opinion. I did fish that day, pulling out a couple of little fish and a pretty big trout that must have gotten lost. I cooked up the brim for lunch and figured I would save the trout for dinner, and as the day petered by in its slow way, I was sorry that these times ever had to end. I did some chores, got everything ready for nighttime, and as I cooked the trout and read the Grisham novel I'd brought, I thought I saw something coming together a little further down. It could have been other campers, I suppose, but it sounded like kids. It was never anything consistent, a loud laugh here or the sound of a hammer driving in a stake there, but it kept drawing my attention away from my book and back to the woods. I was nowhere near a campground, the place where people with kids like to camp, and I couldn't see anybody coming in this deep on a Saturday if they knew they were going to have to go home on Monday. Maybe I thought it was someone who was taking a week-long trip, but that was crazy too. Why not camp at one of the regular campsites? They had all the amenities and none of the usual worry about bears lumbering in or accidentally wiping with poison oak. Well, I countered, because they, like you, want to rough it in the wilderness and feel like real pioneers. The more I picked up the sounds of kids, and the more it started to sound like more than one or two, the less likely that seemed. It was edging towards real dark, my trout little more than bones now, when something sprang up all at once and made me whip my head around like I thought the woods were on fire. It was a fire, all right, but it wasn't a forest fire. About 80 feet to my left, and having sprung up like an elven fire in a Tolkien story, was a campfire. The sounds of children, hazy and ghostly before, had coalesced into something more normal now. They were singing campfire songs, and I lifted my nose a little as the smell hit me. Roasting hot dogs, it smelled like. My own fire was low, a going-out fire, and it was almost too dark to read my book. I'd just about decided to put it out and go to bed when I heard rustling coming my way and perked up. It was making a beeline for my campsite, and it wasn't making any efforts to be quiet. Could be a bear, I thought, or a raccoon who was too full from the scout's cooler to give my offerings much of a sniff. It came closer, slowly making its way to my campsite, its path wobbling a little as it came, but when it stopped about 10 feet away from me, I felt my breath catch in my throat. Was it watching me? You sometimes heard stories about skinwalkers or wendigos or other weird stuff out here, but I'd never put any stock into it. Now, however, as I sat out here and listened to something getting closer and closer to my camp, I thought they might be onto something. Then I heard a weird raking sound and the unmistakable sound of someone pissing. I looked a little closer, the murky post-sunset light making it hard, and saw a kid in a scout uniform relieving himself on a tree not too far from my camp. He zipped up after he finished, but as he turned to go, he must have seen me, and I saw him start a little. He looked like he might be embarrassed, but he recovered quickly, smiling and lifting a hand to wave. "Geez, sorry, mister. I didn't mean to pee in your campsite. I didn't know anyone else was out here but us." "That's all right," I said. "No harm, no foul." I was getting up to put my book away and climb into my tent for the night. It was going to be a little loud for stargazing, when the kid asked me if I wanted to come and have a hot dog or something. "We've got tons, and I don't think Scoutmaster Dan would mind." I laughed. "No offense, kid, but I doubt your Scoutmaster wants you bringing in random hikers for your wiener roasts." "Oh, he won't mind. We usually invite people to our fire. You can come if you want, but I understand if you don't." I thought about turning him down, but something made me want to go. Maybe it was just the weirdness of finding a scout troop in the woods, but I kind of wanted to go and meet this scoutmaster and find out what they were doing this far out. Curiosity, it seemed, was something I had a little too much of these days. So I agreed, and when I got up on the kid, I could see that he was freckled and ginger-haired. A really bad combo in the scouts for a kid who probably had to use SPF 5000 if he was in the sun. He was dressed in a familiar uniform, though he had a number 45 on his sleeve. I had been a part of Troop 41, but I had never heard of Troop 45 before. Maybe they were new, I thought, and followed the kid back to his campfire. I found 9 other scouts sitting around a roaring blaze with the scoutmaster at the head. He was playing a guitar and singing something I remembered from my own days in the Scouts, and when he saw me, his face filled with none of the usual mistrust that an adult would usually have when a stranger wandered into their campsite. He smiled at me, his grin looking predatory in the light, and finished the song before waving us over. "Gabe, who did you find in the woods?" he asked. "He's camping not far from here," the kid, Gabe, said. "I figured he might want a hot dog or something." Sure, the scoutmaster said. "Have a seat. We got dogs for everyone." He turned to a cooler behind him and pulled out a hot dog and a long skewer so I could cook it. I thanked him, introducing myself and saying I hoped this wasn't any trouble. The guy just waved a hand at me, his smile never slipping. No trouble at all. Hope you're not scared off by spooky stories. because as soon as the hot chocolate is done, we're having a story before bedtime." I hadn't noticed the big kettle hanging from the hook over the fire till then. It hissed periodically as some of the hot chocolate fell onto the fire, and I watched as I sat down next to Gabe and another kid and cooked my hot dog. "Scoutmaster Dan tells the best stories," Gabe said, putting another hot dog onto his stick and roasting it. I relaxed a little, feeling at ease in a way I hadn't since I'd been in the Scouts myself. I was at home in the woods, but there was something soothing about sitting amongst your fellow Scouts and roasting hot dogs over an open fire. It was something I hadn't done since I was 14, and as my hot dog cooked, I glanced at the kid next to me and asked what his name was. The kid didn't say anything, and the longer the silence went on, the more awkward it felt. The kid's silence was preternaturally heavy, and as I glanced away, it felt like he had drawn me into some gravitational pull. "Don't mind Edwin," Gabe said, through a mouthful of hot dog. "He's kinda weird." Scoutmaster Dan started passing out hot chocolate then, taking it down and pouring it into those insulated paper cups. He grinned that odd grin as he handed it to me. He passed one to Edwin, a little harder than he should have, and I expected the kid to yelp as some of it dripped over onto his hand. Instead, he just nodded at the Scoutmaster as he went around to hand out the rest of them. "Well then," Dan said, as he came back to the head of the fire, "let's all give a toast to this year's campout and to the start of spooky stories. Huzzah!" he said, and drank. It must have been scalding, but the kids drank too and finished their cups in one pull. I made to drink mine as well. The hot chocolate smelled great, but I looked down to see that Edwin had put a hand over my cup. He shook his head at me and gave me this weird look as he quickly traded cups with me and drank mine too. Dan's cup must have been fuller than everyone else's because he was the first to start and the last to finish drinking. Boy, that hits the spot, right, kids? Now for tonight's story. Let's tell the old classic about the crazed Scoutmaster. Most of them oohed appreciatively, and as Dan stood over the fire, the shadows turned his face into a ghastly, grinning mask. Once, there was a Scoutmaster who took his troop out for a summer camp out. He brought them to the woods, he fed them, he sang for them, and then it came time for the stories and the customary hot chocolate. One of the kids coughed, but I barely noticed as Dan started the story. He passed the hot chocolate around, and they all drank deeply, and as the warmth washed over them, he began his tale. Another kid coughed, really hacking it up, and I guessed that was understandable if he'd quaffed the whole mug of hot chocolate in one go. Little did the Scouts know that their Scoutmaster had gone a little bit cuckoo. You see, the Scoutmaster's wife had left him. He was living on a friend's couch, and his car was being towed from the school parking lot, even as he sat in the woods. The Scoutmaster's life was over, some would say, but he didn't want it to end alone. So he had put something in the drinks, something that would ensure he had company on the other side. More of the kids were coughing now, and I turned as one of them let out a jet of vomit and fell over. What the hell? Was something going on here? Most of the kids were listening to the story, and even the ones who were coughing or throwing up were looking at the Scoutmaster with rapt attention. I wanted to do something to help them, but yet again, Edwin, the silent kid, put a hand over mine and shook his head. So he told them what he had done. Their Scoutmaster told them the scariest story of all, the story of their own death. He was looking at me now, seeming surprised that I wasn't coughing, but not overly so. They cried and wept. They begged him to say it wasn't true, but it was too late by then. Some of them had already begun to get sick, and as they all died, so too did the crazy scoutmaster. Now the shadows cast by the fire seemed more like they were revealing him than masking him. Scoutmaster Dan had thick purple bags under his eyes, and his throat was swollen like he'd been hung. His skin was ragged and pale, and as he grinned at me, I saw a roach crawl from his mouth and scuttle over his neck. "That should have been the end of the story," he said, his voice growing raspy. "But every year, the scouts come back for one last jamboree. They cook hot dogs, they sing songs, and they drink their hot chocolate and die all over again. Sometimes they find other people to come with them, and the crazy scoutmaster finds more victims for his troop." I caught something from the corner of my eye, and when I turned to look, I could see others gathering around the edge of the circle. Drifters, hikers, and even a couple of park rangers were standing there, all looking ghostly and all staring darkly into the void. I turned back and jumped. Scoutmaster Dan was right in my face, his terrible grin more skeletal than ever. "It looks like Edwin has stopped me from adding another new friend to our circle. That's okay, though. There's always more, and there will always be more poor, lost souls to add to our troop." His mouth opened much too wide then, and as his skin split and his body fell to dust, I turned to Edwin and mouthed a quick thank you. He opened his mouth to speak, but only bugs came out, and as he too fell into dust, I must have passed out or something. I woke up and prayed that it had all been a dream I'd had in my hammock, but I was still by the remains of the scouts' campfire, and the old and faded cup was sitting on the ground by my feet. I packed up and made my way out of the woods as quickly as possible. I decided I had camped enough this weekend, maybe for several weekends, and as I came back to the ranger station, Ranger Donner hailed me. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, har, because he called me again and came running up to ask if everything was okay. Before I could stop myself, I asked him if he knew anything about Boy Scout Troop 45, and he went pale. "Yeah, that's a little bit of local legend, that. Scoutmaster took his troop on a weekend hike and poisoned them. He used some kind of herbs or something, and kids stopped breathing and just kind of went out. That was in," he thought about it, "75 or 76, they tell me. Why? Did you find something out there, an old tent or something?" I told him I hadn't. I was still just curious about it, but I don't think he believed me. Sometimes people report weird things out in the woods about this time of year. They say they can hear campfire songs or smell hot dogs and hot chocolate cooking. Sometimes they also say they see people. Sometimes people go missing. I'm glad you weren't one of them, kid. I think I might give it some time before I go back to the woods. Some time and maybe a change of campgrounds. I don't want to find myself anywhere close to that particular fire again. It was supposed to be my last year in the Scouts, but it would turn out to be my last year, for more reasons than just age. I had been in the Boy Scouts since I was 6. My parents thought I needed exercise, and they had been right. I was starting my career as a human couch potato early, and I'd come home from daycare and fall into the cushions as I watched cartoons by the fistful. I had started recording some of my favorites on the TiVo for later consumption by the time I was 5, and that was the summer my dad decided to make a change. My birthday is in June, and just after I turned 6, he took me down to the YMCA and signed me up for Boy Scouts. I wasn't terribly happy about it. I wanted to watch cartoons and kill time until I had to start school, but Dad insisted that it would be a lot of fun. You'll make friends and learn new skills, and you'll be part of something that you'll remember for the rest of your life. So I went along with it and agreed to try it out. I started at the bottom, scout, and after a few meetings of less than enthusiastic participation, I made a friend. Jacob was in the same boat I was. His dad wanted him to get off the couch and out into the woods, and he was clearly phoning it in as well. He had the idea that we could sit next to each other, and maybe they wouldn't notice if we were just kind of getting by. So we did, and we started talking, and before long we were both having fun. Our knots got better, our crafts got less messy, and after a year and a half, which flew by, we advanced to tenderfoot. We were both pretty surprised, but the scoutmaster told us how much improvement we'd made, and we both realized that we not only liked scouts, but we liked being part of scouts. We were working on our advancement to second-class scout when a new kid joined, a kid who would make our duo a triple threat. Nick was already a second-class scout, but he'd come from a different troop, and the scoutmaster told him to take a seat at our table. Soon we were talking and laughing and having a blast in that way that kids with a new friend sometimes do. The three of us took second in the Pinewood Derby that year. Nick drove and we crewed, and our rocket went the highest at the science showcase. My couch potato days were well behind me now, and Dad said he couldn't be prouder of me. It was the summer of my 15th birthday, and I was looking forward to going to high school. It was bittersweet, too, because I had told my scoutmaster that I'd be hanging up my uniform in the fall. By that point, Nick, Jacob, and I were all that was left of the original troop, and we were helping him with the younger scouts. All three of us were Life Scouts, and I was a little bummed that I'd never make it to Eagle Scout. I didn't have to stop going. They let you stay until you're 18, but I felt that it was time. I was going to start working a part-time job soon, and to be honest, I was afraid of getting made fun of for still being in the Boy Scouts. I know that sounds a little shallow, but most of the people I knew who had done Scouts had gotten out at 12, and I was starting to feel like I was a little too old for the uniform. Jacob said that he would probably hang it up too, but Nick said he was going to make Eagle before he left. That was the other thing I was conflicted about. Jacob and I were going to the same high school, but Nick's family sent him to a private Christian academy, so Scouts were the only time we really got to see him. He said that he would stay in touch, but I think all three of us knew that it would likely be our last summer together. We were all looking forward to the campout in Mineral Hill State Park, and as we rode up there on one of the big yellow buses that Scoutmaster Mark always rented for the trip, we were surrounded by the sounds of laughing, yelling kids who were looking forward to a weekend in the woods. "You bring any snacks?" Jacob asked. The three of us squeezed in the back seat. "You know it," I told him, opening my backpack to show him the collection of chips and sodas that I had brought. "Nick, what about you?" Jacob asked. Nick grinned. "Oh, I got snacks, but I brought the good stuff, too." "You mean," Jacob asked, but Nick shushed him, saying later when he tried to whisper it. Mineral Hill State Park was a place where we had gone for campouts for years. It was a well-maintained park, something they had cultivated back in the 80s when the land had been used as a mine or something, and there were lots of bathrooms and trails and a swimming hole with a rope to swing off. It was a great place, a place that played quite often in my memories, and after that weekend, in more than a few of my nightmares. The park had legends of its own, of course. There were open mine shafts on the property, and you had to be careful not to fall into them. There were supposed to be some kind of government testing site there in the 50s, but the facility had since closed. It had something to do with animal testing, but no one was really sure about it. There were ghost stories of spectral miners and noises heard in the woods at night, but they were just stories, tales cooked up for campfire stuff. I'd been coming here for years, and I'd never seen anything weirder than a bear or a couple of possums that got into our tent. The park was safe. That's why our parents weren't afraid to let us go there. Safe as a park could be, they would have said. We got there before lunch and started setting up camp. Some of the kids were working on badges for pitching tents and making fires, so they were working on that as we unpacked the bus and set up cook fires in the first aid tent. All three of us had first aid training, and Nick and I were even CPR certified. We had little doubt that we could tend to the scrapes and boo-boos that this bunch would get. And as we got our three-man tent set up, Jacob asked Nick if he could see what he'd brought. Nick opened his bag and held out the last thing that either of us would have expected, a map. "I'm sure it's a great map and all," Jacob said, clearly less than impressed, "but I thought maybe you would have swiped one or two of your older brother's magazines or something." "Priorities, Jake," Nick said as he rolled his eyes. "I got this from my dad's friend who does survey work. I told him I'm doing a report on the park and how it used to be, and he said he had some old maps. I swiped this one. Hopefully he doesn't miss it, but do you see anything interesting?" I looked over it, Jacob giving it a perfunctory look as he munched potato chips, and thought I saw what Nick was talking about. "You're talking about that," I said, pointing to the square on the map about 2 miles from the campground. Nick smiled. "Yes, indeed," he said with a wicked grin. "That, gentleman, is the Orville site, a government testing facility that was built in the 1920s and closed in 1971. The info on what they did there is a little hazy, but it had something to do with animals and their uses during the Cold War." "And you just, what?" Jacob said. "Wrung all of this out of some poor government official in your off time?" Nick rolled his eyes. "No, stupid, I use the internet. You should try it sometime. Like I said, the info is hazy, but I bet the facility is still there. We should go check it out. I bet it's really cool." "Oh, sure," I said, flopping onto my sleeping bag and grabbing a bag of chips for myself, "'cause Scoutmaster Mark is absolutely going to let the three of us blunder off into the woods in the middle of the night." "Already got that covered," Nick said with a grin as he pulled out his badge book. "There's a badge for spotting indigenous night birds, one of the badges I need to be considered for an Eagle Scout. We're going to go out and spot a few birds, just to cover our tracks. Then we're going to make our way here so we can do a little exploring." "Yeah, that sounds fun and all," Jacob said, "but I think I'll pass." "What, you scared?" Nick asked, clearly trying to goad him a little. "No, but the idea of getting arrested for being caught in a government facility and having to explain to my parents how I got there doesn't sound like a lot of fun." Nick made a rude noise. "This place was abandoned years ago, Jake. Come on. It's our last scout camp out. Let's do something really fun. What do you say?" I shrugged. "I'm in, I guess. It does sound like fun. And if the lights are on, we can always leave the way we came." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Fine, I guess I'll go too. Worst I can get is tetanus or exposed to Agent Orange, I guess." We decided that we'd go Saturday night, just so it didn't look like we were too eager. Nick spotted some birds that night, just to cover our tracks, and we helped the kids roast marshmallows and hot dogs and sing along to Scoutmaster Mark's terrible guitar playing. There was no spooky stories the first night. Ghost stories were always for the second and third night for some reason, and as we settled in for bed, we were all excited about what we might find the next day. The next day was full of hiking and badge work for the kiddos. Bobby got his animal spotting badge. Chris got his first aid badge when Terry slipped and cut his knee, and they all got their badge for hiking more than a mile, if they didn't already have it. We swam in the lake, we pointed out some edible berries, and all in all, we had a good day. I had almost forgotten about the plan until Nick turned to Scoutmaster Mark and reminded him of it over dinner. Scoutmaster Mark seemed hesitant. We were his responsibility, after all, but Nick assured him that we'd be safe. "We'll be back before midnight. Scout's honor," he said, all of us knowing that Scoutmaster Mark would be out cold after 9, and a herd of buffalo wouldn't wake him up until sunrise. So, after getting the little kids settled and saying goodbye to our scoutmaster, the three of us set off into the dark woods. It was 9. The sun had been down for about half an hour, and the night bugs and the evening wildlife were in full swing. We walked through a performance of every mating call and wild cry you can imagine, and when we came to the fork that would usually take us to the swimming hole, Nick took us into the woods instead. "Okay," he said, holding up the map and shining his light on it. "About a mile this way, and we should hit the perimeter." "Look," Jacob said, "if this is a joke or something, go ahead and let me know. There's no way any of this is real. This is a scary story that someone made up to freak out kids. If there was a government facility out there, someone would know. We would have seen it. We've hiked all over this." But Nick stopped as he pointed to something up ahead in the trees. "Explain that then, Jake," Nick said, pointing to a rusty barbed wire fence with government property, no trespassing, hung from it. Jacob looked at it like he was seeing a mirage. That could just be an old sign." We all hopped the barbed wire fence and proceeded on, Jacob's protest getting stuck on the barbs, I suppose. The woods were unnaturally quiet out here, the leaves scuttering in the wind, the only sound beyond the distant sound of wildlife. There were no birds out here, no insects, and that should have been our first indication that something was wrong. Scouts had taught us that silence in the forest was abnormal, and if you couldn't hear animals, then they had probably gone somewhere else, and you should too. We were all curious about this place that Nick had found, and as we came out of the woods and found ourselves at the edge of a broken concrete road, it only made us want to find this place more. A half hour later, we saw a security hut, but it was dark and unmanned. The glass was starred, cracks running through it, and the interior was full of dust motes. No one except mice and roaches had been there for years, and we followed the road until we came to a concrete building set into the side of the mountain that rose beside the spring. If you hadn't been looking for it, anyone could have missed the place. It was squat and set into the side of the mountain in such a way as to be nearly undetectable. It was dark, of course, and by the number of abandoned jeeps and trucks in the front, it was pretty clear that no one had been here for a long time. There was no sign to tell us its purpose, only a plaque that read Orville site. "The stories say they tested things on animals in there," Nick said. "You think they were making bombs into dogs, or like animals that would attack on command?" "I don't know," I whispered. "And I don't care," Jacob said, a shudder creeping into his voice. "Let's get out of here. This place is spooky." "Aw, come on," Nick said. "It'd be a shame to leave now. We haven't even seen the inside yet." "Nuts to that," Jacob said. "Come on, we found it. We saw it. Now let's go. I got a funny feeling about this place. Something doesn't sit right here." Nick opened his mouth, probably to tell Jacob not to be a baby, when a sound cut through the preternatural silence like nails on glass. Nick looked to the left of the main entrance, now shuttered by a rolling door, and saw a single door with the word maintenance on it. Something was scratching at it, and at the end of each 5-second scratching session, it would make a weird keening noise, like a dog that wants to be let out. We all stared at it, not quite believing what we were hearing. But when Nick started walking towards it, I begged him not to go. "Sounds like someone's dog stuck in there," Nick said, sounding put out with us. "Clearly nothing they were working on is here, so it's probably someone's lost dog." "Well, let them worry about that," Jacob said. "Please, Nicky, don't open the door." Nick made a dismissive sound and went to look at the door. It was padlocked shut, but a couple of hard slaps with a rock took care of that. Nick opened the door, but no dog was on the other side. He made a clicking noise at it, coaxing it out, and that was when something big and gray jumped on him. It may have once been a dog, but what came out now was all bones and graying skin and piercing red eyes. Jacob and I ran. We couldn't help it. We We hadn't been afraid of monsters for about 3 to 4 years now, but when a monster presents itself to you, you remember how easy it is to run. Nick was screaming, his voice cutting through the silence around the facility, and every step away from him was like knives ripping at my skin. He was screaming for help. He was screaming for his father, but I'd heard something else. Something that lived below the scream like bugs in the underbrush. It was the clittery sound of claws on the pavement. There were more of them. "Climb," I told Jacob, the two of us making for the tree line. We came off the concrete and into the grass, running for the first big gnarled oak we could find. I was the better climber, and I was up the tree in a matter of seconds. Jacob was trying, but he just couldn't get a good grip. He was sliding down as often as he was going up, and I put a hand down to catch hold of him. "Take my hand," I yelled, reaching down to get him. Jacob lunged, and our fingers laced as I started to pull him up. I nearly had him high enough to grab the lowest limb when one of those bone dog things jumped and grabbed his ankle. I tried to hold him, I really did, but his sweaty hand slipped off mine, and when he fell, I heard the pack bury his cries under them. I wanted to help him, but there was nothing I could do. One of those things had gotten Nick. It would tear me to pieces. I held the limb and hid my face, not moving until they finally quieted and stopped savaging Jacob. I glanced down, but he was gone. I looked down, but they were not. There were 6 of them, all of them looking up at me with real interest. Their stubs of tails were wagging like maniac metronomes, and I felt myself shaking as those red eyes stared at me. I thought about climbing higher so maybe they'd forget about me, but if I fell in my fear, then I'd be done for. Instead, I climbed high enough to put my back into a dip in the trunk and got as secure as I could. I don't know how long I sat there, but I must have dozed. I woke up with the midday sun on me and not a skeleton dog to be seen. I looked down hesitantly, not wanting to take any chances, but they were gone. I didn't know if the sun bothered them or if they had gotten bored, but I didn't waste time. I started sprinting for the campsite. I wanted to tell an adult, something I had thought I almost was last night. I wanted to tell them about Nick and Jacob and all those dangerous mutants that would be roaming around now. I needed to tell someone. I needed to tell them before it was too late. It turned out it was already too late. The park rangers and the police were there when I got to the campsite, and they were very happy to see me. Happy wasn't exactly the word. They were curious to know where I had gone, and glad to have a witness. They told me the entire scout troop had been killed. It looked like a pack of wild dogs had gotten them, and parts of them had been scattered everywhere. As far as they knew, I was the only survivor. When I told them about the Orville site, one of the cops raised an eyebrow. "You saw it?" he asked, looking at me like he couldn't believe it. And when I told him I had, and what had come out, he walked off to make some phone calls. A helicopter came down as the police were taking me home, and I saw guys with guns and camo hopping out to talk with the police. I read a story not long after about how there had been a dangerous explosion in the park, and it would be closed until further notice while they made the area safe again. That was 30 years ago, back in 1994. I haven't been camping or hiking since. I haven't been anywhere near Mineral Hills since then. I have no intention of ever going back. I can't even sleep with the windows open without having a panic attack. So if you happen to be camping in the vicinity of Mineral Hills, listen for the silence. There may be more than coyotes in those woods. The conversation around the breakfast table was less than lively. It looked like no one had slept well. Everyone was worried about the upcoming midterms, And now that what they had feared was before them, it appeared their appetites were failing as well. They all had plates stacked high with bacon and eggs and other food that might give them the energy to make it through the trials today. But now it appeared that all of them were left pushing the slop around listlessly. Their eyes kept jumping to the clock, none of them really wanting to hear the tone that would bring them to their fate. "Well," Dex said, as he pushed his tray away, "good luck, everybody. I hope you don't need it. I hope these damn midterms are just overblown, like most of the tests the adults tell us to prepare for." "If this is how we feel before midterms," Dunstan said, "I wonder what the finals are going to be like." Some of them laughed, but most of them just sat silently. Rebecca was trying to convince herself that it had just been a dream, but she was failing horribly. It was hard to convince herself that what she had seen was just a figment of her imagination. This was real life. Things like that only happened in movies or TV shows. Her mind was at odds with itself as she tried to convince it that there had been no monster in the tunnel beneath the schools, but an equally as insidious voice instructed her that it had all been real, and she should be very afraid. "Are you okay, Rebecca?" Masha asked, and the girl jumped a little as she looked around. "Sure, why wouldn't I be? You just look a little off, not quite yourself." Masha didn't want to say that she was picking up some of what Rebecca was feeling. She got the feeling that people didn't much like that. It made them feel like they were being spied on. She could catch glimpses of a monster or a big bug or something, and she wondered if this had been the subject of Rebecca's dream. She couldn't blame her for waking up screaming if she had dreamed something like that. She probably would have woke up too. It seemed to go deeper than that, though. Rebecca was afraid of something else, some hidden knowledge that she didn't want to share just yet, and Masha supposed that she could tell them when the time was right. Gerald didn't say anything. He ate his breakfast and took another sidelong glance at his friend. There was a similar duality going on with her, as had happened with the door, and now Rebecca had both a red and a blue string attached to her. It was odd that this should happen within a few days of each other, but he knew it to be significant in some way. When the bell rang, it almost felt like a reprieve from the table at large. "Well," Dex said, "I guess there's no putting it off any longer. Hopefully I'll see all of you at lunchtime. Hopefully you won't look like you've just gone 10 rounds with Rocky either," Dunstan said, and that got a genuine laugh out of all of them. They all headed off to whatever fate had in store for them, unaware that each would be changed in a different way when they returned. "All right, huddle up, red bands." Cutter called them in after some stretches, and his grin was absolutely predatory. "I'm sure you've all wondered what the midterms will consist of. Well, wonder no more, kids. Today's midterm will be pitched combat. This will not be pass or fail. It's simply a test of how your powers have grown. This will not be to the death," he said, eyes landing on Dick as he said it, "but death, if it occurs, will not disqualify you." Everyone made some noise to the affirmative, and Cutter seemed pleased. "So, I'm sure that some of you have noticed there aren't enough of us to pair off evenly. Well, you'll be helping the black band class with their midterm, since their only student will be sparring with us. Corsair, bring him in." Corsair, a man that Dex had only ever seen in passing, led in a fellow who he didn't think he'd ever spoken to, despite the fact that he slept 2 bunks down from him. He was unremarkable, his features completely generic, and his face was free of anything like scars or wear marks. The most outlandish thing about him was his shaved head, and he was dressed in a black uniform similar to their red ones. He looked at them in that way kids sometimes look at thrift store toys. He looked at them like he thought They might be fun, but were something he would ultimately break. "This," Cutter said, "is Lionel. He'll be sparring with you today. Do not underestimate him, or you could be in for a very painful evening." Dick snickered, and when Cutter looked at him, there was no mirth in the older man's eyes. "Something funny, Dick?" "Well, yeah, this is a joke, right? I mean, we've been training in the gym for weeks, and this kid looks like he weighs about as much as one of my dumbbells. There's no way he's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with us." Cutter grinned, and it did not look healthy. "Lionel might surprise you, and since you're so cocky about it, why don't you spar with him? It might teach you something that you can't find on the obstacle course or the mat." Dick laughed and cracked his knuckles. "Sure, let's see what the pipsqueak's got." Dick was taking off his sweats, so he didn't hear when Corsair spoke to the young man in the black uniform. "We're not playing for blood, Lionel. Just knock the kid out and don't hurt him." The boy nodded, but Dex was suddenly very glad he wasn't the one who had stepped up first. Lionel may look unassuming, but there was something about him. Dex didn't trust him. He'd seen kids like that on the street, the ones that would rather hurt people than survive. Lionel looked like he was going to be anything but a pushover, and Dex felt like that might be just what Dick needed to bring him down a peg or two. The two stepped onto the mat together, and Dick laughed again when Lionel bowed to him. Dick did not give him the same courtesy, and just as the kid's head came up, Dick hit him with an energy blast that sent him skittering across the mat. Lionel tumbled backwards, landing on the flat of his back, and he lay there for a moment, as if soaking it in. "Stay down, kid," Dick hissed at him. "I don't have any beef with you, but I will hurt you if you decide to keep going." When he got up, Dick was a little less jovial than he had been. Lionel brought his hands together with a loud pop, and they all jumped as a shockwave sent Dick falling backwards onto his rear. Dex was startled. The kid had used something very similar to Dick's own power set. Not only that, he'd used it better. His shockwave was a little more targeted and a lot less sloppy. Dick glowered at Cutter as he got up, confusion and anger at war with each other. "Just what the hell is this? The kid has the same power set I do? Why isn't he in this class already, then?" "Lionel doesn't have the same power that you do," Cutter corrected him. "Lionel is a black band. Black bands have quite a few powers on file, but this one is mimicry. Lionel can copy whatever powers are working around him. If we took him into the blue band room, he'd probably be able to touch things and figure out what they do, or interpret dreams, or see the future, or some shit like that. If we took him into the green band room, he'd be able to invade people's minds. He's in the red band room, so as soon as you attack him with whatever you have, he uses your meathead powers against you." Dick looked at the kid with a little more respect this time. "So the trick is to knock him out with one shot before he can get your powers. Message received." Dick ran to the left of him, Lionel following him as he spun in a slow circle. Dick shot another one of those power blasts at the kid, but Lionel was ready. He brought his hands together again, and when their powers met, it caused a shockwave that sent everybody falling to the floor. It was like being at the epicenter of a thunder crack, and Dex reached up to see if his ears were bleeding once he finally got back on his feet. It had knocked them all down, and Cutter was holding onto one of the weight racks like he wasn't feeling real steady either. Dick kept circling the kid, throwing out smaller attack waves, which Lionel countered with his own strange hand clapping. He looked like some 2-bit villain on a Saturday morning cartoon show, but Dex could tell that Dick was getting frustrated with all of this. He threw out a massive wave of energy, the sweat standing out on his forehead as he started scraping the bottom of the tank. But instead of countering it, like he had done before, Lionel ducked and let it pass over him harmlessly. In response, he brought his hands together and hit Dick in the midriff with a large bolt of power. Dick fell to the ground, writhing as he held his guts. and as the others gathered around him, they saw him pull his workout shirt up to reveal a large purple bruise. "I'm dying," Dick grunted, rolling on the ground and clutching at his bruised stomach. "You ain't dying, kid," Cutter said, helping him to his feet. "You just got an abject lesson in humility. Go to the nurse and get that checked out, but come back after she tells you it's just a bruise." Dick got to his feet, with some help, and limped off towards the common area. Dex doubted he would be back, and as Wade approached the mat, Dex wondered if he might have company in the nurse's office. The kid, Lionel, shuddered when Dick left the sparring area, and Dex supposed the black band had a range. That was probably good for him, otherwise he'd pick up so many powers just eating lunch that he'd probably go crazy. That'd be the first thing when you were teaching someone like this. If you didn't teach them how to turn it off, or at least how to muffle it, then your charge would probably burn out pretty quick. "Very well then, Wade," Cutter said. "Let's see if you can bring some glory back to the Red Band group." Wade grinned. "I think I get it," he mumbled, and his first strike came in hard and high. It was a good plan. Dick had just been a little too late to make good on it. Dex had thought that taking him out before he could use your powers was probably the best way to go, but as Wade slapped him in the head with what was probably the equivalent of a closed fist, Lionel turned and grinned back at him. Wade looked worried, but as long as he could keep ahead of him, he'd still make it out all right. Wade was no slouch, and as Lionel tossed his energy back at him, Wade kept dodging and moving. He tossed some of his own back at him, but as the leftover energy brushed past Dex and the others, it was pretty clear that Lionel had a heavier hand. Wade went down low as Lionel threw another bolt his way, and Dex could see his teeth chattering as it pushed the bridge of his nose back. "I don't know how I'm going to fight this guy," Ryan said to Dex, and he put a hand on his shoulder. "Carefully, that's how," Dex answered back. "Yeah, I'm not sure I want him scrambling my eggs if he got a hold of my juice." Dex shook his head. "I'm more worried about you hurting him, honestly." Ryan looked at him with surprise. "Me? Hurt him? I don't know if you've missed it," he said, as Wade took a direct hit to the chest, "but this guy's creamed one of our best and is making Wade work for every step. I don't think I have much of a chance here." "Not so," Dex said, nodding at Lionel as he sent another bolt of energy into the side of Wade's head. Dick was right, but he was also slow. If you can drop him with the first hit, then he can't even use your power. That being said, if you shut him down too hard, you could kill him. As Wade stumbled and then fell on the mat, Dex and Ryan stood in silence. "Good try, Wade. You did better than Dick, and that's saying something. You need the nurse?" Wade got up, stumbling like a punch-drunk fighter. Nah, I'm okay." He weaved back to the edge of the mat and dropped onto his backside. He was staring at the ceiling as Cece walked into the ring with a big grin on her face. "Have you done it before?" Ryan asked, the two of them watching Cece as she took her stance and lunged. Cece had gotten a lot better since her first week. She had been playing around with the scope of her powers and discovered a kind of switch that she could use to change the dimensions of her force. She had also gotten a hell of a lot stronger and more agile, and when she jumped over Lionel, a solid 8-foot leap into the air, even Cutter let out a whistle. She turned her jump into a flip, and as she came over the top of him, she fired her considerable power into Lionel's face, the boy having spun to meet her. Cece had begun using her force like a wall, making stopping points wherever she threw them up. She threw it up just in front of him now, and he slammed into it as he made to sprint after her. Dex winced as the kid's nose trailed blood, and he popped up and dove to the side as she threw another one in the direction that she had expected him to go. "Me? No. Well, almost once. Gang fights, Ryan. It's just the nature of the business. The weird boys had to throw down a few times, but our strangeness kind of spooked a lot of them. We don't have guns, we don't sell drugs, but we continue to thrive. A lot of them don't get it, and it makes them nervous. One of them, Traxler, decided he wanted to tangle with us. He didn't take us seriously. That much was obvious, but when he pointed a gun at Smoke, I must have snapped. I hit him hard enough to knock him unconscious. It was one of the biggest ones I'd ever done at the time. I just stood over him, ready to let fly again, but Wizard stopped me. He said it wasn't worth it, that I'd proven my power, and killing this guy would only cheapen it. We left, and the gang stopped bothering us. Sometimes it's what you're willing to do to make the difference, not who you're willing to kill. Ryan watched as Cece tripped Lionel and caught her own blast in the face when he rolled over. I don't think just wounding is going to be enough this time, Ryan said. And before Dex could respond, it was his turn. Good effort, Cece. Dexter, come show these guys how it's done. Dex patted the smaller boy on the shoulder, hoping the message would be understood, and stepped into the ring. He didn't try to knock him out in one shot. Instead, Dex lunged at the kid and socked him right in the mouth. Lionel recovered quickly, but Dex never let up. He just kept swinging, battering the kid as he walked him across the mat. One to the face, one to the chest, both shoulders, and then he swept the legs. He meant to pin him, to force a surrender, but Lionel rolled and got out of the way. The kid was tough, Dex could see that, and he began to wonder if this was a fight he could win. The kid had taken a beating, several beatings, and he wasn't even out of breath. He didn't even look tired, Dex thought, and when he swung at him again, Lionel caught it. Now, it seemed, it was Dex's turn. Lionel wasn't just tough. He was strong, too. Dex put his arms up to block the blows, but he felt them. What had this kid been doing for the last month? Dex had been in his fair share of scrapes, but this was like going 12 rounds with a real boxer. Dex was patient, though, and when the openings came, he took them. He hit the kid hard enough to hear his nose break, but when Lionel brought his head back around, his nose was still intact. Dex was panting by then, and when Lionel knocked him down, he didn't get back up. Cutter came to stand over him, shaking his head a little. What did we learn today, Dexter? Dunno, Dex said, coughing. Seems like I just learned how to get my ass kicked. Why didn't you use your powers? Dex sat up, rubbing his chin. 'Cause he would have stole them. I figured he'd be a pushover without them, so I just started beating on him. You didn't tell me that he could regenerate wounds, though. Cutter's grin was fiendish. Corsair over there is a washout, just like most of the instructors here. When he was here, his ability was regeneration. He may be burnt out, but he can still pass it to Lionel through touch. It's a little unfair, I'll admit, but it makes you brats work for it. Guess I failed, Dex said, getting to his feet and letting Cutter provide him a shoulder. Why? Cutter asked. Dex shrugged, wincing as his left shoulder ground a little. I hadn't used my powers, and I didn't overcome the situation. If he hadn't had that regenerative power, you would have creamed him. Also, your assessment was correct. If you don't give Lionel the ammo, then he can't fire the gun. What you didn't know is that they've been training Lionel for a month now, in a similar way that we have the rest of you, with one exception. As Ryan stepped hesitantly into the ring, Dex saw Lionel grin and bring his fists together. Corsair knows that Lionel has to get hit first, so he focused on endurance and pain control. Lionel is trained to take that opening hit and to send it back with all his might. Like I said, kid, you did good, but we cheated. Ryan sighed, looking at the bruised boy, and Dex almost felt the shift in his stance when he started using his power. Dex had gotten used to fighting through small waves of it when they trained, careful blasts. But what he was seeing now was no measured response. He wanted to go to Ryan and tell him not to do it, not to do what it looked like he was going to do at least, but it was too late for that. Lionel was still smiling, but The blood trickling from his nostril was becoming a fountain. Suddenly the smile was gone, and Lionel was staggering and clutching his head. "What the hell?" Cutter asked. "What's he doing?" "Stop him, sir," Dex breathed, having trouble finding his breath. You gotta stop him, or he's gonna..." The blood was coming from his ears now, too, and as Lionel pitched forward and fell to the mat, Cutter was running out to stop Ryan before he went too far. Dex didn't think he'd be in time. His pep talk had not had the right effect, and he could see that Ryan had gone for something a little more complete. Lionel had stopped thrashing by the time Cutter got out there, but by then it was too late. Corsair was checking Lionel, shaking him, and getting nothing. He looked at Ryan, but he wasn't sure until Cutter spun the boy to face him, and it seemed to break his concentration. "I said no killing," Cutter spat. "Those were the rules. Why would you..." "He isn't dead," Ryan said, his voice sounding hollow. "But I did neutralize him. He's a vegetable now. Can't hurt anyone anymore. I scrambled him. I won." "That's not what Isn't it?" Ryan asked, and he must have pushed a little at Cutter, because the man let him go and stumbled back a little. "You wanted us to knock him out in one shot, so I did. I knocked him out forever. I won. Did I give you some good data? Did it help you figure out how strong I am? I sure hope so. I sure hope it was worth it. Lionel would say it was." Cutter looked like he wanted to slap the kid, but instead, he just took another step back. "Midterms are over for red bands. The rest of the day is yours to do what you will. Get the hell out of my sight." Ryan walked past Cutter, walked past Dex, and left the gym. Dex wanted to go after him, but he felt it might be a bad time. Ryan had passed more than the midterm. He had crossed a line that Dex wasn't sure he could come back from. Where the heck is my pen? The new uniforms we had, the breezier polos that beat the plain gray uniforms we'd been wearing by a mile, had these little pin holders on the arms where you could stash a couple of pins. They were really handy, especially since the shirts on most of the old uniforms had ink stains from just tucking them anywhere. The pants were nicer too, far more rugged and water resistant, but that's not really as relevant. The problem with the new uniforms seems to be that the pins in the arm holsters went missing. Someone had come up during mail call to get me to sign off on a request. A fairly common occurrence, but when I'd reached for my pen, I found only empty fabric. I had definitely had 2 pins earlier. I always put 2 in, and I glowered at the assembly unhappily. "All right," I said, moving around to the gathered inmates who had come to collect their mail. "Which one of you took my pen?" Inmates have notoriously sticky fingers. That's why more than a few of them were here. And when things went missing, most guards looked to the crooks for answers. I glanced around at the assembled faces and started sizing up my suspects. Hayes could have done it. The guy had quick hands and was pretty personable, but he was too far away. Caldrosa was close enough, but he only had a left hand, and I would have seen him coming a mile away. I kept scanning, and then I found him. Landro was trying his best not to be conspicuous, and he would have gotten away with it too, if he hadn't been trying quite so hard. "Landro," I called, and he jumped as I singled him out. "Where's my pen?" Landro spread his hands. "How should I know? Why would I take your pen?" I reached for my cuffs, feeling certain that I'd found my culprit. "Come on, then. We'd better do a shakedown and see if you have it or not." He started to protest, but ultimately agreed to step out into the hall for a pat search. There wasn't anything he could say when it came down to it anyway. I was the law in the dorm, and if I said search, we were searching. Someone hollered about their mail from the back of the line, and I told them to wait as I took him out into the corridor. "This is BS, Sarge," he protested, but he got against the wall and submitted. 2 bags of chips fell out of his pants, as well as a book, a towel, and in the left sock was about 5 pin middles held together with a rubber band. "Aha," I said, holding them up. "You work quick. You added my pin to your little collection while I was handing out the mail. Is that it?" Landro scoffed. "Man, you buggin'. Those ain't even your brand of pin. Check the one you still got." I turned and saw that he might have a point. The pins in the band were from cheapos, Bics and ink press pins, but both of my pins had been the gel pins, and the middles would have been much bigger than those. None of these were mine, and I handed them back before eyeing him up distrustfully. "Why were you trying to look so inconspicuous then? You were doing everything but whistling." He glanced at the pod before saying in a low voice, "'Cause those chips were my bet at poker. I didn't want Spider to know I took them out of the bag. Fool's got $50 a canteen in that sack. He wouldn't miss 2 bags of chips." I nodded. "Fine. Clean up your stuff and get lost. I'll hand out mail and provide you a distraction." He snorted. "Thanks, Sarge," he said, but only a little sarcastically. As he cleaned up his stuff, I went back to handing out mail, and Landro managed to make it back to the cell with his ill-gotten loot. I was cursing under my breath as I came back into the station, and when Rabbis looked at me and shook his head, I guessed I was being a little too angry. "What's got you in a tizzy? Someone stole one of my pins. I have a dozen Bic pins that I would have gave them, but that was a damn gel pin, and they're pretty pricey." Rabbis shook his head. "You should know better than to buy expensive pins. COs are like magpies. Everyone knows that. Just get the cheapos so when they go missing it hurts less." I went about my duties, doing rounds and fielding questions most of the night, but it seemed like every time I touched the empty spot near my shoulder, I got angry all over again. Rabbis had been right, of course. Most correctional officers were like magpies, and their proclivity for stealing most things was pretty well known. Food, drinks, and especially pins seemed to be fair game to most of them, and only a fool left their things unattended for long. I was still fuming over it when I went to go take a smoke break, and as I stood around the captain's office with a few others, one of them noticed my agitation. "What's up, Cisco? You look madder than usual." I breathed out a mouthful of smoke. "Someone stole one of my pins." A collective shrug went up that was louder than the trees beyond the fence as they rustled in the wind. "Yeah, it happens a lot. Don't leave your pins lying around," Gruber said as she took a drag off her own cigarette. "Yeah," Davis chimed in. "That's day one stuff, man." "That's just it," I insisted. "I didn't leave it lying around. It was in my pocket, right here," I said, pointing to the empty spot on my shirt. I saw Davis roll his eyes, but Case, one of the confinement guys, nodded slowly. "Yeah, I had one go missing like that, too. It's weird. I was in confinement all night, but when I reached for it during med pass, it was gone." "I had something like that happen, too," Gruber said, nodding along with the rest of us. "It's happened a couple of times, actually. It always makes me feel kind of weird when it happens." "So, how do you explain it?" Davis asked, lifting a foot to put his cigarette out on the heel of his boot. "Some ghost stealing pins or something?" Case snorted. "Maybe it's Boyd. He's kind of a weird guy, But he stopped talking and bent over his cigarette as the man in question came out of the captain's office. He turned, staring at our little group with his 2 big eyes, before he walked ponderously towards Edorm. Officer Boyd was an odd duck. He'd started about 6 months ago, and Captain Hannigan and the yard sergeant, Garth, had taken a liking to him. No one was quite sure why they had taken him under their wing. He wasn't particularly good at fighting, and he wasn't good at talking to inmates, but what he was good at was causing inmates to feel very uncomfortable. I'd seen it firsthand. The last fight that broke out in my dorm had seen Sergeant Garth and Officer Boyd come strutting into the quad to break up the agitated remains of the fighters. The inmates hadn't been listening when we told them to return to their cells, and had in fact started cussing at us and banging on the glass. The sergeant and his officer had come in through the back fire door, taking them by surprise, and as they gathered around them, I thought they were going to get jumped. Sergeant Garth began talking to them, laying it out how it was going to be, but what I remember was the way Officer Boyd had stared at them. He stood at Garth's shoulder, his brown eyes very large, and as he stared at the assembled inmates, they only grew wider. Sergeant Garth was talking, but the inmates weren't listening to him. Officer Boyd and his two large eyes had their full attention, and I could see many of them getting shaky the longer they looked at him. After a few minutes, they all turned and went back to their cells, and they did so quickly, like they were afraid something might come after them. Maybe they were afraid that Officer Boyd might come after them. We all parted ways after that, Officer Boyd making us feel a little uneasy, but I kept an eye on him after that. Boyd wasn't some genetic freak or anything. He wasn't a ghost or a monster or some boogin. He was just a guy. A weird guy, but still a guy. He had long legs. I don't mean that they were just abnormally long either. His body was half as large as it should be, and it made his legs look even longer. His hands seemed to be perpetually in his pockets, and I couldn't remember having ever seen them come out. His eyes were larger than I'd ever seen, and they seemed to be mostly cornea. His head was smooth like an egg, his skin pale as milk, and at the expense of sounding mean, he was just unpleasant to look at for long periods of time. As little as I wanted to, however, I kept an eye on him. It started out subtly, the way he moved around the group during briefing, the way he seemed to circle them as I watched him go. I saw him take pins from some of the officers. It was so subtle that I almost missed it, but his fingers snapped out like the mouth of a heron and took the pin before the officer had even noticed. He slid them into his pocket, looking at no one, and simply kept moving. I was shocked. Was he the one taking our pins? Why? What purpose did it serve? I didn't know, but I kept watching. Over the course of a week, I watched Officer Boyd steal no less than 30 pins. He took between 5 and 7 a day, all while having 2 of his own in his sleeve pocket. He would snap them up throughout the night. A sleeve grab here, a pin left on a desk there, even a pin dropped on the sidewalk sometimes. They all went into his pocket, jackets, pants, and it was a wonder that he didn't clatter when he walked. I knew now that he was the one taking them, but what I didn't understand was why. Why did he need so many pins? What purpose did they serve for him? I decided that if I wanted to know, I was going to have to go where he took them. The good thing about working 12-hour shifts is that you get every other weekend off. It wasn't that hard to figure out where he lived. Most of us live in town. So Friday morning, I followed him home. I know how that sounds, but I had to find out what was going on with him. If it was something illegal, then I wanted to let the prison know. Couldn't imagine what that could be, but regardless, I needed to know. It was making me crazy, and I knew I'd never be able to sleep if I didn't get to the bottom of it. I kind of expected him to live in an apartment or a trailer, but he pulled into the driveway of a very lovely ranch-style home in a suburb of Kashmir that was a few blocks from the botanical gardens. I drove past his house, watching him get out and stumble for the door, and after he went inside, I parked a few houses down on the street and crept up to his house. As I said, it was a really nice house, but it was just as weird inside as its owner. The windows had no curtains. The inside was as Spartan as it got. It was empty. No TV, no furniture, no table to eat at, and his only bit of normalcy was a fridge and a single armchair in the middle of the living room. I stayed low, but the more windows I looked through, the more I realized that he wasn't inside. I was ready to give up when I heard a strange noise from the backyard and crept up to the fence to peek through one of the slats. It wasn't hard. The fence was in disrepair, and the boards were set farther apart than I would have thought wise. But as I peeked through them, I saw where the pins had been going. In the backyard, where others might have a swimming pool, Officer Boyd had constructed a large, pointy-looking nest out of pins. It was massive, the size of an above-ground swimming pool, like you might buy at Walmart. And as I watched, I saw Boyd stand up in the middle of it. He was naked, his long legs thin and his neck slightly canted. His back was bowed, his arms were curved like wings, and he looked more like a bird than ever before. He strutted around the nest, adjusting the pins like he was trying to get the placement just right. And when he sat down below the lip of the nest, I tried not to imagine him with his head under his wing. I left not long after, not sure what to make of it. I lay awake most of the day as I tried to make sense of it all. Why had he built this nest? Was it for him? What was its purpose? Why did he need to make it out of pins? I found myself with more questions than answers, and I wondered how I could make myself face him when I went back to work. How could I face the magpie of Stragview now that I knew too much? Thank you, sir. Enjoy your trip to the garden. I couldn't believe how good ticket sales had been lately. As I took my turn at the front booth, selling tickets and manning the gate, we were making the kind of money that we usually made during special events. The people of Kashmir had missed us, it would seem, because now they were frolicking back to see what we had to offer, week after week. It may be summer, but it feels like spring has returned to the garden. We had been open for less than a month, but we'd made enough money to pay our bills until Halloween at least. It had been a long year already, but it seemed like our luck had really turned around in the last 2 months since the lady had returned to the garden. "Your night ship?" came a voice from behind me, and I turned to see Marcy, one of our new residents, saluting and looking as martial as ever. "The mistress of summer begs your attendance." I had to stop myself from laughing. She was so serious about it that Marcy didn't understand how ridiculous she looked. "Marcy, for the 100th time, it's just Sam. You don't have to call me by my title every time we interact." Marcy looked aghast at the idea. "I could never, sir. You're the Knight of Summer, and it's not for me to speak so candidly to you." I rolled my eyes. "Even if I ask you to?" Marcy thought about that. "I suppose that if you commanded me to call you by your given name, then I would have no choice but to obey." I shook my head. The new Brandy-Low were so very different from the ones I was used to. When we came back from our mission, we had to set up a meeting pretty quickly so that we could establish a few things. 2 meetings, actually. The first one we held at the Lily Pond, and it involved everyone. "For starters," the lady said, "it should be stated that I have taken the mantle of the Summer Lady. This is merely a change of responsibility, not a change in me. I'm still the lady that all of you know and love, and I want to be treated no differently, given what happened. The second order of business is that many of you will have noticed that Samuel is now the Summer Knight. We have discussed this matter at length, and Sam would like to be treated as you did before. He will continue to work the security post. He will continue to protect all of you as he has in my absence, but he does not want to be treated differently in any way. On that note, most of them were failing, but they were trying their best. Lastly, she said, as she brought the Barker forward, I realized that this man was once our enemy, but I believe he acted under duress. He has been instrumental in bringing me back to my home, and I want him treated as you would treat anyone else. He will be staying here with us, and I expect him to be treated no differently than anyone else. That had been a little harder. Most of the Brandylow that had been picked up in the field only knew him as an ally, and were happy to continue being friendly to him. But the other Brandylow, the ones who had stayed in the park, only knew him as a conspirator and a collaborator with the Green Man. They were not so quick to trust him, and I had noticed many of them giving him a wide berth and a cold shoulder. I had some suspicions that Tobias was behind this, and he had made his feelings on the Green Man and the Barker very clear. The second meeting was held in the grow house between the lady, Randy, Tobias, the Barker, and myself. The leaders of the other Brandylow militia groups had been invited, but had declined. They told us that Randy could represent them, and it seemed he might have more than a security force at his disposal now. Okay, the lady said, smiling as she looked over the four of us. What has happened in my absence? Tobias cleared his throat. I think we need to address the elephant in the room, he said, turning to the Barker. What is he still doing here? The Barker didn't seem offended by this, but the lady looked at him with clear warning. The Barker is here because his old allies would kill him if they found him. He helped me return to the park, and he has atoned for his involvement in the New Year's incident. He's with us now, Tobias, and I expect him to be treated as such. With all due respects, my lady, the last time I saw this one, he was helping the Green Man abduct you. The general consensus amongst the others, the ones who have been here, is that he's a spy, and they don't trust him. They don't trust me? She asked, her tone a little icy for a lady of summer. Of course they do. How could you even think such a thing? Then tell them to trust me now. The Barker is a friend. He is our friend, and he will have our protection. Tobias looked as if he meant to say more, but kept his mouth shut instead. I know I've hurt this place, and you all, the Barker said, his voice quiet, but I want to try to fix some of that. The Green Man has no control over me, any more than he has control over the others. The Corn Man, the Whistler, the false idols, the... False what? Randy asked, cutting in. The Barker smiled indulgently. The pumpkin heads, as you call them. He has no control over them, no more control than you do over your Brandylow, he said as he looked at the lady. Hold on just a minute, Tobias said, bristling. We follow the lady because she is our maker, our mother, and our lady. She doesn't control us, and has never claimed to. That's what I'm trying to say, the Barker reiterated, his voice calm in the face of Tobias's anger. The Green Man employs those who share his proclivities. They help him because they want to, not because he has some hold on them. Then why were you helping him? Randy asked, his voice more curious than accusing. The Barker only shrugged. I'm not sure why he bestowed power on me. Probably because he thought he could use it to control me for a time. When he found me, I was very sick. I wouldn't have lived if he hadn't helped me. For a time, it was enough to keep me under his thumb. When I broke and went to do my own thing, he let me be for a time. Then he began to hunt me, and I began to run. I liked helping people. I liked helping them help themselves, and my haunted houses could pop up and down with relative ease. I ran and I ran, but I was a little flashy for my own good, I suppose. He found me, and I agreed to help him so others wouldn't suffer. Now I'm here, seeking asylum so I can keep helping people. I believe I can do good here, just like the rest of you." No one argued that, but Tobias's sour look told me he was going to be a problem later on. "That is not why I called this meeting," the lady said. "I want to know what has happened while I was away, and whether we can open the park again." "Most assuredly on the latter," Tobias said. "August and Hemlock have been making beverages that have been very popular in the town." "Legal beverages, I hope," I said, remembering their growing operation I had shut down not long ago. "Of course," Tobias said. "They've been growing coffee beans and tea, which they've been marketing as organic and cleansing, and people are eating it up, though not literally," he added. "Excellent," the lady said. "Have they gotten with Magus yet so they can use this," she stumbled over the right words, "spider web to sell them outlines?" "Internet," I corrected, "and online, my lady." "I believe so," Tobias said. "They've been boxing it and shipping it for a couple of weeks now." "I understand that Trina and Marie are opening a refreshment stand with homemade beverages as well, and letting August and Hemlock sell their teas and coffees there too," the lady asked. "Even better," Tobias answered. "Wendell has been working on a meatless line of food, and we've decided he should open his own stand next to theirs. Soon we'll have food and drinks on the premise that we don't have to order out for, so that'll cut our grocery bill. Tina and Marie are also working on some alcoholic beverages, but that's just for us," Tobias added hastily. I nodded. "Good enough." "What we really need," Tobias said with some hesitation, "are exhibits. We are not up to your standards in that department, my lady, and we need something to bring the people in, if they're ever going to experience any of our culinary wonders." She had smiled and spread out a map of the park. "Leave that to me." In that she had not disappointed. She had liked the idea of a working farm, and had integrated half of the garden into a functional bit of farmland. The guests were flummoxed as to how the park seemed to double in size, maybe even triple, once you got through the gate, but that was our little secret. The real head-scratcher was the layout. There was corn, hay, pumpkins, pole beans, squash, and all manner of other fall growth growing right beside watermelons, peppers, tomatoes, and some of the juiciest melons imaginable. We had a few botanists in from the college who said it was a botanical wonder, and were pretty unimpressed when we refused to share our secrets. The other half of the garden was no less interesting. The lady had risen a small replica of the native Appalachian forest, and there was flora as well as fauna. I don't know how she managed to coax the deer into the garden, but there were also beavers building a dam on one of the nearby rivers, a family of bears, coyotes that I was pretty sure I saw some guests feeding a couple of days ago, and even a couple of wolves. All of it was clearly labeled, and all of it was well maintained. It was a little weird to go from Old MacDonald's farm to a German fairy tale with just a few steps, but the tourists were eating it up. Most of them didn't have the patience or the fortitude to brave the Appalachian wilderness, and this was the closest that any of them were going to get to nature outside of a state park. They were willing to pay the $10 a head to explore it, too. I was crossing through it to get to the lily pond, and I waved at August, and he waved at me back from the window of his rather large snack bar. The lily pond had remained unchanged, and the division between the biomes were most apparent here. The stones surrounding the pool marked the boundaries pretty clearly, and this was where I found the lady. She was standing in the water, the barker not far away, as they spoke about plans for the park. She was still making changes, making improvements, and it seemed that the barker was able to add some of his own power so that they could change the plants, the vegetables, and the landscape in strange and wondrous ways. "There you are," she said, smiling, as I stepped into the pool with them. "We have work to do, Knight. I need all the help I can get to make it just right." She was holding a seedling, one I had never seen before, and as she set it to float on the lily pond, the three of us joined hands. I couldn't wait to see what she came up with this time. As our powers flowed to her and then down to the little tree that floated placidly between us, I could already tell it was back to business as usual for those who lived within the garden. I've been taking mid-shifts a lot more with my friend Jacob. Some of you will remember Jacob from the story about the maybe skinwalker. He's a pretty good guy, been here for a long time, and boy, does he have some stories. I told him about the moths and the train, and he told me some things too. He told me about hikers missing beers, and how someone had seen a set of stairs in the woods. So I guess it happens here too. We spent a lot of time sitting in carts and checking campsites for thieving raccoons or hungry bears, and that leaves a lot of time to talk. There was one story that he wouldn't share, however. It was something that had happened a long time ago, something to do with a group of scouts. It had been bad, whatever it was, but Jacob wouldn't say much more than that. I poked a few times, curious about the whole troop of scouts, and how they could have been hunted or hurt or killed without anyone having heard about it. But he kept saying he didn't want to talk about it yet. One night, though, we got a call about an animal attack near the east side of the park. I had just come in from the toilet, wiping my hands on my shorts since the dispenser was out of towels, and found him holding the phone and shaking a little. "Are they alive?" he asked, staring at the wall as whoever was on the phone talked pretty loud. Uh-huh. We'll drag them into the bathroom and bar the door. Clean them up. I'll have park services en route to your location as soon as possible. Don't open the door unless somebody tells you they're with park services, okay? Sit tight. Try to stop the bleeding. We'll be en route. He hung up the phone and went to the cabinet with the rifles in it. "Saddle up, kid," he said, tossing me a shotgun, which I caught as smoothly as I could. "We've got an emergency." He was stuffing rifle rounds into his pocket, and as I swung the shotgun over my shoulder, he tossed me a box of shells, too. "What's the trouble, Jay?" "A couple of hikers have been attacked by an animal," he said, slapping a shell into the rifle and putting more into his pocket. "A dog, they said, but..." He opened his mouth as if he meant to say more, but closed it again and slung the rifle over his shoulder. "Come on, I don't want to be out there alone if it's what I think it is." I followed behind him, the shells in my pocket smacking into my thigh lightly. What is it?" He growled as he started to climb into the Jeep, but checked his frustration. "Get in. I'll fill you in on what we might be walking into." I climbed in, checking that the safety was on my shotgun before I laid it across my lap, and we were off. Jay had leaned the rifle between the seats, and I saw him reach into his pocket and pull out a crumpled pack of Marlboros. He fished one out and then offered it to me. I shook my head, and he put it in his own mouth and lit it, taking a drag before rolling the window down. If they knew we were smoking in the work truck, the higher-ups would have had a cow, but it looked like Jacob needed it. "You remember what I told you happened at the Franklin Moore campground?" "Yeah," I said, wincing as we hit a bump that sent the gun sliding a little before I grabbed it. "You said something had killed a bunch of scouts." "Well, it wasn't the only thing like that happened around here. A lot of weird shit happens around here. You've probably figured that out. Sometimes people get killed because of it." "Well, we used to have a pretty nice campground on the west side, near LaGrange, called the Mineral Hills State Park. It was my first post, back before they made this whole McGhee State Park back in 2008. I was fresh back then, back on the job about 6 months when we got a call about a massacre. Mineral Hills was pretty peaceful, kind of place where you mostly gave directions, and warned people about curious bears. The ranger I was working under told me, for 6 months he told me, how lucky I was to be in this position. This is a great place to learn your job so you can get a cushy spot in a different park. Well, it was great, till it wasn't. He took a curve a little too fast, and I grabbed the handle over the door before my head could slam into the glass. "Easy, Jay," I hissed. "You're gonna give me a..." But he went right on like he hadn't heard me. I was coming in when Paul, the ranger in charge of my training, tossed a rifle at me and told me to come on. It was barely dawn, and I asked him what the hell could have happened this early in the morning. He told me I was about to find out, and boy, was he right. We got into the pickup they had given us to work from, and we pulled up outside the gates of hell. It was a massacre. 12 scouts and their scoutmaster were dead. We found about 5 scattered near the woods, also dead. We were at a total loss. Some of these kids had been laughing and playing in the spring just the day before, and it was my first time seeing something like that. The cops weren't far behind us, but the real surprise was when some kid came stumbling out of the woods. He was unharmed, so far as I could tell, but he was exhausted, and he was scared to death. We came past the sign that told us we were entering the west limits of the park, and Jay slowed down a little bit. He told us a story, one I wasn't sure I believed, but I couldn't argue with. He said he and his 2 friends had gone looking for some old building, something called the Orville site, and when one of the cops heard him, he asked if he was sure. He called someone while we questioned the kids, and he told us his friends were dead, and the thing that had killed them was loose. We put him in a police car so that they could get him to the hospital, and that was when the helicopter landed. "The helicopter?" I asked. Not sure I believed him, and Jay nodded. "Yup, one of those big green whirlybirds. Bunch of guys in military fatigues. The officer told them what the kid had said, and they came to Paul and I and asked if we could help look for the animal that had done this. You 2 know the park, and I'm hoping you can help us find these things before they do it again." That should have been a red flag, but it wasn't. I was too young, too new, and Paul agreed to go with them, so did I. We set off, heading into the woods, as the 6 of them followed behind. They wanted to see the Orville site first, and as we came down the old road and found the installation, I wondered how I'd never seen it before. It wasn't huge, about the size of a warehouse, but it should have been important enough to come check on every now and again. Paul looked away when I asked him about it and said it wasn't part of our job, so that had to be good enough. We found 2 more kids there. Both of them were ripped to pieces, and the man who had asked us to come along made a call before we headed out again. We stopped by the campground. This one was the miners' ground, and there was only one tent. The trail of blood wasn't hard to follow, and Jay knocked on the door before telling me to watch his back while he talked to the victims. I felt a little silly as I watched the woods with my loaded shotgun, but when I glanced back to see who he was talking to, it made me feel less so. There was a man and a woman, and the man looked like a buzzsaw had attacked his leg. I was pretty sure I could see bone amidst the shredded meat, and when Jay saw me peeking, he yelled at me to keep watch. I could hear them talking about a feral dog, a dog that might have mange or some kind of disease. They said it had been nosing around the cooler, and when the man had gone to scare it off, it had attacked. They had kicked it away and ran, and by the dent in the door, it had nearly been a body identification job. They said it had run off just before they called us, and tracks weren't too hard to follow. Jay told them to sit tight and wait on the paramedics, and the 2 of us headed off after the tracks. He sighed as we followed. This was actually pretty close to the place we found those things. "Yeah?" I asked. "You think this might have something to do with that?" "Don't see how," Jay said, the rifle at the ready. "We got 'em all, and they were a lot better at killing than whatever this was. I guess there's no way to tell, but I hope so." We walked on for a little while before he started telling it again. About half a mile from here is the spring. That's where we found them. They had gorged themselves, and all 6 of them were laid out with fat bellies and lolling tongues. They were the most terrible things I've ever seen. They were like starved dogs, even when full. Their skin was gray, and I was pretty sure I could see bones poking out in places. They were only a little larger than Dobermans, but the closer we got, the more bones I saw beneath their skin. It was like looking at a piece of extremely well-done Halloween decoration, and the man in charge put up a closed fist when we were 50 feet away. He counted down with his fingers, and then they all stood up in one fluid motion and opened fire. The dog things had all set up, preparing to run, but the bullets cut them to pieces. They'd been hauling those assault rifles all day, and it was good to see that they weren't just for show. Paul and I kept our heads down. Our rifles would have been wasted. But when I peeked up, I was shocked to see that they were still trying to move. The creatures were shredded. Some of them had limbs just laying nearby, or their heads lolling off, but they were still crawling and clawing to get closer to the soldiers. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. And as they shot dry, they all stopped to reload so they could shoot again. As they slapped magazines into weapons, I couldn't help but focus on the twitching pieces of the creatures as they tried to get at their killers. I remembered hearing about people on drugs who would take bullet after bullet before they went down. It was the age of the war on terror, after all. But this was something worse. I saw a clawed foot inching closer, a head bobbing along as its jaws snapped and its eyes leaked, and a tail that was more whipped than anything that just kept wagging. They put another drum of bullets down the range, cutting them into chunks, and they shouldered their guns and got to work. They started lighting them up, collecting the bits and setting them on fire, and the pieces stopped twitching as they fell to ashes. We searched the grounds from dawn till dusk, and when the men called a halt and told us that we could go, I felt like I might drop. We heard something up ahead, and Jay put a hand out to stop me. We eased closer, slow walking so as not to make a lot of noise, and found something gray and furry nosing into a hole at the base of a tree. Jay sighed, relieved when he saw it, and as it spun around with its teeth bared and its fur up, Jay shot it in the face. It was a wild dog, and I wasn't positive, but I was pretty sure that it had rabies. "Thank God," Jay said. "I was really afraid it was one of those weird dog things." He pulled a black trash bag out of his pocket, and after checking it for movement, he shoved the dog into the bag and handed it to me. "I did the deed. You carry the body. EMTs will probably want that to test it for rabies or something. Come on, let's go." As we walked back, I noticed the dark clouds had left Jay. "So what happened the last time?" I asked. "Military closed the park for a while, and Paul and I were sent on a 2-week vacation. They got rid of the warehouse when we were gone, dropped the mountain on it or something, and we were told to pretend it had never existed. It was transferred here a year later, and until it became part of the park, I hadn't thought about that time outside of nightmares for years." We handed the dog off to the EMTs, and they took the guy to the hospital, where he thankfully did not have rabies. He did end up losing the leg, but he didn't die the slow and agonizing death that comes with rabies, so that was good. All in all, it wasn't a bad day, but it makes me a lot more mindful of the time I spend in the woods, and that sometimes my curiosity might need to be checked. Who knows what other secrets might be waiting out in the deeper parts of the forest. Miss Blair smiled at the pair of confused diners as she sat 2 plates down on their table. They had both been looking at the menu, not yet sure what they wanted, but when they looked at the plates, she saw them smile in amusement. "Y'all enjoy," Miss Blair said, turning to walk away before the woman politely called her back. "Excuse me, ma'am, but we haven't ordered yet." Miss Blair shook her head. "No one does. Everyone gets what they want at Blair's, though. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?" She had brought the man meatloaf with gravy, mashed potatoes, green beans, and a wedge of pie. She had brought the woman chicken and waffles with hash browns and eggs on the side. Both looked at their plates in confusion, but both nodded as they began to eat. It had been what they wanted, everything cooked to perfection, and that's how it had always been. "Hey there, Miss Blair," Sheriff Guthrie said as he and Claire, one of the new deputies at the station, came in out of the misting rain. "Sheriff Guthrie, Miss Claire, you two pick out a table. I'll be right back." She brought them sweet teas, and when she sat down, a medium-well steak and a baked potato, and a plate with a cowboy burger and crinkle-cut fries. Guthrie shook his head at her. "How do you do that, Miss Blair?" Miss Blair smiled and shrugged. "It's a gift." It was a gift of sorts, too. Miss Blair had never really been sure if it was precognition or just intuition, but she always knew what people wanted to eat. When Miss Blair had come to Kashmir, back in '75, it had been because her bus had stopped here for no real reason at all. She had gotten out to use the bathroom, but when she came back, the bus had gone and she was stranded. No luggage, no clothes, not even a toothbrush. And she discovered, too late, that she had left her purse on the bus, too. She had wandered out to look for help, and that was when she had seen the Help Wanted sign. The diner had been the classic silver trailer with the chrome piping and the soft neon lights. It looked like 1,000 other greasy spoon diners in 1,000 other towns, but this one seemed to call out to her. She went inside, sat down at the counter, and when the girl behind the counter asked her what she could do for her, she asked about the job posting. "Well, ain't you a godsend? I could sure use some help. When can you start?" "How about right now?" Blair asked, and the girl laughed as she dragged the cook out from behind the grill and told him to hire this one right away. "I got a feeling about her. She'll do just fine here." Blair had meant it to be temporary, only until she could get enough money together to get to Boulder, but a week had become a month had become a year, and before she knew it, she'd been in Kashmir for 2 decades. Mike, the owner and cook, had told her that she could stay in the room over the restaurant till she got her feet under her, but her feet had never really taken her out of Kashmir. She stayed, she kept serving the slop, and when Mike hadn't showed up one morning, she and Mary, the girl who had insisted she be hired, had gone to his apartment and found him dead. The bell rang over the door, and Blair smiled as she saw Dr. Winters walk in with Juliet, her receptionist. "Hey, Miss Blair," Juliet said, smiling as she waved. Dr. Winters gave her a head nod and a mysterious smile as the two of them took a booth and they picked up the menus. Well, Juliet did, but Dr. Winters merely sat placidly and listened to the younger woman jabber. Juliet was high energy, always had been, but Dr. Winters... Miss Blair shuddered. That one was a little spooky. When she popped down a beet salad and a chicken salad sandwich with Lay's potato chips, Juliet tittered and put her menu down. "It's like something in a carnival," she said as she picked up the sandwich. "You never get it wrong." "Never," Dr. Winters agreed, as she picked up her fork. Miss Blair tried to ignore the container that she was shaking over the salad. It wasn't cheese, that much was sure, but what it could be, she didn't want to think too hard about. It was best, especially in Kashmir, not to put your nose in people's business. Miss Blair had seen some strange things here, but her old manager's death had been pretty common. Michael Downs had been eating his usual dinner, a burger from the diner with home fries and blueberry pie, when the grease content of his blood had gotten to the critical level, and his heart had said that enough was enough. He had died in his lazy boy while watching the nightly news, his hand frozen to his chest. Miss Blair had wondered over the state of his apartment when the landlord had let them in. He lived simply, a one-bedroom apartment at the Quiet Arms, and she believed that the studio apartment she stayed at over the diner was nicer than the place he had chosen to live. There was no wife waiting for him at home, no kids to mourn his passing, not even a dog to wonder where he was being carted off to. He went to work, he cooked food for the masses, and then he returned home to do it all the next day. There were no trophy fish or deer heads, no tables strewn with hobbies, and she wondered how anyone could live such a simple existence. Mary had wondered over what would happen to the diner, and Blair had wondered what would become of her home. She had a plan, but it would depend a lot on luck. "Miss Blair," trumpeted Deputy Parks as he and Woods came in with Ellis and Manx in tow. They were all in uniform, but it was pretty clear that Parks and Woods were nearly off, and the other two were just coming in. She brought them all coffee, leaving the pot behind, and came back with pancakes and eggs for Woods, meatloaf and mashed potatoes with gravy for Parks, a cowboy burger for Ellis, and a chicken tender basket for Manx. They all tucked in without comment, all of them accustomed to this low-grade telepathy of hers. And Parks told her for about the 1,000th time that he would happily make an honest woman out of her one of these days, if it meant he got to eat her cooking every night. She laughed. "Freddie Parks, I'm old enough to be your mother. You better watch it with that kind of talk." They talked and laughed amongst themselves as Miss Blair headed back to grab a pitcher of sweet tea. Table 8 was almost out, and she couldn't have that. The bank had been hesitant about giving her a loan for the diner, but it hadn't turned out to be a problem in the end. Mary had invited her to stay with her until everything was worked out, but neither of them knew how they were going to get the cash together. Between them, they had a down payment, but that was about it. If the bank wouldn't extend them credit, then they were out of luck. Mary said they could probably get work at the Biltmore house, but Blair didn't want to work somewhere else. She'd found herself stopping on the sidewalk to look into the windows of the old place. It looked lonely without them, without the people who ate there every day, and it was more than Blair could stand. Mike's service was well attended. The community had loved his diner, and they had loved his gruff nature and his occasional smiles. He was laid to rest at Whispering Pines long before Earl had come to work there, but as she and Mary had left the graveside, a man in a suit had called their names. He told them that Mike had named them in his will, and they were performing the reading that afternoon. He asked if they would attend, and Blair said that she wouldn't miss it for the world. The will reading was the final nail in the coffin of her ever-leaving Kashmir. "Miss Blair," said a robust voice, and Blair looked up to see Monica Maisie, the kindergarten teacher at the local elementary school. She was dressed in her best floral print dress, the one with the tropical flowers on it, and as she sat down, Blair was already setting her usual in front of her. There was a chicken salad, crinkle-cut cucumbers, a house salad, and warm tea. Monica shook her head in amazement, something she often did. "I swear, Miss Blair, I will never understand how you do that." Miss Blair shrugged dramatically. "Just my little gift." The will reading covered only a few things, but all of them were very important to the former Michael Downs. There was a middle-aged man with no hair to speak of, a blonde woman with the look of motherhood on her face, and the two of them. Mr. Wundler, the lawyer presiding over the proceedings, held up a single piece of paper and read out the last will and testament of their former boss. "To my sister, I leave my truck, my record collection, and Dad's coin collection." The woman nodded and thanked him. "To my brother, I leave my life savings, my shotgun, and Mom's cookware." The man nodded, also thanking him. "To my two best employees, Mary Moore and Miss Blair, I leave you the diner. Take care of it, as I have all these years. The two of you are equal parts owner. Make me proud." And it had been like that, until Mary had died a few years later from an aneurysm. Blair had hated that, Mary had been such a dear little thing, but the diner had been Miss Blair's after that, and had been for years and years to come. She was cleaning the counter now, the crowd gone with the afternoon sun, and as she looked over her little kingdom, she wondered how much longer it would be hers. Would she go to bed one night too and never wake up? Would she have a heart attack over her bowl of evening soup? Who was to say? Did anyone ever really know? The bell rang, and as she looked up to tell the person they were closed, she saw who it was. This was a regular that she could have done without. They were dressed in a long coat. The hat pulled down over their ears was the fuzzy kind, preferred by guys in foreign movies. And as its wants fell over her like a cowl, Miss Blair shuddered. "Go to the back. I'll join you there presently." It nodded, heading towards the door that led to the storeroom, and Miss Blair went to get what it wanted from the kitchen. She kept things like that for just such an occasion, and Mary used to think she was crazy to order stuff that no one would want. Most of the customers wanted burgers and fries or home-cooked meals, but organ meats were rarely on the table. Blair made a face as she took a plate of livers, kidneys, and a raw cow heart to the back room. At Miss Blair's, everyone got what they wanted. Everyone. I looked at her with a mixture of amusement and confusion. "I'm sorry. I must have misheard you. What did you say?" The woman looked up, a little confused herself. "No, sir, I said the stairs only go down." I've always had a strange fear of elevators. I watched a movie when I was very young where an elevator dropped suddenly, and it stuck with me. I've never taken an elevator if I could help it, and the times I was made to, I closed my eyes and felt ready to shake apart. It made it hard to work in sales, especially when my job requires me to travel at least once a month. Usually the places I stay at have a set of stairs, but it seemed that this one had some odd rules about them. "So wait," I said, trying to make sense of it. "I'm confused. There's stairs, right? Stairs generally go up and down." The woman nodded. "Most, yes. Our stairs, however, only go down." I started to argue. Only escalators went in one direction, but I had luggage, and an elevator made the most sense with my arms full. I decided to brave the elevator. I kept my eyes closed after it began to move, and when it finally came to a stop, I walked out without looking around. I was on the 5th floor this time, the room pretty good for an economy suite, and as I was unpacking and getting ready for bed, I decided to try these stairs tomorrow on my way to the convention. We would see about these stairs that only went down. I dreamed about them that night, though not as they would turn out to be. I dreamed of stairs that would turn my feet backwards. I dreamed about stairs that would grow hands and shove me off of them. I dreamed a lot of silly things that night, but I was still resolved to try them. I thought about it as I got ready for the conference. Were they moving stairs? I doubted it. This wasn't what you'd call a grand hotel. It was something between a Motel 6 and a Holiday Inn, and I couldn't see them putting in such an extravagance with the rates they were charging. If it wasn't a set of moving stairs, then how would it only go down? It just didn't make any sense. As I opened the closet to get my sports coat, I saw a floor plan and saw the door marked stairs at the end of the hallway. I put my watch on and headed in that direction, looking for signs all the way that would declare it to be an emergency exit or tell me that the alarm would blare if I opened the door. There weren't any, and the door opened easily. The service stairs looked normal enough. They were stairs. They went up and they went down. Pipes ran towards chases and catches. Cobwebs were in the corner, and a light layer of dust seemed to hang over everything. It wasn't really a place meant for guests, but It was the only staircase they had, and I was less sure about going down in the elevator than I was about going up. I took them gently, not in any rush, and they didn't seem to reject me as they had in my dreams. I came down to the first floor, but before I could go through the red service door, I noticed a strange bit of graffiti written behind some pipes. It would be hard to see if you weren't looking right at it, and I knelt a little so I could get a closer look. Up and up and up and up, never rising, never climbing, up and up and up and up. The stairs only go down. Not exactly poetry, but I suppose it explains why the clerk had said as much. I nodded, thinking it must be an inside joke or something, and went to find my rental car. I had a long day of selling ahead of me, and I wanted some breakfast before I got set up. Quick trip to McDonald's, and I was on my way. I haven't mentioned what it is I sell, but it's not absolutely important to the story. I sell business equipment, copiers, printers, paper products, and the like, and business is pretty good. Most people are switching to a paperless system, but there's a number of offices that still utilize them, and business is pretty good. They depend on me to keep them supplied with all the things they need. My company usually sends me to these things to try and drum up new business, and the booth I had at this year's conference was larger than the year before. The company had sent out the usual selections of items, all of them delivered by burly men with a moving truck the day before, and it was all set up by the time the unwashed business masses rolled in. I won't bore you with the details. It's my job, and even I'm bored with it. But it was a pretty good day for my company. I came dragging in, my shoes in my hand since my dogs were barking, but looking at the elevator sent my anxiety through the roof. As much as my feet hurt, I'd rather climb Everest than ride up in that elevator. I came to the stairs and looked up, not really feeling 5 floors of stairs, but I shrugged. I started climbing up and up and up, but when I came to the next floor, I was confused. All the doors were marked with a corresponding number, but instead of a 2, there was a 1 on it. I stopped, a little taken aback, but figured it was just a mistake. Someone was being funny, I supposed, or they had marked all the doors as 1 to confuse people. I headed up the stairs, getting tired as I climbed, and when I came to the next floor, I saw it was painted with another 1. I smirked. They really thought they were funny, but I was starting to wonder. All the pipes looked the same. Same placement, same length, same entry, same exit point. As I looked, I saw something else. The poem I had noticed earlier was just visible under the pipes. It was definitely the same one. The placement, the handwriting was a perfect match, and I was beginning to wonder what to make of all of this. I reached for the door, but shook my head. No, I was just seeing things. This wasn't how stairs worked. I trudged up 2 more flights, cursing at myself for being foolish as I went. I was just tired. My mind was wandering. I needed rest. Tomorrow would be another day of wheeling and dealing, and I wanted to be fresh for it. The landing looked just the same as the others, but I reached for the door and expected it to come out onto the landing that I'd left this morning. It opened onto the hallway off the lobby, and I looked out in confusion. I closed the door and ran up the stairs again. The floors rose as I climbed, but the landings always looked the same. I climbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and saw the door once again. I clutched the handle, ignoring the number on it, but when it opened, I was in the lobby again. I looked around, waiting to see the cameras come out, but when no one arrived to tell me that I was part of some prank show, I slammed the door and turned back to the stairs again. The stairs only go down. The words griped me now. It was bullshit. Stairs went up as well. That was the nature of stairs. To think otherwise was stupid. Stairs went up and down. That was a constant. And as I looked at them, I knew that what I was seeing couldn't be right. I climbed again, leaving my shoes at the foot of the stairs. My socks flapped on the stairs as I ran, and they sounded like the wings of a bird. I ran up and up and up, but when I got to the door, the one seemed to glare at me like an accusation. It had to be different. I'd climbed so high. This had to be it. It just had to be. I opened the door, expecting to see a hallway, but it was nothing but the same lobby I had stepped out of. "This is idiocy," I yelled up the stairs. "You can't stop me. I will beat you." I was tired, but I was angry too. My adrenaline was up now, and I was getting tired of this. Stairs went up. It didn't matter what some receptionist said. Stairs went up. I started climbing again, climbing in spite of what I'd been shown, and I suppose I must have offended the stairs somehow. When I left the landing on the ground floor, I didn't see one again for a long time. The stairs were endless, climbing up and up and up, and there was nothing but the gray steps. I felt like I might be climbing to heaven, but it felt like hell with every step I took. My feet left little red marks on the steps behind me. I looked down to see that my socks were saturated in blood. How long had I been walking? It felt like days, but I knew it couldn't be. What would happen if I never found a way out of this? What would happen if there never came a door? The first time I stumbled, I gasped in pain as my knee ripped open. The second time, I fell and started rolling down the stairs. Down, I thought, before I passed out, the direction the stairs were supposed to go. I must have hit the ground because eventually I stopped rolling. Then I lay there and just hurt for a while. I don't know how long, but someone called out to me, and I turned my head groggily. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" I lifted my head, staring at him drunkenly as he offered me a hand to help me up. "I keep telling them we gotta get a lock for these doors. It might keep the drunks from the bar from wandering into here and falling down." He got me to the elevator, and I closed my eyes as I went up. He helped me into my room and helped me sit on the edge of my bed, and told me to take it easy for a while and call if I felt like I might have a concussion. And stay off the stairs. They're weird, those stairs. Sometimes I don't even like going on them, even when I have to. He left me then, and I woke up the next morning and got ready. I expected to find blisters and cuts on my feet, but they looked fine. It looked like I'd been walking over gravel for miles or more, but it looked like it might have happened a week or more ago. I looked at my knee, and there was a cut there, but it was healed and white and smooth. I didn't know what to make of it, so I didn't make anything of it. I got dressed, I got ready, and I found my shoes outside the door, with a note saying they'd been found in the stairs, and I prepared to go. I looked at the stairs, but after some contemplation, I went to the elevator. I had learned my lesson. There were things that were worse than a little anxiety. The conference went well, but I never took the stairs again. It seemed my fear of elevators had been replaced with a new fear. A fear of opening the door and finding myself on that endless staircase once again. I lived for summer vacation. As a kid who was only halfway through high school, I couldn't wait for the 3 months between the end and the start of the new school year. Those days felt like mine, like they belonged only to me, and I relished every day that I got to spend on my own terms. Mostly that translated to sitting on the couch and watching TV, or doing stuff with my friends, but sometimes it meant camping trips and drive-in movies and summer vacations spent in the sticky theme parks of Florida or the mountains of Tennessee. When I was 16, it meant that I was left in charge of the house while my parents went to a funeral. I didn't know the person, but apparently they had been my godmother. She was an old friend of my parents, and they had been pretty torn up about it for not having seen her in a few years. They made plans to go to the funeral, something that would be attended by a lot of their old college friends, but when it came to me, I begged them to just let me stay home. I didn't want to go to some funeral where I didn't know anyone, and after some coaxing, they both agreed. I was surprised. I hadn't actually expected that to work, but they said that they'd be gone for 4 days, and they'd leave me some money for food. If I left the house, I was to lock up. If there was an emergency, I was to call them immediately, and then they left after handing me a $50 for the week. I was enthralled. I'd never really been at home by myself for a long stretch of time. I let myself in after school, and I stayed home without my parents, but this was the first time I had been here without some knowledge that they were coming back soon. I spent my first night using half the money they had left me to order pizza and get some movies from the local rental place. I stayed up till 4 a.m., made a pizza stain on the couch that I'd have to figure out later, and fell asleep to the soothing sounds of Saving Private Ryan as Tom Hanks shot at Nazis. It was a good night. It rained the next day, so my friends that I had invited over bailed on me. It was probably for the best. My games and movies were pretty out of date, and I'd been hoping that they would bring some entertainment. I sat around and watched cable as the rain came down and the lightning made shadows on the wall. It was a pretty chill day. I stayed up late again as I watched whatever was on after 11, and just as I was dozing off at 3, I heard the hellish screech of the emergency broadcast system. I sat up, expecting to hear about a flood warning or something, but instead, there was a big black and white picture of a deer head on the screen, followed by a computerized male voice that I'd been waiting for. The National Park Service has issued a deer warning for your county from 3 a.m. till dawn. Please, if you haven't already, turn off the lights in your house and make sure your doors are locked. If you see deer gathering in your yard, do not approach them. Do not, I repeat, do not leave your house for any reason, and do not antagonize the deer in any way. Message repeat. As the message repeated again, I looked at the TV like it might be a joke. Deer warning? What the hell did that mean? Why was I being warned about deer? What were they going to do anyway? They were deer. Deer didn't really do much. It was still raining outside, and as the emergency sound blared again and then went back to cold case files, I went to the window and peeked out. The front yard was empty except for the puddles that were forming. There was no sign of deer, and as I yawned and let the curtains fall back into place, I decided to go to the kitchen for a snack. I had some pizza left, and I thought a slice before bed sounded nice. I was watching the slice spin around in the microwave when a sound from the backyard caught my attention. It sounded like a hoofbeat, like the kind of sound I usually listened for when I was a kid around Christmas time, and I went to peek out into the backyard. Our backyard wasn't huge, but it did butt up against some pretty massive woods. I'd played at the edge of them when I was a kid, but I'd always been a little afraid to go deep into them. They were dark, a little scary, and who knew what lay within them? I'd heard that kids went missing in those woods sometimes, and the stories had been enough to keep me out of them. As I peeked out the window over the sink, I was astonished to see that a deer had come into the backyard. It must have made a pretty big jump because the fence surrounding the yard was easily 12 feet high. He had his nose down, sniffing the ground, and I could see a rack of antlers on him that looked too big. I'm no trophy hunter, my dad either, but his antlers looked like they had a dozen prongs at least. The more I tried to count, the more I found, and as I counted, he looked up at me, as if feeling my eyes. I don't know if you've ever stared at those taxidermy heads that some people hang in their houses, but the eyes in them are fake. They're marbles or something. No deer has solid black eyes, except this one. I couldn't be sure. It could just be the poor lighting, but I didn't see anything but darkness in those eyes as we stared at each other. When the lightning flashed, I winced and looked away from the bright explosion. When I looked back, he was gone. The backyard was as empty as it had ever been. I shook my head and went to get my pizza out of the microwave. I'd probably imagined it. The TV warning had just spooked me, nothing more. I was a little freaked out because it was just me here, and now I was jumping at shadows. Whatever, I'd eat my pizza and head to bed, and by tomorrow the deer warning would be over. The lightning flashed again as I walked past the window, catching my attention, and I felt the slice slip off my plate as I turned to look. He was back, and he had friends. There were now 3 deer in my backyard, all of them bucks with magnificent racks of antlers. The other 2 weren't quite as magnificent as the one I'd seen first, but they sported at least 9 prongs each. They weren't cropping grass or even sniffing, though. All 3 of them were looking right at me as I looked out at them, and their eyes gave me a shudder. I went back to the living room, flipping off the lights absent-mindedly. Maybe if the lights were off, like the warning had said, the deer would stop looking at me. It was crazy to think about being afraid of deer, but I hadn't liked the way they had looked at me. It made me feel like prey, like I was in danger, and it wasn't something I ever wanted to feel again. I was coming around to one of the lamps when I heard something on the porch. It was similar to the sound I'd heard in the backyard, the hooves on wood sound that had grabbed my attention, and I froze as it tracked up and down the front porch. Were they on the porch now? How many were there? I didn't know, but as my teeth chattered and my hands hovered near the lamp to turn it off, the emergency sound blared again. The sound of hooves on the porch was barely audible over the sound on the TV, and as the lightning flashed and the thunder cracked, I could see shadows from behind the curtains. They bunched together, looking for the source of the sound, and as the warning came again, I slunk towards the TV and switched it off. The National Park Service has issued a deer warning for your county. From 3 a.m. till dawn. Please, if you haven't already, turn off the lights in your house and make sure your doors are locked. If you see a deer gathering in the yard, do not approach them. Do not, repeat, do not leave your house for any reason, and do not antagonize the deer in any way. Message repeat. I switched it off before it could repeat, and for a moment there was only silence. No hooves on the porch, no snorting or stomping, and it made me wonder if I was just making it all up. No, I had heard those sounds, damn it. I knew what was out there, and it was trying to get in. I looked at the window, but all I could see was the blackness beyond it. I looked a little closer, stepping closer, wanting to see them and dreading the sight of them at the same time. Then I saw the flash as it lit the sky, and what it lit behind the glass. Behind my mother's gauzy curtains in the living room, I saw the heads of many deer. They were looking at me. There was no way they could be, but but they were looking at me. They weren't on all fours either. They were up on their hind legs, staring at me as I peeked through the glass. There might have been a dozen. There might have only been 4 or 5, but they filled the glass as they towered over me. Deer are bigger than you think. I can tell you from experience. And as they stared down at me with their black, soulless eyes, I ran. I heard the window break behind me as I made for the stairs, but I didn't turn to see what was chasing me. I just ran flat out, not stopping for anything, and when I slammed the door to my room shut, I turned and shoved the desk in front of it, like I had when I was arguing with my parents. I pushed the bed there too, and the chest of drawers, just to be safe. When it was all piled up, I sat as far from the door as I could and just panted like a dog. What the hell was happening here? Deer didn't act like this. Not normal deer. I'd heard of them getting spooked and breaking things, but this was a little much. Had they really been standing up? I didn't even know deer could do that. As I sat and tried to get control of myself, I was filled with an overwhelming urge to peek out the window. My window looked out onto the front lawn. If I looked out and saw them, then maybe I'd feel safe enough to call the police from the kitchen phone and tell them that someone had broken in. I slid slowly up and looked over the lip of the sill, and as the lightning flashed again, I could see him looking at me. He was standing in the front yard, the rain leaking off of him, and looking up at my window. There were other deer in the yard, so many more, but he was the only one on his hind legs. The others were cropping grass, but the buck with all the prongs was staring straight at me like he could see into my soul. I got low, pulled myself into a ball, and just shook until I saw the sun peeking up over the window. I woke up when the police started trying to get through my door. At first, I thought it was the deer again, but when I saw them come in with their guns out, I realized it was real people. They took me to the hospital, got a statement, and tried to get in touch with my parents. I didn't tell them about the deer or the warning on the TV. I just told them that I'd heard someone breaking in and ran up to my room. They never found anything missing, and the window was fixed when I got back home. My parents were pretty worried, and they'd come home on a red-eyed flight before lunch. As we pulled up in the yard, I asked about the window, and Dad just laughed. "It's the weirdest thing," he said. "The police said it had been handled by the Forestry Service when I asked. He had no idea why, but I guess it saved us having to buy a new one." He may not have understood, but I did. So if you see a deer warning, take it seriously. Turn off the lights. Turn off the TV. Go to bed until dawn. You don't want to know what the deer are getting up to. Trust me. Michael shook his head as he looked at the sun. It had to be near noon now, and here he was, sleeping under a tree like some drunk. He stood up and adjusted the strap on his pack, dusting his pants off as he looked groggily down at the adjacent trail. He looked left, looked right, and as he got his bearings, he hiked deeper into the woods. The Appalachian Mountains were beautiful. They always had been, and it was easy to believe that if magic existed somewhere, it was here. Mike to all his friends, had always loved these woods. They weren't the well-maintained parks you sometimes saw in the campgrounds, but they weren't the rough and often daunting wilderness that you saw out west or in Washington or Oregon. Those were old forests, full of life and magic of their own, but the Appalachian Mountains had always felt welcoming to him in a way that nowhere else did. He and his brother had often hiked in the woods around their parents' house, and he had never felt like his life might be in danger when he was hiking close to home. He considered the mountains his home, more than the apartment he had in the city or the home he had once owned in Habersham. This was where he felt alive, where he felt free. Michael couldn't really remember those places very well, but that might be the traveling companions that he had with him. The bottle sloshed merrily in his pocket, and as he walked through the woods, he would sometimes take little nips from the neck to ease the memories. Life had been hard lately, but this was just what he needed after a bad year. Bad year? More like a bad 5 years. He looked forward to these trips so much that he bought a calendar just for them every year. He marked the days till he could sit around a fire with Ian and talk about better days. When they were kids, their mother had called them Mike and Ike because they always thought alike. Michael looked at the trailhead and shook his groggy head again. How long had he been hiking? He should have been to the campsite by now. It was always in the same place, and he could have walked there in his sleep. His feet seemed to know the way better than he did. And he wondered if the fire pit would still be there. They had built it as kids, he and Ike. They had searched all afternoon for the rocks to make it. They'd been 12, and their parents had finally begun to slack off on their overnight camping trips. This would have been the 4th or 5th time that they had camped here. The spot, a place that they had both decided on, and he had decided that they needed to spruce it up a bit. This had led to some searching for logs, for branches, and the digging of the fire pit. Once they had dug down a little, Michael had decided that the space didn't look right. The two had looked at it with all the critical eye that a 12 and 11-year-old could muster, and finally decided that it needed rocks. A ring of rocks would be just the thing for their new fire pit, and so they set to searching for them. It had taken them all day. The sun had gone down by the time that Ike had come back with that final stone, but it had been there ever since. He thought he might be lost, right up until he emerged onto a familiar campsite and a familiar sour face. "How do you always manage to beat me here?" Michael said happily. "Probably because you always manage to show up late," his brother intoned, his face at odds with itself. He always seemed to be pleased to see him, but Michael supposed he wasn't happy to see him drunk and wandering the woods again. Irick, a hard name to grow up with, had always been a sober fella. Thoughtful, often dour, Irick and his brother were a study in contrasts. Michael was a big guy, with a mop of blonde hair and a gregarious nature. Ike was tall and lean, his dirty blonde hair cut short, and he seemed to spend most of his time contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Their father had always said that he had the face of a politician or a preacher, someone in a position to stand over men's souls or lives, and his face reminded him of someone with a heavy weight on his shoulders. "Guilty. I must have just gotten a little lost," Mike said, as he took a seat on a log across from him. The fire pit had survived, it would seem, and now there was a fire burning in it as the sun began to set. The brothers sat in silence for a minute, and Mike felt the fog of awkwardness drop over him. It had been like that for the last few years. They only really saw each other on the camping trips, and he hated that. He supposed it had something to do with his drinking. Once he and Ike had been prolific drinkers, but then his brother had swapped his night of bar hopping for the whole 2.5 kids and a white picket fence thing. Ike's wife didn't like the way he acted when the two of them got together, and their last couple of camping trips had been dry indeed. He still came to the camping trips, though, and that was what counted. "You want one?" Michael asked, digging a beer out of his knapsack. "They're a little warm, but they drink all right." Ike slowly lowered his head and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a bronze poker chip. It was pretty, but it had definitely seen some battle. There was a 3 on it, and Michael guessed it meant it was his 3rd year. "Sorry, Mike. I've been sober for 3.5 years now. You drink if you want, but I think I'll pass." "Suit yourself," Mike said, taking a big swig of lukewarm beer. "So how is the old ball and chain anyway?" "Maggie's fine. Davy's almost 5 now. He looks a lot like you," he said, smiling sadly. "Davy? Who's... But then it hit him and he smiled. Oh, that's right. Wow, 5 years old. Where does the time go? Ike shook his head sadly. You ask that every year, and I never seem to find an answer. The words hit him like a sledgehammer, and Michael felt something deep inside him. What was it? Regret? Sadness? He couldn't say, but it passed as quickly as a cloud across the sky. You know how it is, little brother. You just lose track sometime. Time gets away from you. Yeah, Ike said, staring at the fire. Time. That's just what I was thinking, too. You always did have trouble keeping up with time. Michael cleared his throat and took another big swig from his can before burping and launching it into the woods. Well, I'll just have to send him something loud and flashy so he knows that Uncle Mike is still thinking about him. Ike made a non-committal sound, and the two of them lapsed into another long silence. How about Mom and Dad? Michael asked suddenly, desperately wanting to break the tension. I bet they're still driving each other crazy. You know, Dad always says that's what he loves about Mom. She riles him up and makes him feel alive. Ike made a strange sound in his throat, like he was trying to swallow a towel, and when he looked up, Mike saw tears welling in his eyes. Mike, Dad died last year. Mike dropped the fresh can that he'd been about to open, beer spilling on the ground as he tried to find the words. Dad dead? Impossible. Dad couldn't be more than 55. Mom and Dad had both had their boys young. They'd conceived Michael on prom night in their senior year, and while other people's parents always seemed so old and crotchety, their own parents had seemed so vibrant. Dad just retired, though. How could he... Dad retired 8 years ago, Mike. Ike swallowed more sadness as he looked up. He asked for you in the end. He wished you could be there. He wanted to see you before he passed. He wanted to see you so badly. No one called, Mike moaned, stomping his foot down and sending the beer rocketing over the hissing fire. I would have come. I would have been there. I had no idea. How would we have called you, Mike? Ike asked, finally letting some of the disappointment and anger slip into his voice. You haven't kept a job since high school. You haven't had an active cell phone since... He ground his teeth together. Since our parents stopped paying for it. Mike bit his lip. He wanted to be angry, but he just couldn't. Ike was right. He was kind of unreliable, but they still should have tried. Sorry, little brother. Not all of us have it together like you do. I'm a tumbleweed, man. I go where the mood takes me. Ike looked away, clearly wanting to say more, but not wanting to hurt his brother. Mike was unreliable, that much was obvious, but he still loved him, and he clearly cherished the time he had with him more than he hated him. This was how it had been when they were kids, too. Ike had adored him, wanted to be just like him, back when there was something to adore and look up to. Mike had been a triple threat. Football, basketball, and hockey. It had carried him through high school and gotten him a scholarship to the same college that Irick had worked his ass off to get into. There'd been no question whether Ike was going to college. He had a 4.0 GPA. He'd been on the debate team and the student council. He'd been a mathlete, and he'd covered himself in scholarship opportunities, grants, and extra funding for whatever he wanted to do. His parents hadn't paid a dime to send him to school, and his college savings had been used to pay off the car that he'd bought in his freshman year. He'd managed to get himself a bachelor's degree while still keeping pace with Michael, and as they pub crawled and frat partied their way through their college years, it was only now that Michael considered what that must have done to him. If he'd suffered with hangovers and sick bellies during football practice and baseball games, then he couldn't imagine having to do it through an accelerated study program or while acting as a representative for various college organizations. Ike didn't look up from the fire, and the darkness that came in the wake of the setting sun made his face look skeletal. You were never really interested in getting it together, though, were you, Mike? Not after what happened with your shoulder. After that, you were never really interested in getting much of anything together. Mike didn't say anything, but the emotions were boiling around in his stomach like angry bees. Mike had made a habit of using his body hard, but what had happened had been a fluke. He'd been hit in his third year of what would have amounted to a general education degree, if he'd finished, and he'd been practicing his swing for an upcoming baseball game. Mike had swung at what he thought was the pitching machine's last ball, and when someone called his name, he had turned to say something to them. The explosion in his right shoulder as the ball hit him at around 95 miles an hour had taken the wind out of him, and he'd crashed to the ground as he thought for sure that he was going to die right there. Instead, he'd woken up in the hospital. His shoulder was broken, his collarbone had a nice-sized crack, and he'd have to be in an isolation cast for the next 8 months. There would be surgery, there would be more recovery, and Mike probably wouldn't play sports, contact or otherwise, for at least a year and a half. Mike had nothing but sports, and it took his injury to show him that. The pills stopped working the way they should, and Mike got stronger stuff to make it feel better. Surgeries had to be rescheduled because he was constantly high or drunk, and over time, Mike had to come to grips with the fact that his career was over before it had started. The junk helped with the depression and the feelings of worthlessness, but nothing numbed the real pain. No one could fault you for wanting the pain to stop, but you never quite lost the desire for numbness, did you? Michael wrung his hands together. I guess not. The darkness settled around them as they sat in silence, both of them feeling the night as it crowded around their little fire and turned the world into a velvet dream. I miss you. You know that, right? Ike half whispered. Michael was still too drunk for feelings to permeate him, with much beyond sudden and often violent emotions, but he had to force back tears as he nodded. I miss you, but I need to leave you behind, Mike. Leave me behind? Mike asked, looking up suddenly. What do you mean, Iric? Something about hearing Mike say his real name seemed to make him hesitate, but Ike powered through it as he laid it all out. I need to stop coming out here. I need to leave you behind. When I think about you, it makes me thirsty. When I remember you and try to come to terms with what happened to you, it makes me want to fall into a bottle and never climb out again. I got a job offer from our old alma mater. They want me to come teach there. Offered to give me tenure if I'd stay for 4 years. I was excited, but as I walked across the campus, all I could see was your ghost. I could see you sleeping on the bench by student services. I could see you running with the team across the campus. I could see you posing for pictures in your new baseball uniform, and I felt for the first time in 5 years like I wanted to find the nearest frat house and drink until I couldn't stand up. I left. I had to reschedule, but I knew what I had to do. Ike looked up, his eyes pleading with Mike for something he didn't think he could give him. Mike, you have to move on. The crickets and the crackling fire were the only sound for what felt like a lifetime, and Mike was left trying to process what his brother was talking about. Move on? What, just not see my brother anymore? How the hell could you ask me to do something like that? We're family, Ike. How could you ever think I'd walk away from you? But Ike put a hand up, and that was when Mike saw it. It was just hanging off his wrist like it belonged there. And even though it was faded, Mike would have noticed it anywhere. It was his lucky bracelet, the one he'd had in high school, the puka shells clattering merrily as he pointed. Where'd you get that? That belongs to me. You should have... But that was when he noticed the bracelet hanging off his own wrist. The two of them were identical. Could have been from the exact same kiosk at the mall where he'd gotten it when he was 15. But he knew that Ike had never had one. I got it from you, Ike said, looking down at it affectionately. It was the last thing you ever gave me. Mike shook his head, looking down at his own bracelet and trying to make sense of it. But no, that doesn't make any sense. I still have mine. How could I have given you my bracelet if I still have my bracelet? Ike was silent for a moment, worrying his lips and trying to find the words he needed. Because you were wearing it when we found you. What does that have to do with anything? How many beers have you drank tonight? For that matter, how much have you drank on the way here? What are you, my mom? Our mom, Ike sighed. But that's not the point. Just answer the question. Ike thought about it. I don't know, 4, maybe 5 beers, and a pull off a bottle of wild turkey. Hiking's thirsty work. Remember when we hiked through the state park? We drank so much we got lost for 3... Focus, Michael. How much beer is left in your backpack? Mike hefted the bag and was surprised at how hefty it was. I don't know. Couldn't be more than 2 or 3, I guess. I had a 6-pack in there and a bottle of... But when he unzipped it, Mike saw that the 6-pack was fresh and the bottle of wild turkey was unopened. No, Mike said, the bottle clinking against the cans as his hands shook. No, that's not possible. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but every time you appear out here, you have the same liquor, the same clothes, the same everything that you had on that night. What night? Mike asked, getting frustrated as he slammed his bag on the ground. The bottles broke. He heard them break, and the hissing from one of the cans was also audible. Mike expected to see liquids leaking into the fabric of his bag, but it never came. Ike was silent, just watching him, as Mike tried to put it together. And when he opened the bag again, the cans and bottle were intact and full. He hadn't imagined it. They had reformed, and now he was left holding the bag. What is this? Mike asked, staring at Ike as his brother watched the fire. 5 years ago, you were on one of these camping trips. It was right before Davy was born, and Maggie didn't want me to go. She was worried about me drinking. We got in a big fight about it, and finally I promised her I wouldn't drink on our trip. She made me swore that if she smelled booze on me when I came home, she'd divorce me. And I promised her, on our son's life, that I wouldn't drink. You didn't like that, so you drank enough for the both of us. You spent most of the night raging and ragging at me, telling me how I'd changed if I'd let a woman tell me what I was going to do. You were sloppy. You had way more in your backpack than you do now. And you'd probably drank about 15 beers on your own. I told you I was going to turn in. We were supposed to go fishing the next day. You said you were going for a walk. I need to clear my head a little. The thought of you being so spineless is keeping me awake, you said. And then you stumbled off into the woods. Stumbling off into the woods, Mike remembered that. That was all he could remember with any clarity. All he could remember when it came right down to it. His apartment, his life before coming into the woods were all a fuzzy memory. And Mike found he couldn't really remember anything other than stumbling through the woods. The more he tried to remember, and the more he couldn't, the more freaked out he got. He was hyperventilating. His head was spinning, but Ike was still sitting there staring at the fire. You weren't there in the morning, so I went looking for you. These were our woods, and we were both Eagle Scouts. Even so, your trail wasn't hard to follow. You had stumbled through the woods, a beer can here, a beer can there. Finally, I came to a steep drop that you hadn't seen, I guess. Your head was a bloody smear across one of the rocks in the drop, but you were still alive somehow. I tried to call for help, but there was no signal. You gave me your bracelet before you died, telling me to take it for luck. I've worn it ever since. I like to think that it does bring me luck. I fell into a depression after that, drinking to numb the pain, and Maggie let me for a while. She let me numb the pain until she couldn't take it anymore. She told me to get help, and I loved her and Davy enough to try it. I told myself that I'd give it a week, and if it didn't work, then I'd just leave. I'd leave so I didn't burden them, but it never came to that. AA was easier than it had any right to be, and before long I felt less inclined to drink. I've come a long way, but I couldn't quite stop the trips as easy as I could the booze. I came out here on the anniversary of your death, just wanting to remember you, but when you came stumbling out of the woods, just as you had on that day a year ago, I was speechless. Mike was still breathing heavily, but it all felt so unreal now. He couldn't remember any of this. All he remembered was going into the woods. Had he driven? Had he walked? How had he gotten into the woods in the first place? Mike rubbed his head. Why couldn't he remember? So wait, are you saying I'm a ghost or something? Ike shrugged. I don't know what you are, but you've come back for the last 4 years, and you don't seem to remember anything. It's like the camping trip where you died never happened, and you came back to camp the last time, every time. Mike just sat there, not sure what to make of this. I can't do this anymore, though. It isn't healthy to continue to fester here. Every year I come out, every year we argue about this, and every year you disappear into the woods again, and we do it again the next year. But no more. I can't do it anymore. I have to stop. This is the last year I'm coming out. I don't know why you stay here, but I can't haunt these woods with you anymore. Mike got shakily to his feet and began staggering towards the woods. I'm going for a walk. I need to clear my head and try to make sense of what you've told me here. I'll be back in the morning, then we can go fishing or something. Maybe after a good night's sleep, you'll be in a better state of mind. Michael headed off into the woods again, and Ike sighed as he shook his head and grabbed the bucket of water by the tent so we could put the fire out. The fire hissed like an angry cat as it went out, and it left Mike in the deep shadows that surrounded them. It was like this every year. He never remembered it, and it nearly broke Irik's heart every year. Never again, though. This would be the last visit, he thought, as he grabbed his bag and headed out of the woods. If Mike wanted to haunt these woods, then he would do it alone from now on. And that left a hollow place inside Irik that he doubted would ever be filled. I came home from work to find my wife vacuuming in my son's room. Again? I asked, already guessing the answer. She sighed. It's the second time this week, Dave. I need this to stop. I shook my head, laughing a little. I'll talk to him, I promised, and went to find my son. It isn't that strange for kids to collect things. Some of them collect bugs or baseball cards or interesting rocks, but my son's interest was getting pretty weird. I could have understood finding Pokemon cards or even a box of old animal bones, but what he was collecting was dirt. It had started on Wednesday when his mother had been changing his sheets. She had noticed some dust on them, but that's pretty common for a 6-year-old. He wasn't a huge fan of baths, and sometimes he slept in the same clothes he had went to preschool in. It wasn't until she picked up the pillow so she could remove the case that she found the fistful of dirt that was hidden under it. It was quite a bit of dirt, or so she said. She claimed it was about 6 or 7 big handfuls, and she wondered how long he had been putting it in there. She cleaned it up and asked him not to put dirt under his pillow again. It seemed he hadn't listened. I walked into the kitchen to find David coloring a picture at the table. I could see that he'd been digging in the dirt again, even from here. It seemed he'd been digging in the backyard a lot lately. David liked to garden, which was weird for a boy his age, but we tried to encourage him to be curious. His grandpa, my dad, had been teaching him how to garden before he passed, and I thought that he might have been continuing the garden his grandpa was tending as a way to remember him. I looked over at the back door as I approached the table, and I could see the flowers coming in. I guessed that David, like his grandpa, had a green thumb. "What you drawing, buddy?" I looked over his shoulder and saw that he was drawing flowers that circled a big tree, the very garden that I'd been looking at. "The garden," he answered, in his innocent little voice. I nodded, rolling a purple crayon under my finger. "You been playing in the garden today?" "Mm-hmm," he said, his tongue sticking out as he colored. I nodded again, clearly beating around the bush as I tried to get to the point. "Mom says she keeps finding dirt under your pillow. Is there a reason you keep hiding dirt under there?" "'Cause he tells me to," David said. "Who tells you to, buddy?" He opened his mouth, but he seemed to think better of it. "No one," he said, too quickly. That made me feel a little uneasy. "You can tell me, buddy. Is someone making you put dirt under there?" "No," he said, and when he kept ignoring me to color his picture, I started to lose interest. "Okay, well, no more dirt under your pillow. Okay, buddy?" "Yes, Daddy," he said, and I left him to his coloring, thinking the situation had been handled. I was heading to the shower later, his bedtime already passed, when I heard something that made me wonder. No, they say I can't do it anymore." "I don't know. I don't want to stop talking to you, but I have to follow the rules." He was quiet. He seemed to be listening to something. I know you want out. I'm trying my best, but it's hard to dig." I peeked around the corner and saw him lying in bed. He was talking to his pillow, his words muffled sometimes as he spoke to whoever it was that he was talking to. If someone was talking to him, it was too low for me to hear, and when he rolled away from the door, I wondered if he was talking to the dirt that was probably under his pillow. I started watching him a little closer after that, especially when he was in the garden. He watered and weeded daily, but sometimes it seemed like he was just digging, like all kids did. But this digging wasn't as haphazard as it could have been. He was digging in a particular place, what would have been the south side of the tree. I didn't really like him playing there. It stirred up a lot of memories, but it would have seemed odd for me to tell him to stop. He was digging in the exact place where his grandfather had laid as he breathed his last. I took some comfort that he had died in his garden, a place he loved more than most people, it seemed. I'd seen him working in the garden all the time when I was a kid, but my interactions hadn't been as nice as the one I'd had with my son. No one was allowed to touch his plants but him. And I got taken to task more times than I care to remember over things that happened in the garden. An errant football or a misthrown baseball was all it would take to get a lick with the belt across my backside. My son seemed to have been immune to this, however. When he was born, he had become the apple of his grandpa's eye. My dad would take him into the garden, teaching him how to till the soil, how to plant, and when to plant. They had loved it out there, but Dad had always made it clear that it was an activity for him and his grandson, and I wasn't invited. "You just mess it up, like you did when you were little," he would say. Now it seemed my son was keeping the garden in his memory, but it was still weird to see him out there digging so furiously. The dirt kept appearing under his pillow. Not just under his pillow either. The dirt was beginning to appear under his bed. His mother was beside herself, and every day when I came home, it seemed like there was more dirt in the house. "You have to talk to him," she said one night, my son once again coloring at the table. "Today, I found it under his bed, under his pillow, and in buckets in his closet. I don't know how it's getting in here, or where he's even getting it all from, but it has to stop." I rubbed my neck as I came into the kitchen. I'd never been as hands-on as my dad had been. I didn't want my son to fear me the way that I had feared his grandpa. I tried not to shout, and I'd never so much as swatted his hand. I wanted him raised differently, but it seemed that now I'd given him a little bit too much leeway. "Hey, I thought we talked about the dirt, kiddo." David nodded, not looking up from his coloring. "Yeah, I know." He was coloring another picture of the garden, the flowers in bloom, and Now there was something different there, too. In the middle of the garden was a dark hole that seemed to sit right between all the colorful plants. A hole with a pair of red eyes looking out of it. I didn't like that hole. It was right in the place my son usually dug, and it made me shudder. "What's that?" I asked, pointing to the hole that he had colored with his black crayon, all except the eyes. "Nothing," he said, too quickly. "No secrets, pal. Come on. I won't be mad. Does it have something to do with the dirt?" David looked like he wanted to say something, but instead he just shook his head. "No, it's just a hole." I didn't press it, but I probably should have. I reminded him that the dirt needed to stay in the yard, and he went back to coloring. That night, however, I lingered by his door after lights out to see if I could catch any more weird conversations. I wasn't disappointed. My wife looked at me strangely as she came out of the bathroom, but I shushed her and told her to move on. She shrugged, shaking her head as she went past, but I was sure that the whispering had something to do with it. I was crouched by the doorframe like some kind of stalker as he wallowed down underneath his covers. When David started whispering, I was ready. No, they said I couldn't anymore. No, they'll catch me and I'll get in trouble. Mom already said I couldn't play video games until the weekend, and it'll be longer if I get caught again. David paused for a long time then, like he was listening to something, and when he spoke again, I could hear the tears in his voice. "Don't talk like that. Of course I love you. I want you to get better. I know, but I can't keep bringing it inside. I know why you want me to do it, but I can't. If you loved me so much, then you wouldn't ask me to." And then I heard him flop over and go to sleep, and if whoever he was talking to was still talking, he wasn't listening. I kept watching him over the next few days, but he didn't even go near the garden until it was time to water or weed it. David stayed inside more, reading or coloring, but the dirt still appeared. It wasn't a lot, just a few handfuls beneath his pillow, but my wife was beside herself with anger. She grounded him for a month from playing video games, and wouldn't let him stay at his friend's house until further notice. He nodded, accepting it, but I'd begun to wonder where it was all coming from. I mentioned this to her, but she just pushed it off as him doing it when no one was looking. It's under his pillow. It has to be him. Who else could be bringing dirt into the house? Punished or not, David didn't seem to be bothered by it. In fact, I thought he might be getting sick. He was listless, dark circles forming under his eyes, and I took him to the doctor at the end of the first week to make sure that he didn't have a cold or something. She said he was healthy, but she wanted to put him on something to help him sleep. Poor kid looks like he's suffering from exhaustion. The source of his exhaustion became apparent a few nights later. I would have probably never caught him if I hadn't gotten up to pee at around 3 a.m. I stopped at his door to check on him, and something didn't seem right. His bed didn't look the way it usually did. His pillows were a little too poofy. And when I flipped back the covers, I found that David's bed was empty. I started tearing through the house, checking everywhere that he might be, and when I came to the kitchen, I found that someone had left the back porch light on. I couldn't see him, not at first, but then I saw something come flying up over the hole in the middle of the garden. "I don't know," I heard him half whisper from the hole. "I thought you said you were there." I crept up to the hole, not making a sound, but as I got closer, I heard David start to get frustrated. "I don't know. I'm trying, but the ground's too hard. I can't get to you, Grandpa. I want to help you, but the ground's too hard. My fingers are bleeding. Please, help me. I've dug so deep. I can't. David?" I asked, and he jumped and looked up guiltily. "It's a little late for digging, don't you think?" He looked down as he stood in that hole, And when I put a hand down and offered to get him some hot chocolate so we could talk about this, he shook his head. No, no, I need to get Grandpa out. He says he's trapped, and I need to get him out. He tried to keep digging, but there was no going any deeper. My wife came out when I called for help, but we couldn't manage to wrestle him out of the hole. We had to call for help. Help from the people in the white vans who spoke in soft voices. And that was the end of David's digging. The men at the facility they took him to say he's doing much better. Being away from the garden seems to help him, but they want to keep him for a while so they can be sure. I hate it for him. I hate seeing David like this, and I hate even more that I can't tell them the truth. The truth is that I know why David keeps the dirt under his pillow. It's the same reason I try to avoid the backyard as much as possible. You see, I haven't been the best narrator, and for that I apologize. I had thought that only 2 people knew what really happened to my dad. To most of the world, they think he just wandered off and never came back. He'd been diagnosed with dementia after all, but he was such a stubborn old goat that he wouldn't go live with anyone. The only person he ever remembered was David, but after getting a call to come pick him up from the police, I'd tried to put my foot down. Dad didn't like that. He didn't like that one bit. This time, however, when he tried to put his hands on me, I pushed him away, and he smashed his head on one of those huge roots at the bottom of the tree. Dad had made my childhood a living nightmare, and I wasn't going to let him take my adulthood because I had finally decided to stand up for myself. So I buried him. I buried him in his garden. I planted some flowers on top of it. No one looked too hard. People moved on, and as his only living child, I took control of my childhood home and his accounts. Sitting here writing this, I can hear him whispering as I sit on the back patio and listen to the night birds. He wants out. He wants to be buried next to Mom, and he wants the police to know what I did, but he'll need something better than a 6-year-old to dig him up. The concrete I poured on top of him before I filled in the hole will keep most things from uncovering him. The more I think about it, the more I think this backyard could use a pool. Something below ground. Something with a diving board. I think those flowers have been here about long enough. Spring had come to Appalachia, and I had wondered if it would ever make it. The forest and the hills had come alive, and the animals were poking their heads up and beginning to cycle again so they could prepare for next winter. Grandpa had come alive too. His cough sounded a lot better now, but I still heard him coughing up more than spit. He was whittling again, making things for the flea market when they opened up next week, and there was a deer in his hand now as he sat on the porch and watched the rain. It had been a season for rain, it seemed, and this one had come up very suddenly. Glimmer and I had been sitting out here with him, drinking beer and listening to the night sounds, and when the trees bent and the wind chimes tinkled in the sudden gale, Grandpa had stopped his carving and flared his nostrils as he took in the wind. "It's gonna storm." I looked at him, watching Glimmer fill her nostrils as well. "You think?" "Oh, definitely," Grandpa said. "It's gonna be a real ripper of a storm, too."
Smells like a little rain. Maybe an hour of rain before it is done.
Grandpa shook his head.
"I don't think so, Glimmer. This smells like a real rager."
In the end, Grandpa had been right. The storm had come up suddenly, the wind rattling the tin on the roof as it hit the house. The rain came in close behind it, making us back up under the overhang a little as it hit the porch. Grandpa never stopped carving, and I could see his knife scraping away as the lightning flashed. "Man," I said, You weren't kidding, Grandpa. That came up in a hurry.
I hope it ends as quickly. I would hate to have to run home through the rain tonight.
I think it will, before too long. But it's got a lot of blow left in it. I saw a storm come up like this once before, though it was far bigger than this.
Oh, I asked. Some kind of ghost storm?
Well, the storm was normal enough, but there was a ghost. He's probably why I made it out in time and got to keep my truck.
Sounds like quite a story.
It was. But at the time, it was also pretty scary. I was a little further from home that day, but it was well worth the drive. I was making a delivery to a pretty affluent area of North Carolina. It was an area I had never been to, a place I kind of fell in love with when I saw it. Parley Island was something out of a dream. I didn't even know North Carolina had beaches that beautiful, but one look at the place told me that it was out of my pay scale. The town was like something out of a Maine painting, old-looking wooden buildings and lots of character, little bistros and eateries and charming main streets full of boutiques and stores. I checked my directions and found the right road, heading up onto the coast as I made my way to Mr. Gander's house. It turned out to be a 3-story mansion on a cliffside, and I imagine the view at sunset was breathtaking. Mr. Gander, far from being the stuffy carpetbagger I had expected, was a down-to-earth fellow from out west with his 4 strapping, helpful sons, and a wife that insisted on feeding me glass after glass of sweet tea until I thought I might bust. I was glad for the boys' help, too, because the Ganders had expensive and heavy-tasting furniture. Wardrobes and bookcases and sedan chairs, love seats, and a mahogany desk that took all of us to lift up the stairs and into his study. At the end, it was about 4 o'clock, and I was sweaty and sore from a day of unloading. Mr. Gander thanked me for all my hard work, and when he shook my hand, I felt something between our palms. It was 3 $10 bills, the biggest tip I had made at that time. "You more than earned it, young man," he said, winking as he headed back inside. I was rolling up the ramp, my heart soaring at the money in my pocket, when I heard someone speak from the side of the truck. "Storm's coming." I looked, thinking it was one of the boys, but the man was a little farther away than I thought he was. He was standing on the edge of the cliff, looking over the ocean with his hands in his pockets. He was dressed in a long coat the color of dust, and the scarf he wore seemed unseasonable. He had a tall topper, something that looked out of a Dickens novel, and his riding boots looked muddy. He had his back to me, his eyes on the view, and when I came up beside him, I saw that he was younger than I would have thought. He was a handsome youth with a thin mustache and features I would call foxish. He never looked at me as I came to see who he was. "Pardon?" I asked. "Storm's coming. Might want to head for home." I looked at the view and chuckled, not seeing a cloud in the sky. "You don't say." "I do," he said, finally turning to look at me. "Think it might be best if you head home." "Is that a fact?" I said, thinking I could see what was happening here. "And if I don't?" The man looked back at the ocean. "Then you might end up here longer than you intended to be." I meant to ask him what he meant by that, thinking that I was being cryptically told to get lost and that I wasn't rich enough to linger here. when one of Ganda's sons called out to me, telling me I'd forgotten my gloves. I looked away for a second, maybe two, but when I turned back, the man was gone. I asked the boy, his middle son, if he'd seen the man, but he said he hadn't. I saw you taking in the view and wanted to catch you before you left, sir. Thank you for delivering our furniture. I told him it was no trouble and climbed back into my truck. I was a little freaked out, but the more I thought about it, the more it galled me. Who was he to tell me to get lost? He wasn't the mayor or anything. I had intended to drive home, but I thought I might catch a bite to eat before I did. I wasn't just going to leave because some stranger said so, and I pulled into the diner at the foot of the hill and parked beside it so I could get some supper. I had a long drive ahead of me, and I wanted to be well fed before starting off. I had expected his sentiment to be mirrored by the staff at the diner, but the waitress was kind to me and even suggested the country fried steak. Food was delicious, the portions large and very tasty. I decided on a piece of pie that I had watched under the glass as I ate once I was done. I was halfway through it, the pecans very moist, when I heard a familiar voice from the booth behind me. "Should be rolling in soon, partner. You might want to roll out." I turned, and there he was, the guy in the gray suit. He was sipping from an old and very well-worn teacup. He was dipping a bag into it, the string going up and down, and it took me a moment to realize there was no bag attached to it. He grinned at me, the arms of his suit puffing up dust as he dunked the non-existent bag, and I narrowed my eyes at my impeccably dressed stalker. "What's your problem, pal?" "No problem, Squire. I just wanted you to get out of town before you got hurt." I was about to get up and ask him what he meant, but someone sat down across from him then. A man in flannel and suspenders slid into the booth as he moved to the end of the line and reached for a menu. I could see that the fella was gone again. I looked around. No way he had time to escape without me seeing him, but as I looked out the glass window, I saw that he had. He was walking across the parking lot with a cane in his hand as he made his way to the beach, and I got up and left some money as I followed after him. I was tired of being stalked by whoever this was, and I was going to give him a piece of my mind. I left my truck there, stomping across the road and sinking a little as my feet bogged down in the sand. It was white, whiter than any sand I had any right to be, and as I started across it, I could see the smug bastard standing near the surf line. He was looking at the water again, but now I could see that he was actually looking at what was offshore in the distance. He was looking at a storm. It was a real rager, a huge mass of dark clouds that swirled off the coast, and I wondered if this was the storm he was talking about. It looked rainy, windy, and not at all pleasant. He was watching it with interest, and as I came up beside him, I heard him sigh audibly. "It's nearly here," he said, taking his eyes off the black mass. "Maybe you should hit the road before it's too late." "Why do you care so much?" I asked, the wind kicking up suddenly and blowing grit into my face. "I don't know," he said, "but I'd hate to see you get mixed up in something like this. It'd put a damper on your future, and I know you've a bright future ahead of you." "What are you talking about?" I said, having to raise my voice as the wind blew in, harder than it had before, and smelling of rain. "Nothing, I suppose. See you, partner." Then he simply turned toward me like he meant to walk right over me and vanished into the air. I stood there, the wind threatening to push me over, and as the thunder rumbled out over the water, I decided it might be a good idea to head home. I took my remaining $25 and kicked rocks. It was a good thing I did. In retrospect, though, I guess I could have warned some people, though I doubted they would have listened. The rain was still coming down, but it had slackened quite a bit as we sat listening to Grandpa's story. "So what happened to the town?" I asked. "Well, it survived. It's still there today, but the storm was pretty bad. I was making my way through some podunk town in South Carolina a week later when I saw a paper talking about the storm. It had been a nasty one. The wind had done a number on the town, and the photos showed a picture of a very familiar house on the side of the cliff. It was gone, ripped down to the porch I had stood on, and the article said the Gander family had yet to be found. I still had one of those $10 bills from the man, and I still do. I put it in my lockbox, and I hadn't had the strength to touch it since. It was odd to have a dead man's money, and I still think about how close I came to joining them in whatever watery grave they found when their house slipped into the ocean. We all sat and contemplated that as the wind and the rain petered themselves out. It was over in another hour, and Glimmer took her leave as she wished both of us a good night.
Let us hope I don't find any gray men on their way home,
she teased, kissing my cheek before heading out into all that wet. "What about the gray fella?" I finally asked, as we went inside, the rain still dripping off the eaves. "Oh, I found out later that the gray man is a bit of a local legend. He often warns people about storms, and he was mentioned on a news program after warning a couple about Hurricane Hugo. He still gets spotted now and again, and the residents have begun looking for him so they know when it's time to take cover." "Very generous of him," I said, leaving my shoes by the back door as Grandpa stretched and headed for bed. "Let's hope he's learned to be a little more direct, though," Grandpa said, wishing me a good night. "Otherwise, he might get more than he bargained for from some out-of-towner." I chuckled at that all the way to bed as the last of the rain helped me into deep and dreamless sleep.
"Mary, do you know Jerry?" Mary sighed. "Yeah," she answered, not even looking up from the picture she was coloring. "Jerry's a kid in my class. Everybody knows Jerry." "Are you and Jerry friends?" The lady in the suit was trying to sound nice and interested, but Mary could tell that she was getting bored. Grown-ups usually got bored when they had to talk to kids for too long. Mary didn't mind. She was more interested in the picture she was coloring. It was going to be pretty when she was finished, and she wanted her mom to hang it on the fridge. "No," Mary said, adding purple to her rainbow, "I don't think Jerry has any friends." "Why is that?" "Because Jerry is mean. I guess maybe Hank and Tommy are his friends, but I think it's 'cause they don't want to get picked on." "What about you? Does Jerry pick on you?" Mary laughed. "Nah, 'cause I'd beat him up. He doesn't mess with me." The lady cleared her throat and looked behind her at the people in the glass. Mary went right on coloring her rainbow some more, and then moved on to the bear that was underneath it. She'd already decided that he was going to be brown and fluffy. They had good pictures here, and Mary wanted to finish up before the lady made her leave and go home with her mom. "Mary, can you tell me what happened today at the park?" "Oh, when the unicorn got Jerry," Mary said excitedly. The woman looked back again before moving on. "Yes, I'd like to hear about that. Can you tell me about it?" "Yeah, I can do that," Mary said, finishing her bear and holding it up. "How's it look?" The lady smiled. "It looks great, Mary, but we need to know about Jerry. He's in danger, and we need to help him so he can go home." Mary shook her head and laughed. "He's not in trouble, silly. He's with the unicorn. Unicorns don't hurt people." "Mary, please, we really need you to tell us what happened." Mary sighed. "Okay. Can I have another picture to color while I do?" The lady nodded, her mouth doing that thing it did when Mary's mother was getting fed up, and took out another color page. It was the one with the castle and the princess, and Mary smiled. She had really been hoping it would be that one. "Okay, Mary. Now tell us what happened at the park today." Mary's crayon made an odd grating sound on the paper as she colored it. "Well, I went to the park after school with Caleb. Caleb and I were going to meet Helen and Maggie to play Foursquare, but Jerry and Hank were already there, and they started trying to bully us." As she talked about it, Mary could see it like it was happening right in front of her. She'd been holding the big rubber ball as she and Caleb walked to the park, down from the school. Caleb was asking her if she wanted to come over afterward, and that was when Mary had seen them. "Ugh, I thought they had detention." Caleb looked at the swings, trying to see what she was looking at, and she saw the fear fall over him like a warm blanket. They headed for the sandbox, both of them making a wide track around it and hoping not to be seen by Hank. He was still swinging as he talked to Jerry, and the bigger boy was humming something that Mary didn't know. Her friends were playing in the sandbox with their backs to the boys, clearly trying to pretend that they weren't there. It was a magic spell of sorts. If they ignored them, then the boys might not notice them and they'd leave them alone. Both of them looked like deer feeding in a meadow, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. They'd almost made it past when Jerry looked up suddenly and noticed them. His face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. While he might know better than to mess with Mary, that didn't mean that he wouldn't mess with her friends, which would bother her vicariously. "Just ignore them," she whispered to Caleb, and the two of them kept walking. Jerry had his windbreaker thrown over the arm of the swing set, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up in his best James Dean impression. This was something that Mary had heard from her mother, and while she didn't know who James Dean was, she knew that it was from a song that her mother liked. Jerry usually looked like he was trying to show off his non-existent muscles, and his arms were tanned up to the point of the roll, the skin beyond looking fish-belly white. He had a sucker in his mouth, the stem probably held there in an attempt to look like the cigarettes he believed he would one day smoke. He started towards them. Then Hank put his feet down so he could join him as the swing came to a stop. When Jerry called Caleb's name, the smaller boy stopped in his tracks. "Caleb, why don't you come hang out with us?" Mary didn't stop, but Caleb had stopped and turned to look at the bigger boy. You always stopped when someone said your name. It was like a magic spell. Mary stopped and turned to look back at him, the two children having a silent mental tug-of-war between them for Caleb. "Well, I'd like to, Jerry, but..." Caleb seemed to forgot what he was about to say before picking up the threads again. "But I promised Mary that I'd play with her." He gripped the ball hard enough to dimple the rubber, and Jerry scoffed loud enough to make the girls in the sandbox look around nervously. "You don't really want to waste your whole day with a bunch of girls, do you, Caleb?" Caleb stuttered for a minute, looking between them as if torn, and that was when Mary grabbed his hand. "Go play with your own friends, Jerry. Caleb is coming to play with me." Jerry had his other hand, the red rubber ball trailing away with a series of pathetic tonk sounds, and was pulling him back towards the swing set. "He can make up his own mind. "Can't you, Caleb?" Now they were having a real tug-of-war over the boy, pulling him back and forth as they shouted at each other, and that was why Mary almost missed the unicorn entirely. She was just shouting at Jerry to let him go when she heard one of the girls in the sandbox gasp. She wasn't sure if it was Maggie or Helen, but she guessed it didn't matter. She recognized it as the noise that kids made when they saw something that really surprised them. It wasn't necessarily a scared gasp, but it was definitely a surprised gasp. And that turned her quicker than any prequel to a scream. It was late afternoon, the setting sun casting long shadows, and in the shadow of the trees was a unicorn. It didn't look like the unicorns in her coloring book. This one was all black, its skin shiny like a beetle's, the ones that sometimes crawled through her grandma's garden. It didn't have eyes, but its bullet-shaped head was swiveling as it sniffed the air. It didn't have hooves, but its feet had long claws on them, and it gouged up the dirt around it. It had a horn, but the horn was brown, and it looked wooden. It was sticking out of the front of its head, and it wobbled as it turned. Mary let go of Caleb and turned to face it, enchanted by the sudden appearance of the creature. "Jesus," Jerry said, drawing it out as he let go of the shaking boy. "What a freak!" Hank had stopped halfway between the swings, and Jerry was walking towards the unicorn as it turned its head towards his voice. Jerry walked towards it with the confidence of a child who has never doubted that he would live forever. And as it came closer, Mary saw its lips split apart and reveal rows of sharp teeth. The horn wobbled a little more as it zeroed in on him, but if Jerry noticed, he never gave any indication. "What in the hell is that thing? Some kind of burnt-up cougar or something? Geez, it's ugly. Might be a mercy to just put it out of its But his words disappeared as the creature jumped on him. It buried Jerry under all that oily black skin, and as he screamed, it dragged him off into the woods and out of sight. Caleb and Hank screamed too, running away as Maggie and Helen ran after them. They scattered, yelling about murder and monsters, but not Mary. Mary just stood there, enraptured by the sight of the mythical beast. Jerry was still yelling, but it was just because he didn't understand. Mary knew that unicorns didn't hurt people. He was taking him off to its mythical unicorn hollow so it could introduce him to its friends. He was so lucky, Mary thought. She would have killed to go meet a unicorn and its friends, but she knew that she couldn't follow a unicorn once it had left. They were magic, after all, and she'd do nothing but get herself lost in the woods if she tried. She was about to leave when her eyes fell on something on the ground. She gasped. The unicorn had lost its horn. She came forward like a penitent to the altar and grabbed up the horn before running home. It was a gift from the unicorn, something to treasure forever. And that was what you saw. Mary nodded. Yeah, Jerry's so lucky. He's probably already met the unicorn's friends, and they're going on all kinds of adventures. The lady smiled, but Mary thought it looked a little green. Mary, did you say the unicorn left its horn? Yeah, the police wanted to see it, so I told them they could hold it, but I wanted it back. The lady pulled out the bag she had leaned against the side of the chair and showed it to Mary. Is this the horn? Mary looked at the long piece of wood in the evidence bag and nodded happily. Yeah, that's it. You make sure they know I want my horn back when the police are done looking at it. The wooden stick in the bag was about 3 feet long, a bottom foot holding a deep red color. Somehow, the unicorn had gotten a foot of raw wood stuck in its head without dying, and the 2 feet that had been left to wave around like a little flag had led the girl to believe it was a mythical beast. Officer Janice wasn't sure what the girl had actually seen. She hadn't been with the Kashmir Police Department for long, but she certainly didn't want to meet it. The parents had told them to take the stick when the police had asked about it, and Janice wasn't sure they would have allowed it back in the house if they had given it back. "Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you for being so brave and telling me your story." Mary left with her parents not long after that, and Janice felt that she was far luckier than she might ever know. The waitress greeted them loudly, clearly wanting people to see who had come to eat. The mayor smiled, raising a hand and telling everyone he hoped they were enjoying their meal, because it was on him tonight. The 8 or so other people who were there applauded, and he and the sheriff went to sit at one of the booths near the back of the restaurant. He'd spoken to the waitress when she escorted them to the very public table, and she had nodded as she took them somewhere more private. "I think I might have a 6-ounce round steak. What are you planning to get?" Susan asked, looking up as I cut my eyes back at the menu. Maybe a 10-ounce sirloin with potatoes and broccoli." She nodded, looking back at the menu as she muttered about sides. I hid a little behind my menu, even though there was no way that he could see me from this angle. They thanked the waitress as she brought their drinks and started talking to each other in low voices. I wanted to know what they were saying. They were talking about the Foresters, probably. Maybe they were talking about something to do with the poison that they were using to keep the beetles at bay. More likely they were talking about city stuff, but who knew? Regardless, I needed to know what they were talking about. I needed to... "What can I get for you kids?" I jumped a little as the waitress came up behind me. "I'm gonna have the 6-ounce round with a baked potato and asparagus," Susan said, handing the menu back as she turned to me. The 10-ounce sirloin with mashed potatoes and broccoli," I said, handing her my menu as she moved off to put the order in. "Can you believe some people come here and get the chicken?" Susan said, leaning in. "I mean, it's a steakhouse. Why wouldn't you get a steak?" She kept on in that direction, but it was hard to focus on anything but the 2 men talking quietly in the corner. I needed to hear what they were saying, but they'd never let me get close enough to hear them. They already didn't trust me, so I'd need to be subtle if I was planning on eavesdropping. I started looking around, having ideas about dressing as a waiter or maybe creeping under the table somehow. That's when I saw my chance. There was a little alcove next to the bathroom, and if I hunkered there, I could probably listen to their conversation. The corner was pretty closed off. The swoopy glass would make me harder to see, and the more I looked at it, the easier I believed it would be to sneak into the bathroom without getting caught. She went on and on about the chicken marsala, but I told Janice that if you're gonna come to Joel's, you have to get I need to visit the restroom, I told her, trying to smile casually. "I think all that coke is trying to go through me. I'll be right back, promise," I said, getting up slowly so as not to draw any attention to myself. Oh, okay. I'll wait here for the food. Hurry back, Jeff. I don't want to look like I'm dining by myself, like a dork or something." "Promise," I said. "Give me like 5 minutes." I made my slow way around the table, not looking at them, but side-eyeing them as I went. They were deep in conversation, not even noticing as I skirted around and went into the shadowy alcove. I pushed the door and actually went in, using the bathroom before coming out again. I crouched, pushing it slowly so it wouldn't bang open, and crept to the edge of the glass divider. No one saw me. No one even noticed me, and as I leaned closer, I could hear that what they were talking about was far from city council business. "Participation has been down lately. I need you to go rouse the people on the schedule." The sheriff was slurping at something before answering. "I'll get on it, but It's hard to get these people on the spot for their shift, you know that. I don't remember asking, the mayor said. You know what's involved by being part of Main Street. It's bad enough that we can't get Mrs. Bremen to participate, but if Terry ever found out about it, he'd have all kinds of ammunition. What were they talking about? Some project or something utilized by the people of Main Street, it sounded like. I leaned a little closer, trying to pick up anything, but I also listened for footsteps. I would have to head back into the bathroom if someone was heading this way, lest they raise a fuss. A lot of them complain about it. They complained about Limar's son, too, before we finally brought him in. He does it sullenly. He hasn't forgot that it killed his father. The mayor made a disgusted sound. Yes, well, when the beetles don't eat their product out of the boxes, then I suppose he won't complain, will he? When they don't chew up the crops in the fields, will they thank us? When the beetles don't chew the wood right off their houses, will they be happy? I doubt it. No. All they do is complain. People are getting scared, Mayor, the sheriff said. They see the way the cancer spreads when people spend too much time around the stuff. They see it. They watch it spread. They put two and two together. The mayor stabbed his food a little harder than he strictly meant to. They think the cancer is the worst that can happen. I wonder if they remember when the swarms came up from the dry creek beds during the drought of '64. I wonder how many of them remember the dust storms after the beetles ate the crops to the dirt in '65. Do they remember when the crops were gone and they turned on the animals, the pets? He swallowed something, and I couldn't imagine it gave him joy. The children? You don't gotta tell me, the sheriff said. They took my younger sister in '68. I don't ever want to see something like that happen again. Then my father comes out of the woods with a bucket of something and gets rid of them. Did the people celebrate? Did they kiss his feet and call him a hero? Of course they did, but he told them right then and there that they would need to make more. So they have been. But now they whine and complain about what is their civic duty. The lumbermen keep the forests at bay, but those who work in the cannery keep the beetles at bay. Maybe you should let some of the bugs eat up a few of the kitties to remind them that the foresters aren't the only thing to be scared of. Would that it was so easy. At this point, they'd likely start to leave. The foresters are terrifying, but they aren't so bad. The bugs can't be reasoned with. They eat and eat and eat until there's nothing left. Once they start, it's a hard thing to stop. I was trying to breathe quietly, not sure what to make of all this. Then I heard the groan of the booth. Gotta drain the lizard, the sheriff said, and I realized I was about to get caught. I scrambled, banging the door as I walked into the bathroom on my hands and knees. Luckily, it was empty, and I managed to get into the stall and lock it before the sheriff came in. I pushed my pants down and sat on the toilet, hearing the door open as he came in and went to one of the urinals. He was humming to himself, and I stayed quiet as he finished his business. "You all right, friend?" he called, moving to the sink to wash his hands. I didn't say anything. The sheriff laughed. "I heard you come in. Must have been a real emergency to come in that quickly. I hope, however you got your food, that's not how I got mine. Anyway, hope everything comes out all right. Take care." He dried his hands and left, and I gave it a count of 200 before I headed out quietly and found that the two of them were gone. They'd left money on the table, and I found that our food had come when I returned to Susan. She was eating steak, enraptured by the taste, and she smiled as I came back. "Oh, there you are. Everything okay? You were gone for nearly 20 minutes. "Well, it turned out to be a little more than an empty tank," I lied, staring at my own food. "Must have been," she said. shaking cheese onto her baked potato. We ate, making small talk, but I just kept going over what I had heard as I tried to make sense of it. I didn't know of any cannery, but I knew the pesticide they were talking about. The spread of cancer was something a lot of people had been worried about, and it appeared this was how it was spreading. They were making people work there, and it appeared that participation was less than voluntary. That was amazing, Susan said. Well, mine was at least. You barely touched yours. I looked down and found that she was right. I'd barely eaten any of the steak, but what I had eaten had been very good. Everything from Joel's was good, but there was just too much on my mind to be hungry. My stomach must be a little upset for some reason. I'll take it with me. Sorry, she said. I know the movie butter can be a little much sometimes. No. Everything was fine. I had a great time. Come on, I'll get you home before the sun sets. So, we got a to-go box, paid, and headed out. The sun was setting when we pulled up in the yard, and as we mounted the porch, she stepped onto the step above me and leaned down to stand eye to eye with me. She was lovely in the evening light, and it would be far too easy for a man to fall in love. I had a wonderful time. Let's do it again, real soon. She leaned down and kissed me, and I let her go right on doing it until she broke it and skipped up the stairs and into the house. I gave it a few minutes, waiting for my heart to stop beating so fast, and sent a text to Terry. We need to talk, I said, and a few minutes later, he responded, Gonna brag about how good your date went with my niece? I could hear the growl in the response. I heard something while we were out, something you might be interested in. Let me in before the foresters find me. He opened the door just as dusk was settling and told me to come in. Dr. Winters tapped her pen against her knee as Mr. Chandler told her about his childhood for the 100th time. He kept dwelling on his parents' divorce, something that had happened 30 years ago, and Winter kept implanting suggestions that it wasn't his fault. Some patients could just have the memory removed, snatched out like a tooth that would heal and never hurt them again. The problem was that Mr. Chandler still spoke to his mother. She was a source of joy to him. If Winter took that away, it could cause even deeper problems. Winter needed a better solution, a better means of treating him, but she couldn't come up with anything. Ramsey, why do you think you're the cause of your parents' separation? Mr. Chandler looked surprised. I suppose I never thought about it. I was a handful. I was always getting into trouble, and they just seemed to fight because of it. Did they fight because of what you did, or did they simply fight? Mr. Chandler thought about it, his face chewing it over like a mouthful of tacks. I guess maybe they were just fighting. Dad, well, Mom thought he was cheating on her, and Mom had gotten very religious, and they were always arguing about why he didn't go to church with her, or why he was never home when he got off work. She was just mad all the time, I guess, and since they were focused on each other, they never had any time for me. I guess that's why I acted out. I think I wanted them to focus on me, and not on each other. He stared at the ceiling as if this was something that had never occurred to him, and Dr. Winters realized that she'd made a breakthrough. Thank you, Doc. I think this might be just what I was trying to come around to. Wow, it's like a weight off my shoulders. Thanks. I don't know how to thank you enough. Just make sure you pay your insurance so they keep paying me, and we'll call it even, she said with a smile. She walked him out, waving as he left, and then she turned to Juliet and asked what else they had this afternoon. Looks like you don't have anything until 3. What are you going to do with a whole hour to yourself? Juliet asked, looking up from the screen with a toothy smile. I've got some stuff to finish in my office, actually. Hold my calls for an hour, Juliet. I don't want to be disturbed, okay? Juliet nodded, some of her good humor slipping away. Sure thing, Doc. Enjoy your charting, I suppose. You mind if I put the phone on D&D and go grab a little snack at the corner first? Sure, Pamela said. Take the whole hour if you need it. Just make sure you're back by 3 so there's someone to meet my next appointment. You got it, Doc, Juliet said, pressing the big red Do Not Disturb button on her phone and heading for the door. She locked it behind her, glancing back at Winters for a moment before heading up to the corner store. She seemed a little hesitant to leave her, like she suspected that she might have more going on than paperwork, but it didn't weigh her down for long. Juliet was sweet, but not overly prone to thinking too hard about things. Winters watched the door for a count of 5 before heading into her office and locking the door. It always made her feel a little guilty, creeping off like this. She knew she wasn't doing anything wrong. She was helping herself, but it still felt wrong somehow. She was supposed to be the therapist for the whole town, and it was weird to need something like this. She leaned against the door for a moment, trying to put it out of her head, but as she sat at her desk and looked up at the rolling TV on the familiar black cart, it was hard. She had moved them out of storage just for this, and as she flipped on the TV and pressed play on the VCR, she watched as the static settled into something more substantial. Finally, the snow stopped falling, and Dr. Winters could see a cheery living room with a couch and an end table, a little kitchenette behind it, where a man in a plaid sweater had his back to the camera as he washed dishes in the sink. Winter could hear the water running, could almost smell the soap and feel the warmth of the sink water as it washed over her own hands. The man switched the sink off and turned to face the camera, looking surprised to see Pamela as she sat patiently and waited to be noticed. Well, hello there. If it isn't my good friend Pamela Winters, what brings you back to my little corner of the world? I just needed to talk to someone, Pamela said, not sure where to begin. Mr. Harzo took a seat on the scratchy-looking couch and smiled at her, but there was something beneath that Pamela found sad. Not crying sad, but disappointed sad. He was sad because he wanted Pamela to do something, and she hadn't done what she had said she would do. Pamela wanted to, she really did, but to lose something like this was beyond tragedy. This was a precious gift, and she could no more destroy it than she could cut off her own hand. Pamela didn't want to think too hard about whether or not this was how the others had felt when they had saw the video, the way they felt when they killed their families and friends to keep watching it. Well, of course you do. Even therapists need someone to talk to now and then. What's on your mind, Pam? Pamela thought that one over, not entirely sure what was on her mind. Why had she come to talk to Harzo? Was it because she was scared? Worried? Was it because when she talked to him, all her problems seemed so minuscule? She didn't know. Winter thundered inside her, telling her she was being weak and foolish, but Pamela knew that she needed to talk to someone like her. A little therapy for a therapist. Am I making a difference in this town? She finally asked, the soft hum of the tape reels making her feel at ease. Mr. Harzo laughed like that was the silliest question he had ever heard. Are you making a difference? Pam, this town would be lost without you. These people depend on you. They just couldn't get by most days without a trip to see Dr. Winters. You've done so much for them. You rescued them from their problems, made them feel safe, and you still find the gumption to ask if you make a difference here. He laughed and laughed, and soon Winter found that she was laughing too. I hope you didn't come all this way just for that, though. Pamela shook her head, but as the smile slipped off her face, she seemed to have found a new concern. The town is getting very strange lately. The ladies returned to the botanical gardens. My brother says there are dangers coming from the woods. There are creatures coming, more every day, and I feel like maybe what I'm doing is drawing them here. Am I the reason that all these things are happening? Mr. Harzo sighed, his hands coming together in his lap as he stared at her through the screen. I won't lie to you, Pam. This place attracts a lot of different people and a lot of different things. They feel drawn here by the sense of peace that you exude. But they're also drawn by the energy of the area. Kashmir is a special place, a unique place. It collects broken things, strange things, things that don't have a home anywhere else. It isn't all you. There's a lot of magic in this area, but you are a part of it. Should I stop? Pamela asked, the demon inside her raging, voicing its need to eat. Should I stop doing what I'm doing here? Not for a second, Mr. Harzo said. The people need you, and you need them. You've created a community built on symbiosis, and they need your help more than ever with this storm brewing. What do you mean? Winter asked, her voice turning sharp. What do you know? I know there's more than one party interested in Kashmir. You're attracting the attention of many powerful entities, and they want the anonymity of your cozy little mountain town. They can't, Winter said. I've hidden it. No one can come here unless they know where to look and know how to look. Mr. Harzo laughed, but it wasn't a very friendly laugh. These creatures aren't fooled like normal people are. Some of them are also people, or they once were. They won't be fooled either. They want the magic that resides here, and they'll fight to get it. And how did you come to know these things? Winter asked. Mr. Harzo only shrugged. I come by knowledge the same as you. I do not tell you these things to scare you, only to prepare you. Many fights are coming if you wish to keep this place as it is. You should be ready. Winter thought about that. Pamela took the lapse in attention to move forward again. The town will be what it will be. Sometimes I feel like it might be better if it ceased to exist. Mr. Harzo shook his head. You don't feel that way. This is as much a haven for the broken as it is for you. The man you helped today, would he have come to that conclusion on his own? Pamela started to shrug, but found herself nodding. I would hope he would, but some of them would never break free of their delusions if I didn't help them. See? You serve a real purpose here. Don't doubt yourself, Pamela. I know that our kind don't always see eye to eye, but I feel that you may be different from others of your kind that I've met. Do you think so? Pamela asked. I wonder sometimes. I see the works wrought by your brother and your kind. I see the destruction and the unrest that so often they cause. And then I see your works, and I see the difference you make. I can't help but see the good you do. You've risen above something that no one believed possible. Very few demons have ever gone beyond their nature, and if you were proud for no other reason than that, it would be reason enough. But no, you've helped people people who have been forgotten by the world at large, and I think that's amazing. Pamela felt herself tear up a little. She had known these things, of course, but it was always nice to hear someone acknowledge them. Pamela Winter, Dr. Pamela Winter, tried her best to give comfort and peace to those in need, but what she'd been missing was someone to give her that peace in return. Maggie helped, but she only understood so much about the struggle that Pamela went through. Having someone to vent to, someone who understood, was a blessing, but she knew that what she was doing wasn't entirely fair. Mr. Harzo had asked her to do something, to destroy the cage that held him, and she'd kept him instead, just like the rest had. "Looks like our time might be almost up," Mr. Harzo said, and it was almost like he was looking at the clock behind her. She glanced at her watch and was surprised to see that it was nearly 3 already. "I guess I'll have to get back to work," Dr. Winters said. "Pamela?" he asked, as she reached for the stop button. Her hand faltered. Here it came, just like it always did. "Do you think you might consider destroying this tape soon? I know it's helping you, but I would like to be out of this cassette tape." Winter cried out for her to just do it already, but Pamela heard herself say, "Soon," in a low, trembling voice. "Very soon." "Till then," Mr. Harzo said, and she felt like she could still feel him looking at her, even when the screen was off. She breathed in deeply, feeling like someone coming out of a trance, and as she got up and went to the door of her little office, she found that she felt good. Better than good, she felt great. She wondered if this was how her own patients felt when she was done with them, but she didn't have time to contemplate that right now. Dr. Winters had to get back to work. The call came in around 6 a.m. I'd just got to the station, a donut in one hand and a Dunkin' Frappuccino in the other, when the phone rang. I figured it would be another call about the full porta potties or people taking up too much space on the campgrounds, but it turned out to be something a little out of the ordinary. "Hi, we need a ranger down here as soon as possible." "What seems to be the nature of your emergency, ma'am? Got a flat or something?" "No, we captured a skinwalker." Froze for a minute. A skinwalker? Like a real skinwalker? There was no way. This had to be a mistake or something. A, skinwalkers weren't real, and B, they certainly would be more than capable of defending themselves and not being caught by a bunch of campers, especially the ones we usually got around here. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?" "We caught a skinwalker, and we have him in our camp. Can you come and get him?" "I'll be right there. Keep an eye on this skinwalker you captured, please." I hung up the phone and turned around to find Jacob, the fellow I've talked about previously, standing behind me. He was standing stock still, like he might have just been electrocuted, and I was worried that he might be having a stroke or something. I shook him by the shoulder, trying to bring him around, and he shook his head and looked at me with puppy dog eyes. "Jay, are you okay?" "Yeah, sorry. I must have misheard you. I thought you were talking about skinwalkers." "Well, I was. There are some campers who claim they've captured a skinwalker. Can you believe it?" "Impossible," Jacob said. No one captures a skinwalker. You don't catch skinwalkers. They catch you." "I guess they would if they were real." "Oh, they're very real. I've seen them and lived to tell about it." I rolled my eyes. "Get real, Jay. How about I come with you and help you settle this?" I agreed, not really wanting to go by myself, and we piled into the Jeep to head to the eastern campgrounds. They didn't really have a name, not one that I could remember, and they were pretty far out there. They were pretty Spartan, too, one of those no-frills campsites, and they usually just attracted hippie types and survivalists, two groups who usually did not get along. Jay seemed to be trying to find a good starting point for his story, and he settled on it as we got rolling. I could already tell it was going to be another one of those stories. One night, I got a call from the Franklin Moore campground, the one by the southern station, because some Boy Scouts had seen something in the woods. They thought it might be a bear or something. It was loud and sounded strange to the scoutmasters, so I packed up my shotgun and headed out in what could have been the very same Jeep we're in right now. It's about a 20-minute drive out to the campsite. By the time I got done, I had more on my hands than a weird bear. I filled out a lot of paperwork that day, and not the ones for an animal sighting. Once the police got involved, I had to fill out the paperwork for bodies found in the park. The campsite was ripped apart, and the campers were likewise in pieces. It was rough, no two pieces within arm's length of each other, and the tents. He shuddered as he thought about it. The tents looked like they'd been through a meat grinder. Those poor kids. We only found 6 of them in the end. The other 6 are, to this day, unaccounted for. We didn't even find bones, kid. It was like they had vanished. So there I am, calling it in on the radio, when I hear this noise in the woods. Sounds like a bear or a bison or something, but as I looked up, I caught a smell on the wind. It smelled like a slurry pit, like copper and wet, and as I scanned the woods, I caught sight of a pair of red eyes looking back at me. They were like lanterns, bright and flickering. They were about 9 feet up in a tree. I dropped the radio and started backing up, the shotgun shaking in my hand as I raised it. I didn't know what my shotgun would do to this thing, but it was the only thing I had available. As it came stumbling out of the woods, I realized I couldn't see it. It was early afternoon, but the shadows beneath the tree were thick as midnight. It came lumbering out, its eyes looking down at me as if it judged whether I was tasty or not, and I pointed up and pulled the trigger as it threatened to just stomp me flat. The shotgun went off with a sound like thunder, and I racked it and pulled the trigger again. I peeked from between my eyelids and saw that the creature was frozen there, a small hole in one bony cheek. His face was huge, a bone-white face with horns protruding from the top. Its body was gray, at least as far as I could tell, but it was hard to see much in the split second that I saw it. I pulled the trigger a third time, my hands shaking so badly that I couldn't help it, and as the blast went off, I saw the creature flinch away and disappear into the woods like smoke. I never saw it again, but when I described it to my supervisors, they informed me that I'd just seen a bear with the mange, and if asked, that was what I better tell people. A co-worker, afterward and very quietly, informed me that I'd seen a skinwalker, and that it was best to forget it if I was able. Easier said than done, he said, as we turned down the dirt road that would take us to the campsite on the east end. Driving past the open lots, I was reminded of how rural these campsites were. There wasn't a bathroom stall or a power pole to be found. There were no RV hookups, and lots weren't even big enough to put a camper onto. The people who were here made overhangs in the trees or set up tents. This was authentic camping, not the way I usually went about it, and I couldn't imagine who would be interested in this. We arrived at the lot in question, and I saw a big 4-man tent with the usual collection of camp chairs and cooking grates. There was a fire burning in the pit, and 3 people gathered around it, staring at the 4th. The 3 who were standing were in jeans and t-shirts, the woman wearing flannel and capri pants, and they were surrounding a 4th person who was tied with a length of rope. He was bearded, wearing a gray and orange vest with faded jeans and running shoes. He looked nervous, but seemed to be a little less so as we came walking up. He did not, as far as I knew, look like a skinwalker. "So what exactly is going on here?" I asked. "We caught a skinwalker in the woods. We were hoping you knew how to get rid of it." "Let's not be hasty," said the man. "I'm not a skinwalker, I can assure you. I'm just a normal person." I nodded, but there was something a little off about him. He sounded way too calm to be tied up under guard, but it was a little more than that. He just seemed kind of off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. "So what makes you think this fellow's a skinwalker?" "Well, we were hiking in the woods earlier, moving across the trail down by the meadow, and we heard someone screaming. They were yelling for help over and over again, and when we peeked through the trees, we saw But the woman paused and cleared her throat. "Marching guy here. He was just marching through the meadow as he yelled. It was really weird." I raised an eyebrow before looking down at the fellow and asking, "So, what were you screaming for, sir?" "I was lost," he said, his tone frantic, but his eyes completely calm. I'd gotten lost in the woods and couldn't discover my way home. I needed help, and then these 2 came up and asked what was wrong," he said, nodding his head at the 2 on his right and left. "Not the other guy?" I asked, pointing to the man behind him. "Nah, I had the rope," he said, almost proudly. I hadn't really paid attention to the rope, but now that I looked at it, I could tell it was something different than your typical climbing rope. It was white, the strands fine like the cords of a fancy set of curtains. There were marks on it, chalk or charcoal marks, and it was pretty interesting. "What's so special about the rope?" "Well, I always bring a few things when we go camping. Appalachia's a magical place, and you have to be prepared to deal with more than bears, you know. I've got salt for circles, holy water, crucifixes, some runes, and that rope. It's woven from some kind of blessed tree fibers, and a medicine man inscribed runes on it for me. It's supposed to, he scratched his chin as he tried to get the words just right, neutralize the abilities of otherworldly creatures. And I guess it works, because this bozo's been stuck in the same form since we put him in it." "Right. So you just tied up a stranger in the woods for no reason?" "No," the guy said, sounding annoyed. "I tied up a skinwalker." "So yeah, Kevin and I approached him," the woman said, drawing attention back to her. "We distracted the skinwalker while Charles snuck up on him and trapped him in that rope thing there. It went pretty well. We got him while he was still sizing us up, I guess." "We got the drop on his ass," Kevin said merrily. "They engaged me in conversation, and then they ambushed me. Can you please let me go? I don't know what's going on, but I really need to go," said the man who was probably not a skinwalker. "No," the woman said. "He can't go." "Why not?" I asked, feeling more than seeing Jay come up to back me. "Because he's a skinwalker." "That one's getting a little old, guys, so unless you got a better reason, I'm gonna need you to let the guy go." "Celine, just tell him the truth." The woman shot a warning glance at Charles. "The truth is that we found a skinwalker, and now..." But she gasped as I sighed and tugged the rope off the poor guy. "This has gone on long enough. Pack it up, I'm revoking your stay pass." "But," the woman started, but I put up a hand to stop her. "No buts. You cannot go around kidnapping guests just because you feel like it. I want you out of the park in an hour. I'll be sitting here to make sure it's done." "Sir," I said, stopping the man who had been walking off, "I suggest you hurry. I don't know why they grabbed you, but don't give them a chance to do it again, all right?" He nodded, and when he turned to smile at me, he threw a jackleg salute that made me pause. It was weird. The whole thing was weird. This whole situation just seemed way off. The guy headed up the dirt trail, the other 3 watching him go, and when I turned around and clapped my hands, they all jumped. All right, pack it up. Chop chop. I want the three of you gone as fast as possible. They started packing up, but I kept seeing a lot of strange backwards looks. They were clearly worried about the guy and whether or not he would double back, but I doubted it. The guy looked like a regular-ass hiker, no different than any other yuppie on the Appalachian Trail. These three clearly had something more going on than cryptid hunting. I should have called the police. I should have detained these three kids, but I decided that it wasn't worth the effort. They packed their stuff, they got in their Toyota Corolla, and they left without a word. They seemed almost glad to be leaving, and that should have raised some suspicions as well. Well, that was weird, Jacob said. What do you think that was all about? Who knows, I said, shaking my head as I got back in the Jeep. As long as they leave, let's get back to the station. I'm sure there's more work waiting. And boy, were we right. As I got back, I found Samantha on the phone with someone, and she looked worried. Thank God, she mouthed. He just walked in. Let me let you talk to the ranger in charge. I put my hand up as she tried to pass me the phone. That's not me. You should let them talk to... But when I turned around to pass the buck to Jacob, he was already gone. He'd snuck out when he saw Samantha's face, and it appeared that I was stuck with this mess. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the phone, expecting an angry guest or something. Ranger Moore, what can I do for you? Ranger Moore, this is Sergeant Swain with the Atlanta Police Department. We're looking for information on a body we found recently on an access road near the outskirts of the preserve, a Maxwell Garvey. I put the phone against my ear as I ran through the short list of guests we had camping right now, a list that was now a little shorter, I guess. Sorry, I don't have a Maxwell Garvey rating anywhere here. The sergeant sighed, and I could hear him rifling through some papers. Well, if I fax you over a picture, can you see if you've maybe seen him? He was camping with some friends, was the story his mother told us. Some people from the college that she felt a little weird about. Just have a look and see if it rings any bells. I told him to go ahead, and as the picture started creeping up the throat of the fax machine, I could already feel the sweat growing cold on me. The guy in the picture was smiling as he held up his diploma, but it was the same face that I had seen half an hour ago, as it threw me a questionable salute. He didn't look quite as nuts now, but I suppose that made sense. I reached for the phone to call the sergeant back, but Jacob came running back into the ranger station as he waved a radio at me. We got a problem, he said, and his face was the color of old paint. Oh, don't we just? We should have grabbed those kids, Jay. They killed that kid. We turned loose and dumped him. I don't know how, but they... No, they didn't. If they did, they would have to do it fast. What do you mean? I asked, the phone making an angry noise in my hand. Those kids are dead, Moore. Their cars flipped over and they're... parts. There's parts of them everywhere. We have to call the police. I handed him the page that had just come out of the fax machine, and he looked at it with dumb recognition. Yeah, we do. I dialed the number that the sergeant had left and sighed into the handset. It was going to be a long day. That was a week ago, and I think we finally managed to get our heads above water again. Maxwell, the guy they found on the outskirts of the park, had been killed the day before. His so-called friends and he were part of some club that looked into true crime stuff. I guess they decided that listening to podcasts and reading books wasn't enough. They made a plan to create some true crime of their own. So they killed Maxwell, dumped him, and went camping. So you can imagine how surprised they were when someone who looked just like him showed up while they were hiking. They tied him up with some magic rope, and then I'd let him go. Then I'd let those 3 friends of his go, and something had turned them into chunks. The cops said it looked like an elephant had run over their car. The vehicle was smashed all to hell. The people inside turned into a slurry. And then they had been shaken out all over the road. One of the officers said that it reminded him of chumming for a shark. They had identified them by their dental records, of the teeth they could find anyway, and we had been swarmed by cops and federal agents all week. Jacob and I had filled out a mountain of paperwork. Nobody said being a ranger was fun, but God, this is definitely one for the books. The statement the park rangers are going with is that they ran into a bear, and in a fury, it tore their car apart and turned them into slurry. A bear. Really, a bear. Jacob said it's always a bear, or wolves or something, when these kinds of things happen. He said that no one in the Park Service would actually admit that there's weird stuff out there. It would be the best way to get fired. Career suicide in its simplest form. So if you're camping out in the Appalachian forests, be mindful, and for God's sake, don't let some dumb nobody remove your magic rope from a potential skinwalker. My boyfriend has always had bad luck with nicknames. He calls me Shrimp, or Hot Stuff, or for like a week straight, he called me Tender Toes. But now, he started calling me the worst nickname ever. He calls me Tony Pizza. Why Tony Pizza, I asked him, but he just shrugged. Why not, Tony Pizza? At first, I was a good sport about it. It made no sense, but what of it? Sometimes things just don't make sense. Soon, however, our other friends started calling me Tony Pizza. Hey, Tony Pizza's here, they would say, or Yo, Tony Pizza! And it would annoy the crap out of me, but I took it. It's just a nickname after all. It couldn't hurt me if I didn't let it. Sticks and stones, etc., etc. When the phone calls started coming in, that was when it went too far. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling mindlessly through Netflix, when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I sighed, figuring it was just telemarketers, but when I picked it up, the lady asked if she could speak with Tony. Who? I asked, thinking it was one of my friends playing a joke. Tony, she paused, and I could hear her flipping through pages. Tony Pizza. I rolled my eyes. Hardy har har, who is this? Is that you, Margot? No, this is the National Debt Collection Service, and we're attempting to collect a debt on a Tony Pizza. I sighed. Tony Pizza's just my nickname. There isn't a real Tony Pizza. Well, real or not, they owe us $15,000 in credit card debt, and it landed on our desk. That dried my mouth up pretty quickly. How much? $15,000. So, are you Tony Pizza then? We talked for a while, me insisting that the name was just a nickname and not a real name, and the woman on the other end of the phone finally said that they would check their records again, but that all the data they had pointed to the person at this address who had my number. I hung up on her after assuring her that I would try to get my boyfriend to call them, and called his cell phone. This was a little more than a weird nickname now, and if he was trying to stick me with a bunch of weird debt, then I wasn't going to play ball. He'd been distant lately, this man who had professed such love for me, and I sensed him pulling away the last few times we'd been close. I should have sensed it before now, but I was always a little slow to pick up on others when they were preparing to go. I called a few of our mutual friends, even Margot, but they all said that they hadn't seen him today. They said that they'd keep an eye out for him, and when I told them why, they laughed. Classic Mike, they all said. And when I'd tried them all, I called him again. He was supposed to be at work, delivering pizzas for Domino's, but his cell phone went straight to voicemail every single time. I shook my head. He would do this on my only off day. I got dressed and decided to just walk down to the Domino's and see if I could catch him there. With any luck, he'd be waiting on an order and I could get him to answer some questions for me. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and my can of mace. Can't be too careful these days, right? I was walking past the manager's office when Mr. Dewberry stuck his head out and called my name. "I just wanted to discuss the rent on the other unit with you. It hasn't been paid in 2 months and I'm getting a little impatient." Raised an eyebrow. Other unit? What other unit? He shuffled some paperwork around before finally finding the one he was after. "Unit 402, rented out to a, Tony Pizza." "Really? This must have been passed on by my secretary. Regardless, it was your address as the primary address, so it must have been your Mike." I ground my teeth together. Now he was getting apartments with that stupid name, too. This was all becoming a little too much. What was he up to? When I found Mike, he was going to have a lot of explaining to do. "I'm going to go find him right now, sir. Let me ask him what all this is about, because I haven't rented any apartment other than my own." I headed out then, the manager telling me to let him know what I discovered, and left the complex in a heated state. I was going to find him and give him a piece of my mind. He was going to answer for this if it was the last thing I did. I'd been worried that he was planning to leave me, but stealing from me and using a stupid nickname that he had given me to do it was a step too far. I made it to Domino's, but as I walked in, I had to stop myself from throwing my phone at the guy behind the register. "Hey, it's Tony Pizza!" "Save it, Damien. Where's Mike?" Damien scratched his head, one of his dreads bouncing. "Dunno. He never showed up to work today. Somebody did show up looking for you, though." I lifted my eyebrow. "For me? Who would come here looking for me?" The cops," Damien said. "You must have passed them on the street because they were just here." That made me nervous. The cops didn't just start looking for you for no reason. What did they want? They were asking about you, wanted to know if anyone had seen you. They said they were looking for someone named Tony Pizza, and you're the only one I know with that name." I felt like screaming, "Tony Pizza, Tony Pizza, Tony fucking Pizza! What the hell was happening today?" I hated that stupid nickname, and now it seemed to be following me everywhere. Was this some kind of elaborate joke that Mike was playing? If it was, it wasn't funny. I was getting pretty tired of this, and what's more, I was beginning to feel afraid. This was all starting to feel like some kind of Twilight Zone episode, and I was ready to turn the channel. "You told them that's not my name, right? You let them know it's just a nickname, so they wouldn't keep roaming around looking for some mook named Tony Pizza." Damien looked at me oddly for a minute before answering, "I meant to, but it's the weirdest thing. I couldn't actually remember your name. I don't know if I mentioned it was a nickname either. I did give them Mike's address, though, so they might be waiting for you at home." I shook my head and walked out, telling him I supposed I'd go home and wait for the cops then. Couldn't remember my name. Damien and I had gone to high school together. He had known me since elementary school, though I wouldn't say we'd been friends. He was a burnout, but I didn't think his memory was that bad. As I walked up the sidewalk, my phone rang with a number that I didn't recognize. Turned out to be another bill collector looking for Tony Pizza. Tony owed this agency about $12,000. Nothing too crazy. And I let them know that I wasn't who they were looking for. They seemed pretty sure that I was, but I didn't have time to play with them. I hung up on them, but I had no sooner gotten my phone back in my pocket than it rang again. This one was from a parking garage a couple of blocks from my place, calling to let Pizza Tony know that his car was going to be towed if he didn't come to pick it up before the end of the day. So now it was cars, too. Mike was really pushing it now, and if the police were at my apartment, I was going to let them know about it. The cops were pulled up outside my apartment complex, and when they saw me, they asked if I was Tony Pizza. I scoffed. Do I look like Tony Pizza? One of the cops was a big-bellied, good old boy type, but the other was a little more professional, and he put a hand out to stop his partner from getting angry. "Sorry, I'm Officer Page. This is Officer Gardner. We're looking for an individual who may be connected to a crime. Do you have a moment to speak with us on the matter?" I agreed, and we stepped into the lobby of the complex so they'd didn't have to interview me on the sidewalk. We received an anonymous tip this morning about a suspect who left the scene of he weighed his words, a pretty nasty crime. There was no description of the suspect, but we were told they heard the individual call the person Tony Pizza the night before. I sighed. That's impossible. I was in my apartment all last night. Officer Gardner started to say something, but Officer Page cut him off. Is there anyone who can verify that? I thought about it and shook my head. Mike had worked late last night, and I'd been home alone until he had gotten there, about 11. He'd taken a shower and gone to bed after kissing me on top of the head. He had said, "I love you," which made me feel a little weird because he hadn't said it for about 2 weeks by then. But I'd said it back and put it out of my mind. It was one red flag among many, and I was starting to see now that they were piling up. No, I guess my boyfriend could, but I can't seem to find him. I gave them Mike's information and they wrote it all down as they asked me more questions. What did I do for work? Did I own a car? Did I own a gun? On and on and on until I finally asked what exactly they were looking for. They said they couldn't really tell me about that, but as Officer Gardner looked at the information I'd given them about Mike, I saw him poke Officer Page and whisper something to him furiously. Officer Page crinkled his brow, nodding before turning back to me. You said your boyfriend, Michael August, came home last night about 11? Yeah, he kissed me on the forehead and went to bed. I don't know what time he left for work, but he was gone when I woke up. I heard the jingling of cuffs as Officer Page reached for his restraints. I am sorry, but I need to detain you until we can get this figured out. I took a step back and I saw the minute twitch from his free hand as he reached for his weapon. Don't do anything foolish, please. We just need to detain you for our own safety. You aren't being charged with anything yet. We just have to follow protocol. I submitted. I didn't seem to have much of a choice. I found myself being led to a nearby squad car as I heard the manager ask if they wanted to see the apartment. I don't know what we could expect to find, Officer Gardner stated, but the manager cut him off. No, I mean the other apartment. I got an apartment rented out under the name Tony Pizza, if you'd like to take a peek. Gardner and Page looked at each other, and as Page took me to the car, I kept repeating that 402 wasn't my apartment, and I'd never once been inside it. Officer Page put me in the back of the car, not saying anything, and as he closed the door, I was forced to sit in the car and wait for them to come back. The not knowing was killing me. The indecision and the unknown quantity of the apartment was driving me mad. What was in there? What would they find? More importantly, what had Mike been doing? I had to believe that Mike had been doing these things, changing things, charging things, opening accounts in my name, and now he was preparing to disappear and leave me holding the bag. When Officer Page came back an hour later, he looked decidedly green around the gills. I need to search you, he said, arming sweat off his forehead. We're taking you to the station. I imagine there will be a lot of questions. Why? What did you find? What's in that apartment? He pulled me roughly from the back of the car and took a few things out of my pockets. My phone, my keys, my mace, and when it came to my wallet, he opened it and began to paw through it. Then he stopped suddenly, and I turned my head to see him looking at my ID card. His face darkened, anger spreading across it, and when he flipped the wallet around, he was practically shouting. Why'd you lie to me? You could have just told us your name. Why waste our time when you knew we'd find out? He had it so close to my face that I had to crane back a little to read it. But when I did, I felt my own face crinkle up in confusion. Instead of my name, the ID card read Tony Pizza. It was all a blur after that. They took me in, booked me, and I was suddenly the prime suspect in 5 murders. All the victims had been killed in their homes by someone with a knife, and trophies had been taken. Those trophies, usually the nipples of his victims, had been found in the apartment. They'd been laid out on a piece of wall art that depicted a freshly made pizza and seemed to tie in with my new identity. I told them I had no idea about any of this, and well, they never found any evidence that I was in the apartment or at the crime scenes. The connections were too many to release me. Another bit of evidence hit me hard too. The last victim, the one killed the night before they came to talk to me, was what had sunk me. The man's name was Michael August, and the picture they showed me was not the man I'd been sleeping beside for the last 2 years. As I sit here and wait for my turn at court, I have to wonder if Tony Pizza wasn't the man I loved all along. Ronald slumped into his chair and sighed happily. It had been a long day, and he was ready to relax a little before bed. In the back room, his kids were arguing over whose turn it was to play the game console, but the thick walls of the den muffled it enough that he could tune them out. From the kitchen, his wife was humming something vaguely familiar. Ron was feeling pretty good. This was his favorite part of the day, and sometimes it felt like it was the 2 or 3 hours that he lived for. "Ronald," Helen called from the kitchen. "Is that you? If it's not, then you'd better call the cops," Ron said, digging for the remote in the corners of his chair. Helen stuck her head into the den, a mixing bowl in her hand, and a look of sarcastic bemusement on her face. "Har, har. How was your day, sweetie?" "Long," Ron told her, as he dug for the remote. "But thankfully, it's over now. How about yours?" Helen stirred at whatever was in the bowl. "Pretty good. Jeffrey made the soccer team. Hank was written up for fighting again, and I saw Judy at the market earlier." Ronald was really only half listening, but he nodded along to keep up appearances. He didn't really care about Helen's day, but if he expected to eat and sleep with her a couple of times a month, then he better pretend that he did. In truth, Ronald didn't care about much when it came to his family. His kids were okay, and he loved Helen, he supposed, but it had all become rather humdrum. He went to work, he came home, he ate dinner, he watched TV, he went to bed, and then he did it all again the next day. Even if it was the weekend, he replaced work with the endless honey-do list that Helen seemed to leave for him. It was predictable, but Ronald supposed that if he was asked, he would have said that he preferred it that way. Predictable was okay, but it was a little dull. "How's Judy?" he asked, reaching into the other crevice on the opposite side of the chair. "Pretty good. She and Mark just got back from the mountains, and she was raving about it." "Which ones?" Ronald asked, getting frustrated when he couldn't find his remote. "The Smokies. They went to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge and took the kids to Dollywood. Maybe we could take a trip this summer, Ron. It'd be nice to get away for a while." It did sound nice, actually. A hotel for a few days, some time spent in a place that wasn't Cypress Mills, eating something that was grocery to table like it was here. Ronald thought that sounded pretty nice, but he knew they couldn't afford it. Besides, hearing about the Smoky Mountains made him feel a little funny. Hadn't he lived near there once? Hadn't he grown up somewhere around there? He thought he had, but sometimes it was hard to remember. Sometimes it was like Ronald had popped into existence at 28 years old, with 10 years' experience as an electrician and a little over $5,000 in his pocket. He knew he had lived somewhere around there, maybe Tennessee or maybe Georgia, but he couldn't remember where. When he tried, Ronald always got the worst feeling of indigestion that he'd ever felt and stopped trying to remember right away. "Yeah, maybe," he said, putting it off. "We'll see when it comes closer to time." "Well, the kids only have about another month of school left, Ron. I think if we're going to plan a trip, it might better be now, don't you?" Ronald leaned over and, aha, there it was. The remote was sticking out from under the corner of his chair, and he swiped some crumbs off of it as it came free. What a relief, he thought. He had believed he would have to get up and turn the channels by hand. That'd be a real mood killer this evening, and Ronald's mood was very important to him. He only had 2, maybe 3 hours before bedtime, and he wanted to make them count. Let me check the budget, Helen, and see if there's any extra for something like that. You start thinking about where you want to go and leave the finances to me, okay? She brightened up a little, leaning down to kiss him on the cheek, as a little of whatever was in the bowl glooped onto his shoulder. Oh, Ron, you're a peach. I'll start doing some research, okay? Maybe we can go to the Smokies, too. Judy said it wasn't terribly expensive. She left the living room, chattering like a bird, and Ronald was glad to see her go. Now it was time for a little TV. The old Philco came on gradually, snowy haze turning into Jerry Springer as he panned through the channels. He had satellite, an expense he bore grudgingly, but was ultimately happy about. He got something like 500 channels, though most of them were garbage. 100 or so were music channels, another 100 were pay-per-view, and then another 100 were the foreign language channels, though God knew why. That left about 200 channels of stuff to watch in a language he could understand, and Ronald set to looking for a movie or a show to hold his interest. He was swooping through the channels when he came across something that made him go back. He scrolled back through slowly, and as he landed on it, he heard a familiar jingle. It was weird, a strange, tinny kind of music. It wasn't a genre he was familiar with, but as the ad played out, Ronald found himself leaning forward to look at the picture, flashing on the screen. They were pictures of places he had never seen before, but somehow he had. He saw a town, a small town, a town hall, a main street set for a bicentennial celebration, a public pool with kids frozen mid-jump, a school with kids running to get in the front door, and as he watched them go by, he became aware of the words flashing on the screen. The words were almost unseeable, almost too subtle to be seen, but the longer he looked, the better he could make them out. Come back to Kashmir. Kashmir is waiting for you. Won't you come and experience a life lived simply? Kashmir. Ronald had never heard of it, or had he? It sounded familiar, like a place he had heard about on the news. As the picture of the pool filtered by, Ronald could swear that one of those smiling kids was even him. The picture looked like it had been taken in the 80s or the late 70s, so the time frame matched up with his childhood. And as it swam past again, the picture's going by faster and faster now. The blonde kid frozen mid-jump looked more and more like a young Ron. Come home. He sat back, aware suddenly that he was right in front of the TV. It was the kind of thing that he would have yelled at one of the kids for doing, but here he was, sitting right in front of the TV with his nose against the glass. He crawled back to the tubes, leaning in close so he could read the words, but it was hard to see anything as the TV frantically flashed the pictures on the screen. Ronald tried to read the words, but it was hard. His eyes weren't what they used to be, but as the picture of the town hall stopped on the screen, Ron could read the words, "Come home, Ronald." Ron? Ron jumped, scuttling away from the TV like he'd been doing something wrong. "Dinner's ready," she said, raising an eyebrow at him. Are you okay?" "Yeah," Ron said, turning back to see what the TV was doing, but it was once again showing static. "Yeah, I'm okay." "Dinner's ready," she repeated, and Ronald got up and came to the table as Helen called the boys to come eat. Ronald was usually a voracious eater, but he was just picking at his food as the family dug in. The commercial stuck with him, the words seeming to play across his eyes. It had known his name, though there was no way that it could have known his name. Maybe there was a way, though, he thought, as he tried to make himself eat the meatloaf that was in front of him. Hadn't he thought that he'd seen himself in that picture? Hadn't he thought it was weird that he couldn't remember his childhood? He tried until his head hurt, but it didn't seem to do any good. Ronald? Everything okay? He jumped and looked at Helen. Sure, yeah, everything's fine. Why do you ask? Well, you've barely touched your food. Are you feeling all right? Ronald looked down and realized that she was right. He'd barely eaten anything, and when he pushed back from the table, they all looked surprised. Just feeling a little under the weather, I guess. Some indigestion from lunch. Sorry, hon. It does smell good, but my stomach's in an uproar. Helen nodded sympathetically. No problem, Ron. I'll put it in a Tupperware in case you get your appetite back. Why don't you go watch a little TV to take your mind off of it? Ron nodded, saying that was just what he would do, and before he knew it, he was in his recliner again, looking through the channels. He didn't have to switch for long before he found the commercial again. It was different this time, though. Now the streets were looking a little less used, the buildings a little less cared for, and the bunting on the bicentennial ornaments was looking old and frayed. When it swapped to the pool was emptied, and there was trash around the pool deck. The school looked dull and empty, the windows watching him like eyes. Kashmir looked different now, much different, and Ronald found himself leaning closer so he could take it all in. As he leaned in, the words began to appear. It's not too late. Come back to Kashmir. You can be happy again, Ronald. Had he been happy there? As he thought about it, he thought he had. Suddenly, he remembered riding his bike up Main Street, his two friends crying out as they tried to keep up. Earl and Woodsy had been his pals, and they had explored the town when they weren't in school. Ronald remembered swimming in the community pool, going to the K-12 school, listening to music at the bandstand, and going on hikes with the scouts. He remembered so much, and it was like a dam had opened. Come home, Ronald. Your friends are still here. Bring your family to Kashmir and see what you've been missing. Ron? He didn't turn this time. Ronald was so enthralled by what he was seeing that all he could do was stare at the TV screen. He remembered. He remembered all of it now. Were his parents still there? Did they miss him? He told people they were dead, but it was only because he couldn't remember them. Maybe he could find them. Maybe he could introduce them to their grandchildren. Maybe he could... Ron, you're scaring me. What's going on? Nothing, dear, he said, turning the TV off with some effort. Just saw something that reminded me of old times. Well, are you ready for bed? She asked, hesitantly. Yeah, he said, getting up. Yeah, I think that might be best. Ronald had hoped that it would ebb away as he settled in for sleep, but when he closed his eyes, all he could see was the flashing pictures of Kashmir and their little travel ad. The pictures mingled together as they flashed by, the words changing as they came. They implored him to come to Kashmir, to return home, to bring his family, to start a new life. He tossed and turned, assaulted by the images as they ran faster and faster. The longer they played, the faster they moved, and soon it was like a movie behind his eyes. He could see the boy version of himself jumping into the pool of screaming children. He could watch as he and Earl ran up the stairs of the school. He could watch the three of them ride their bikes down Main Street, and as he did, he felt comforted in a way that he hadn't in years. As he watched the images flow through his dreams, he knew what he must do. Helen woke up to find her husband's side of the bed empty. Ronald had been acting weird today, and as she crept out of bed, she wondered where she would find him. Had he gotten up to eat some? Maybe he was watching TV in the den. She didn't know, but she was curious. She was afraid that she might discover something terrible, like an affair or something, but as she came into the living room, she saw the TV, and there he was before it again. He was on his knees, watching some commercial, and she felt cold dread wiggle inside of her as she watched him. "Ron?" she half-breathed. He turned away with slow and almost ghoulish stiffness, and his face frightened her. "Don't worry, Henny. I'm okay. I've just been thinking about some things, and I think you might be right." In the light of the TV static, his face looked like a carved wooden mask. "About what?" she asked, her voice coming out stilted. "I think a vacation might be just what we need. A chance to see something that I haven't seen in a long time. Sounds like just what I need." "Okay," she said, inching backwards. Where would you like to go, Ron?" "Here," he said, indicating the television. "I want to go here. Come down here, Helen. Come see what I see, and I think you'll agree." Helen was scared, but she had never denied Ron anything in their 20 years of marriage. She got down beside him, looking at the image on the screen, and the longer she looked, the more she realized he was right. Kashmir was just the place for them. Maybe just the place to start again. They got their kids out of bed and brought them into the den, and before morning they also agreed that it sounded great. By the next day they were gone, just got in their car and drove. They'd packed only the essentials, and when the bank came to repossess the house, they found most of their stuff still there. They would close their accounts out on the way out of town, and before long they were driving onto the main street of Kashmir and smiling at their new home. Kashmir had called to Ron, the native son it had lost, and as he parked in front of the town hall, he felt like he was truly where he belonged. Summertime in the cul-de-sac was the time of year we all looked forward to. 3 months of no school, days spent running the sidewalks and riding bikes, and the familiar sound of the ice cream truck a couple of times a week. We were all just middle-class kids, and those without older siblings were under orders to stay with a group if they went out. We lived in those halcyon days when you didn't come in until the streetlights came on, and Mom was only worried when something came out in the paper about stranger danger or an abduction. The street I lived on had about 12 families, and all of them had kids. Me and Mikey Castro were best buds, and had been since first grade. There were usually enough kids on the road, riding bikes or shooting hoops, to get a game of stickball or soccer going if you wanted. Sometimes, if their parents were cool with it, we'd play touch football in someone's yard, or I'd drag my radio flyer wagon out of the garage and we'd load it with plastic guns and play war. Most of the kids came in pairs to play the game of the day, pairs or triples or even quads, but everyone on the block had someone or several someones. Solo kids stood out like a sore thumb, and we all usually chummed together. I tell you all this so I can tell you that Robbie was odd by the standards of the neighborhood. Robbie didn't have a best friend, and I'm not entirely sure that he had friends of any sort at all. He was a skinny kid, rail thin, my mom would have said, with big, thick glasses and a mouth made for frowning. He never joined in on our games, and we never really offered. We weren't unfriendly kids. Far from it, but Robbie didn't feel right. I know how that sounds, but a weird kind of haze seemed to hang over Robbie. It always reminded me of the stink lines around Pigpen in the Peanuts cartoons, but this one felt more like TV static. It was like a low background sound that hung around him, and if I spent too much time around him, I always felt like I had a headache coming on. He used to draw on the sidewalk with colored chalk, and we all joked that his dad must bring back the defective sticks from the chalk factory where he worked. No matter the temperature, no matter what the season, Robbie was out there drawing on the sidewalk. It was the summer of '92, and Mickey had a new super soaker. He wanted to do a water war, so all of us with guns showed up to play. I had a couple of water pistols from Easter, and Stevie Westers had 3 of those big super soakers that were popular the year before. He and his 2 brothers took them, and some of the other kids had ragged collections of water pistols and water balloons. There were about 11 of us in all, and we divided into teams as fairly as we could. The opposing side had more guys, but one of them was Davy Michaels, and his club foot kind of held him back from running. We were soaking each other in lukewarm water when I heard someone yell in frustration. I looked up to see Robbie shaking his wet arm, scowling at 2 of the Westers brothers who had soaked him with their guns. "What are you doing? You'll erase him! Get away from here! This is my sidewalk! Mom said so!" Some of us stopped squirting each other, moving closer as he brandished his piece of chalk like a dagger at the Westers brothers. They were backing away too, like whatever he had might be catching, and he went back down to fix the chalk drawing that they had ruined with their water guns. I approached Robbie, meaning to apologize, but he stood up and brandished his chalk at me again. "Go away! This is my sidewalk! Go play on your sidewalk!" I laughed. "Robbie, the sidewalks are for everyone. You can't own a sidewalk." "Can too," he belted. "Can too. My mom says so. This sidewalk's in front of our house, and it's mine." I took a step forward, trying to calm him down, but then I saw what he'd been drawing and recoiled a little. For a chalk drawing, it was very expressive. I would later think of cave paintings or early primitive drawings, but this was far more savage. It was a tall man with long frilled arms and long spindly legs. His chest was equally long, stretching in many colors as it tapered up to a rounded head with a pair of stubby horns on it. The eyes were spirals, the swirls changing colors as well as they swirled into the irises. Even wet, it looked very formidable. "What is that?" I asked Robbie, and he must have heard something in my voice. He grinned. "That's the chalk man. I draw him all the time. He comes to me at night and tells me that if I don't, he'll get me. So I draw him everywhere, on the sidewalk, on the carport, even on the back patio." I shook my head, turning to go, but I heard him say something else, and it made my blood run cold. "I put him out here because he likes to watch you guys." "What?" I half whispered as I turned around. "What did you say?" "I said he likes to watch you kids while you play. Someday, when none of you are paying attention, he'll grab one of you and drag you into his little world and gobble you up. That's what he says, anyway." He shrieked again when I started spraying the chalk drawing. I couldn't have told you why I did it, but I felt certain that it needed to be done. This thing needed to be gone forever. And as it started to fade, I heard my squirt gun hiss as it went empty. I moved away slowly, Robbie still crying as he yelled at me for ruining it. And when Mikey came over to see what was going on, I found I couldn't look away from the spot where Robbie was fixing that horrid creature. "What was that about?" Mikey asked, Robbie still shooting me murderous looks. I tried to find the words for it, but I was unable. "I don't know. He said something I didn't like. It made me feel... I chewed my lip, trying to find something to describe it, and coming up short again. Bad. Really bad. The water war was starting to wind down now. Most of us on our third or fourth tank, and we were all soaked and shivering. "Come on," Mikey said. "I just got a new Super Nintendo game. We can dry off, and you can borrow some of my clothes." I nodded and allowed myself to be pulled away, but it was hard to look away from that hunched figure as he worked over the chalk drawing of his monster. We spent the afternoon playing a new spaceship game that he had gotten. I can't remember the name, but it was fun, and I was shocked when I looked out and saw that it was getting dark. The streetlights would be coming on now, and my mom would be angry if it got dark and I wasn't home. Mickey asked if I wanted to ask his mom to drive me, but his house was only a block down from mine. "If I run, I can make it," I told him, and headed off towards home. The afternoon had gotten away from me, the sun riding low, and the night was fast approaching. I'd have to run if I intended to make it in time, but as I ran down the path towards the sidewalk, I stopped as I saw something that I had hoped to avoid. Stretched across the sidewalk, the multicolored chalk very bright, was the Chalk Man. He was even bigger than he'd been earlier, his arms seeming to twine around the fence posts, and I hopscotched over and around him as I took off for home. I was going to be late if I didn't all but fly down the pavement. I hadn't gone very far, though, when I saw another Chalk Man, just as large as the last. His mouth was open, revealing teeth as sharp as knives. A mouth that size would have no problem gobbling me up whole. I ran around this one too, but it wasn't the last. They seemed to be everywhere, and Robbie had been busy indeed. The Chalk Man was rising and writhing across the concrete. His mouth opened and closed as I ran, those gnashing teeth going up and down as my fervent strides bore me on. It was filled with the terror of bedroom closets and growls beneath beds. These chalk drawings made me feel the way that strangers sometimes did, the way I felt when I listened to a scary story, the way I felt when I was outside at night. When I tripped, my cry had nothing to do with the way the pavement ate up my hands and knees. I thought I must have caught the edge of the sidewalk in my haste, but as I looked back, I felt my neck hair stand up. A single chalk hand, the purple claw looking huge and cruel, had risen up to grab my ankle as I ran. The Chalk Man was even now rising from the pavement, its gnashing teeth chomping at my ankle. It nearly had me, too. I was so surprised to find a chalk arm rising from the concrete. This was no cartoon. Things like this didn't happen in the real world. It had dragged me halfway to that gaping maw before I realized I wasn't dreaming after bashing my head on the sidewalk. I pulled and pulled hard, but his hands were strong. He dragged me back, more of him rising as he yanked at me, but it seemed fate had other ideas. He had grabbed not the whole ankle, but my sock, and as his hand slipped on the fabric, I was up and moving before it could latch back around it. I was running, dodging around other chalk drawings, and when I saw my house coming into view, I breathed a little easier. That was until I saw the Chalk Man outside my own gate. He was already rising like a blighted weed from the pavement, and I knew I couldn't get around him. I sidestepped into the neighbor's yard, and that was when I saw it. His hose was coiled around the spigot, and I reached for the nozzle as the shadow of that thing fell over me. It was rising, huge now, coming up, and as I unwound the hose, I watched as the water hit it, the Chalk Man seeming as surprised as I was. I stepped back, some of its color fading, and as I pelted it with water, the chalk began to run into the gutter. He was melting like the Wicked Witch, and as he fell away to nothing, I turned off the hose and ran for home. I came in panting, and any anger my mother might have had at me being late was washed away like the chalk man. I told her that I felt like someone had been trying to snatch me, and she made the usual sounds about people being watchful. She fed me, and she told me to get ready for bed, but I knew there wouldn't be any sleep for me tonight. How could I sleep with the image of that chalk demon running through my head? For the next several nights, I had bad dreams about the chalk man. In my dreams, I didn't get away. In my dreams, the chalk man dragged me across the pavement, and the last thing I saw before I woke up was him pulling me into his mouth. After that night, I didn't see any more of the sidewalk drawings. Some people in the neighborhood had complained, and Robbie was only allowed to draw them in front of his own house. His parents got fined, I heard, and his dad grounded him from drawing for a week. I assume he still did, since the chalk man never got him, but the chalk man never darkened our sidewalks again. I can remember, on the days when I found myself close to the madly scribbling boy, that the chalk man still seemed to move, but it could have just been the heat shimmer. These are but the rememberings of a child, but they're so vivid that I often wonder how much is speculation and how much truly happened.